Carlos had sent a group of people to M Country to find out everything they could about Sheffield's past. Unfortunately, all they could dig up on him were trivial details, such as how long he had been studying there and how he did in school and so on. The deeper Sheffield hid, the more dangerous Carlos thought he was. Therefore, he didn't deem him to be the right man for his daughter. Matthew finally understood that the role of the Deputy Director of Nephrology Department in First General Hospital was just a facade for Sheffield. So much so that it wouldn't affect him even if he lost the position. Interesting. Matthew was intrigued by the reticent Sheffield and his mysterious existence. Without conscious thought, both father and son were interested in Sheffield and his background. The first thing Evelyn did when she got back to her office was to ask a group of people to look for Sheffield throughout the city. Evelyn tried looking for him in his apartment on more than one occasion. Sometimes she waited so long that she would fall asleep, but when she'd wake up in the middle of the night, there would still be no sign of him. It had been 3 days since the medical incident occurred, and it wasn't until later that Sheffield came out of his shell. He wore a black woolen shirt and a long beige trench coat to go over it, a pair of blue stonewashed jeans and white trainers. He was still an exuberant young man, setting women's hearts aflutter with his good looks and charm. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, he was stopped by a crowd of reporters, who had surrounded him with their cameras and microphones. "You must have a lot of nerve coming back here. Do you have anything to say as a doctor who is responsible for the death of a patient? Do you have any explanation for this matter? As a young doctor who claims to have a 99% success rate in transplant surgery, what do you have to say about what happened?" Countless attacking questions were thrown at Sheffield. However, he maintained a polite smile in front of the cameras. It was a smile that instantly captured the hearts of 1,000 young girls. Even some of the female journalists forgot what questions they were supposed to ask him as they stared at him blankly with their mouths open. He, drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again, but life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. "Want?" Seidel still maintained his composure. "What do I want? What do you think I want? I want to help my mother get justice and prove her innocence." Sheffield rested his long legs on top of Seidel's desk casually. Seidel sneered. "Do you think that you can reverse the verdict of a case that happened many years ago? Don't you think you are being a little too naive?" "Of course not, I know that. But what if I told you that I've got your audio recording and surveillance footage too? Plus the statements of the patient's family members? Seidel, you killed my mother a dozen years ago and now you want to frame me in the same way? I'm sorry, but I'm not my mother. I found out the truth before you could get rid of the body." Sheffield stood up from his chair, and in a cold voice he said, "Seidel, you're done. If I turn myself in, will you promise me to take good care of Dolly?" Seidel had spent the past few days in deep contemplation, and it was clear to him in the end that he would have to face Sheffield. He realized that this could only end in a brutal battle between the two of them. "Take care of Dolly?" Sheffield looked like he wanted to laugh out loud. "Sure. The little girl who testified that my mother was involved in a fake drug transaction. How could I not take good care of such a cruel-hearted girl?" Seidel lost his composure. He stood up with his hands on the desk and said, "She had nothing to do with that matter. She panicked. How could she possibly stay calm when she was being questioned by the police?" Sheffield also stood up abruptly, leaning over the desk towards Seidel. Phrasing his words as a sarcastic taunt, he said, "She panicked? So you're telling me that this is the reason why Dolly committed perjury?" Seidel could see the hatred in his eyes, clear and resolute. The confrontation between them didn't last longer than 2 minutes. All of a sudden, Seidel felt his legs weaken and he fell back to his chair. Then he asked an insignificant question. "Sheffield, how did you open my safe?" With his hands in his pockets, Sheffield looked at the man indifferently and said, I spent 1 month practicing how to open all kinds of safes. In addition, I hacked into your safe with my computer and got the password. I see. Seidel nodded and closed his eyes in defeat. Within 3 days, Sheffield cleared his name and showed the public the surveillance video of Seidel meeting with Helena Meng, the head nurse, the autopsy report of the dead patient, the surveillance video of Helena Meng injecting the patient with the drug in the operating room, and so on. All evidences were strong enough to prove that Sheffield was being framed by Seidel. Sheffield also revealed that more than 10 years ago, Seidel had done the same to Ingrid Chu. Only at that time, it was Seidel who did the counterfeit medicine transactions and caused the death of Ingrid's patient with the fake medicine. After that incident, he let Ingrid take the blame for the death of the patient. Additionally, Sheffield made public the victim's medical record, the oral confession recording of Seidel's assistant, and an audio recording where the patient's family members admitted to being threatened by Seidel. When all the evidences were presented to the public, Seidel admitted to all the crimes. It also came to light that Dolly, Seidel's youngest daughter, committed perjury under her father's instructions. She aided in the destruction of a kind-hearted, highly skilled doctor. The materials Sheffield released caused such a sensation that the whole of Y City was talking about it. Many journalists became more curious about him and wanted to interview him, but he refused each and every one of them. He only made a statement on the phone saying, "Now, I'll tell you a secret. I haven't seen my girlfriend in many days. I have to see her as soon as possible or someone else will steal her from me. Goodbye for now, Mom." He gently kissed his mother's photo and then left the cemetery. "Mom, next time I come here, I will bring your daughter-in-law to visit you." When he drove back to Y City and was about to drive into his community, a woman ran over from the roadside and stood in his way. Fortunately, his car came to a screeching halt as he stepped on the brakes before he hit the woman. Eyes wide with confusion, he glared at the woman who was standing in front of his car with her eyes shut tight because of fear. When he honked at her impatiently, Dolly opened her eyes and ran over to knock on his window. Right behind Sheffield's car was another car trying to get into the community, so he quickly pulled down the window and yelled at her, "You're blocking the way. Please move away because there's another car behind me." Since Seidel was in prison, Dolly was no longer the daughter of the president of the hospital. Judging by the way she looked now, it was clear that she had fallen on tough times. It seemed like she was wearing the same old clothes she had worn in the past 2 days. She looked into his eyes and eagerly said, "I've been looking everywhere for you. Do you have some spare time now? Can we talk? I have nothing to say to you. Please get out of my way." He dismissed her immediately. Dolly wedged her hand halfway through the window, refusing to let him go. "Please, I'll only take up 10 minutes of your time." Having lost his patience, the man inside the car behind Sheffield's rolled down his window and stuck his head out. "What the hell is going on? Are you going in or not?" Exasperated, Sheffield unlocked the door and said, "Get in the car first." Dolly quickly went around and tried to open the door of the passenger seat, but found that the door was locked. She could only open the door of the back seat and get in. Inside the residence estate, Sheffield parked his car at a random spot and jumped out of his car. He leaned against the door and waited for Dolly to get out. When she did, she asked him, "Is there a reason why you work for the First General Hospital?" "Yes." Sheffield didn't deny it. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. His serene demeanor sent a chill down Dolly's spine. "Please help my father. If you agree to withdraw the lawsuit, I will do whatever you ask me to." Dolly didn't know how to convince him, but she was willing to do whatever it took. She was desperate since Sheffield put Seidel in jail, and now the man was awaiting his sentence. Sheffield rolled his eyes at her and sneered. "Help your father?" The two looked into each other's eyes, but the man's gaze had the power to dissect her feelings bit by bit with the least bit of care. "Who was there to save my mother?" Dolly didn't know what to say. Finally, taking a step closer to him, she bit her lower lip and whispered, "I know you like Evelyn Huo. If you spare my father, I will pledge myself to you as your mistress. You won't have to marry me, and I will never bother you about Evelyn." Sheffield's face crinkled up in disgust and he sneered at her words. My mistress? I'm just a simple doctor. How can I do that to the youngest daughter of Mr. Xiang? Dolly had no choice but to ignore his sarcasm. Out of the blue, she hugged him and pressed her face against his chest. I apologize to you on behalf of my father. I'm sorry. Please forgive him. Right then, a red Emperor car stopped beside them. The window of the back seat rolled down and revealed Evelyn's emotionless face glaring at them. Herde! And as soon as Joshua had sat down, giving him no time to disassociate himself from the women around him, he slowly turned to face Sheffield, only to find his friend sitting casually, showing no signs of panic on his expression. Much to his surprise, Sheffield even pulled two women in his arms. Joshua's heart jolted. Damn it! I fell into Sheffield's trap again. Flustered, he pushed away the women from his lap and stood up. Evelyn, it's good to see you, he greeted. With a grim face, Evelyn looked over her shoulder and told Tayson, throw them all out. Tayson responded aptly and nodded. Yes, Miss Huo. The women in the room looked at her curiously. One asked, who is she? Why does she want to throw us out? Mr. Tang. That woman just asked someone to throw us out. Aren't you going to say something? A purple-haired woman with curvy features wrapped her arms around Sheffield. She looks familiar. I think I have seen her somewhere, said another woman, looking at Evelyn carefully. Before long, more than a dozen bodyguards entered the private booth and dragged the women outside while they screamed and shouted. The three people were the only inhabitants of the private booth. Joshua decided that it would be best not be the third wheel. Well, something important just came up. Evelyn, I have to go now. Evelyn nodded politely, allowing Joshua to take his leave. All the while, Sheffield sat with his back rested against the back of the couch and filled his glass with some wine. Evelyn closed the door behind her and walked up to the man who sat very comfortably on the couch, with one leg resting on top of the other. I've been worried about you lately, she said, standing across him. Sheffield took another sip from his glass. Oh, thank you for your concern, Miss Huo. His words were dripping with sarcasm. His haughtiness triggered Evelyn's anger. She snapped at him, gritting her teeth in anger. Since you don't want to talk to me, then there's no point to this. We're done. I will no longer interfere with your life from now on. Evelyn turned around on her heel and started walking towards the door. Just as she had taken a few steps, Sheffield sprang up to his feet and wrapped his arms around her waist. Grinning from ear to ear, he said, Evelyn, I was just kidding. Kidding. Evelyn turned around to look at him, who had changed his face faster than the speed of light. Yes. Sheffield nodded and cocked his head to the side, giving the effect of rakishness. How could it be possible that I don't want to talk to you? Evelyn's face settled back into her emotionless, cold expression, and she stepped forward, forcing Sheffield to take a step back. What did you call Dolly? Baby? Huh. No. You must have misheard me. Why would I call her baby? If he had known things would go this way, he wouldn't have treated Evelyn like that. Oh, so I must have misheard you? Evelyn took another step forward. Sheffield responded aptly with another step backwards. I can hear just fine. I heard you call her baby. How dare you invite her to a threesome with me? Since you think that I would be into something like that, we should just break up now. Having run out of space to retreat to, Sheffield fell on the sofa, but he kept smiling at his queen. You've misunderstood me. I was just joking. He realized what a big mistake he had made by teasing Evelyn like that. Evelyn squeezed his cheeks harder and harder. Before long, the pitiful expression on his face changed to a bitter one. Evelyn, sweetie. Please. I just wanted to have a word with you. But I can see that you're very busy. It must be a lot of fun being surrounded by all these women. No, not at all, he replied meekly, eyes lowered to the floor. As his face, them, being the thoughtful man that he was, Joshua decided to avoid any sort of awkward situation and knocked on the door. Hey, it's me. Joshua heard a noise, but then suddenly everything went quiet on the inside. He knocked on the door again and said, "Sheffield, Evelyn, I'm coming in." Meanwhile, just on the other side of the door, Sheffield leaned closer to Evelyn and whispered, "Tell him to go away." Evelyn was on the verge of going crazy because of Sheffield. She bit her lip hard, but didn't say anything. Sheffield, however, had plenty of ways to make her speak. In less than 2 minutes, Joshua heard Evelyn's voice coming from inside the room. "Joshua, could you give us a moment here?" Something about the way Evelyn spoke sounded odd to him. With brows furrowed, he squinted his eyes and rested his ears on the door. "Evelyn, can you hear me?" Joshua turned his head to look at Tayson and asked, "Who else is in there?" After a moment's silence, Tayson answered, "Just the two of them. Mr. Fan, you'd better go home now." "Why?" Joshua asked. Then the expression on his face changed drastically. Joshua looked like he had received some sort of divine revelation as he looked at the door in utter disbelief. His eyebrows shot up in bewilderment, and there was a twist in his mouth that nearly resembled an astonished droop. As he locked his eyes at the door, he suddenly heard a muffled thudding noise and the door started moving. Joshua stood there frozen, gazing in speechless astonishment. After a while, Joshua kicked the door of the private booth, flushing with anger. He cursed, "Sheffield, you son of a bitch." He was so worried about Sheffield that he had come back to help him. And that asshole was having sex with Evelyn. "Get out of here!" Sheffield yelled angrily from the other side of the door. Joshua tried his best to adjust his emotion. He waved at Tayson saying, "This must be hard for you, bro. I'm leaving. Being a bodyguard is so pitiful. They not only have to protect their bosses but also have to pretend to ignore it when it comes to these kinds of moments," he mused. Tayson nodded and said calmly, "Goodbye, Mr. Fan." The sun went down soon and the nightlife began. Guests flocked onto the cruiser, but one man walked out with a woman in his arm, and a bodyguard close behind them. Sheffield and Evelyn got into his car. She leaned against the back of the seat and closed her eyes. Sheffield buckled her seatbelt while humming a song, and kissed her on the cheek. "Shall we go?" Evelyn nodded. She wanted to tease him about his childishness, but she was too tired to say anything. The roads were almost empty, with very few cars and other small vehicles. By the time they came to an intersection, the traffic light had turned red. Seeing that Evelyn had fallen asleep, Sheffield adjusted the seat so that she could recline more comfortably. When the light turned green, he drove away slowly. After he covered some distance, through the rearview mirror, Sheffield saw a shabby old black car following them. It had no license plate. He habitually became alert and noticed, after a few random turns, that the car was indeed tailing them. Sheffield quickly threw a glance at the seat belt on Evelyn and stepped on the gas. The car behind them sped up as well. Soon they reached the downtown area. There were many intersections here and he knew that, sooner or later, he would run into a red light. If he continued to drive at the current speed, he would have to brake sharply, which might scare Evelyn awake. He slowed down to a normal speed. However, to his shock, the car behind them seemed to pick up its speed and had lost them. Evelyn couldn't dare call Sheffield while he was driving. As she waited anxiously for any news of him, a familiar car appeared. Sheffield's car stopped beside hers, perfectly intact. Evelyn heaved a sigh of relief seeing that he was safe, and she looked around to confirm that the black car was not around. She unfastened her seat belt in a haste and walked quickly to Sheffield. "Are you okay? Where is the other car? Did you get hurt?" she asked anxiously, looking all over his body for any sign of a fight. "I'm fine." "He got away," Sheffield replied and placed a kiss on her forehead. He wanted to chase after the car, but was worried that someone might be trying to distract him in order to harm Evelyn. "I've informed the police. We should probably give a statement later," said Evelyn. Several minutes had passed since she had called the police. She was sure that they were already on their way. "Let's go home. Tayson will talk to the police." Sheffield held her in his arms. Evelyn grabbed his hand and said, "We shouldn't let down our guard. I'm scared." She was afraid that Sheffield would end up just like her first 3 boyfriends. Don't worry, honey. I have many enemies. I've been through things like this too many times. I'm a lucky man. I won't die that easy. With these words, Sheffield casually waved at Tayson and said, "Thanks, bro. Please take care of the rest." He and Evelyn got into his car. Not long after Sheffield's car left, 2 police cars came responding to the call. Tayson went to the police station with them to make a statement. The moment they pulled up to Sheffield's apartment, Evelyn's heart still fluttered with fear. She felt uneasy in her heart. What if someone was after Sheffield because of her? Had their relationship put him in danger? However, Sheffield seemed very relaxed. He took out her slippers and changed them for her. Then he asked, "Need a shower?" She nodded her head absent-mindedly. "Okay." After Evelyn entered the bathroom, Sheffield went to the study and turned on his computer to call up the surveillance footage of the streets around number 9 Princess Cruiser nightclub. The installed cameras didn't capture everything. There were limitations based on the camera's range and rotation. The stalker made most use of this. He must have come from somewhere there was no camera. The black car didn't show up for several minutes, and by then it was following Sheffield's car. But Sheffield knew someone was following him. He pulled into an alley where there were also no cameras. He killed the engine and peered through the rearview mirror. He could see the other car speeding past. Sheffield was getting a little bored. He knew all this. Then something strange happened. The black car stopped. It looked like it was going to turn around, but the driver rolled to a stop and stayed there for about a minute. Then the car zoomed off. Sheffield zoomed in, hoping to catch a glimpse of the man's face. But the guy wore a black mask and a black hood, fouling attempts at identification. He couldn't even get the general shape of the man's face. Obviously, the man was extremely careful. He was well disguised and the car had no identifying marks whatsoever. No license plate, logo, or model. The young doctor could tell the guy was driving an ordinary sedan. Sheffield compiled the few clues he could and saved the important evidence on his computer. By the time Evelyn finished showering and walked out of the bathroom, she saw him leaning against the headboard on the bed. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Ed her long hair back and said casually, "Look at the sky and earth and think about what you did wrong. Then say baby 1,000 times before going to bed." Didn't he call Dolly baby? Now he can say that as many times as he wants, she thought. Then she turned and walked into the bedroom. She closed the glass door on the balcony without any hesitation, and left the astonished Sheffield alone there, in the dark. Say baby 1,000 times. He slapped hard on his own mouth and thought to himself, "Damn it. Every time I open my mouth I put my foot in it. I think I got off light. She is definitely a jealous woman. She could probably think of all sorts of exquisite punishments." After waiting a long time, Evelyn heard not a peep from Sheffield. She knocked on the glass door. Sheffield turned to look at her and said with a fawning smile, "Evelyn, come on. It's freezing out here." Although the glass door was soundproof, Evelyn could hear him since he was so close. "Not gonna do it? Okay, I'm gone." She would let him know which was easier, chasing after her or saying baby 1,000 times. Realizing what she was implying, he began immediately, "Baby, baby, baby." That night, when Sheffield finished saying baby 1,000 times, he nearly vomited. His tongue was numb. He wondered if he could ever speak again. He swore to himself he would stay away from all other women. In the middle of the night, Sheffield walked into the bedroom with the keyboard, trembling from the cold. He closed the curtains and stood by the bed, looking at Evelyn, who was lazily leaning against the headboard. He cooed, "My queen, I've finished saying baby 1,000 times already. May I come to bed now?" Trying hard to hold back her laughter, she said, "You may not." "What? Why?" "Shower first. You can sleep after that." "As you say, my queen." He sighed and threw the keyboard onto the corner sofa. He slowly dragged his feet into the bathroom. After a quick hot shower, he dried his hair and threw himself onto the bed, naked. Before she could run away, he wrapped Evelyn up in his arms.
"I'm sleepy."
"Leave me alone now," she warned. Sheffield didn't respond. He held her tight against his body. Evelyn kicked him hard. "Cut it out. I want to sleep." He didn't say anything. He couldn't keep his hands off her. He silently slipped into the quilt and lay on top of her chest. Evelyn felt his warmth, but she was also really sleepy. She hadn't gotten a good sleep in the past few days since she was worried about Sheffield. And she was exhausted after being tortured by him in the nightclub. She had intended to tell him about Napier tonight, but now she didn't have the energy for that either. Evelyn patted on the quilt without looking. It felt like she had hit him in the head. She didn't care. She mumbled, "Sheffield, behave yourself before I kill you." She was so tired that her tone didn't sound as menacing as she meant it to be. It turned out like a soft, cute warning. When Sheffield had no intention of moving away, Evelyn lost her temper and kicked the man once again. Reluctantly, he crept out from under the covers with a pout. When he saw the already asleep woman, he grinned and thought, "I'll let you sleep peacefully just for tonight." In the Huo family manner. Unlike Sheffield, who was resting comfortably with his girlfriend in his arms, Matthew was trying his best to break through the network security system of ZL Group. It was a piece of cake to break through the F. Felt a warm breath on her face. She opened her eyes and saw a bright smile on Sheffield's face. "You're awake. Good morning, honey." He planted a soft kiss on her lips. Evelyn closed her eyes lazily and asked, "What time is it?" 10:30. Her eyes flew open. 10:30. "Yes." He cupped her face in his hands and was about to give her a passionate kiss, before he was pushed away. "I have to go to the company. I have something important to deal with today." When she sat up on the bed, she realized that Sheffield was already dressed in a casual white shirt. He had been lying in bed watching her sleep. Resting his head on his elbow, he looked at her and said, "Okay. I wonder if I could have the honor of having dinner with my beautiful queen tonight." "I'll call you after work," Evelyn said as she got out of bed. "All right." When she went into the bathroom, Sheffield stared at her photo on the wall and exclaimed loudly, "My girlfriend is becoming hotter. But I take the credit. Love is the best skincare product." He always demonstrated his love for her with action. Just then, Evelyn's angry voice came from the bathroom.
"Sheffield tang."
"Yes, honey." He jumped off the bed and dashed towards the bathroom. "Are you an animal?" He slowed down and stood right outside the door. He curled his lips. "I could be worse than an animal. But do you have time to find out?" Seeing the hickeys all over her neck in the mirror, Evelyn so wished she could kill the man. This was not the first time. Every time they slept together, she had to spend a long time trying to choose something to wear that would cover all the marks of love that Sheffield left on her. "Could you stop leaving these hickeys on me for heaven's sake?" "Okay, from next time," he replied briskly. Evelyn rolled her eyes at him. Men were deceptive. She didn't believe a word that came out of his mouth. Sheffield walked into the bathroom and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. He looked at the red marks on her neck through the mirror and whispered near her ear, "Evelyn, this is tempting and you look gorgeous. Can we?" Evelyn stepped on his foot once and tried to get him once again. "All right. Okay, forgive me." He laughed and buried his face in the nape of her neck, inhaling her scent. His voice was alluring, and in spite of her rough behavior, Evelyn was aroused as well. To hide her excitement, she yelled, "Get out now. I need to freshen up." "Okay, love. I'll heat the breakfast for you." He let go of her after placing a gentle kiss on her neck. Whistling casually, he walked out of the bathroom. Evelyn shook her head with a sigh. After breakfast, Evelyn changed her clothes. Sheffield was doing dishes in the kitchen. She asked, "Don't you have to go to work today?" He looked back at her and answered, No. I'm going to the Research and Development Center." "Are you free the day after tomorrow?" "I am." It was her birthday. No matter how busy he was, he would spare some time to celebrate the birthday of his beloved woman. After some hesitation, Evelyn asked, "Are you afraid of being hit by my dad again?" Sheffield threw the rag into the sink. With a smile, he approached the worried woman. "Are you worried that my future father-in-law will give me a black eye again?" Evelyn sighed. "I'm serious, Sheffield." He flicked his tongue. "Of course not. If the idea of being hit by Carlos was scared me, then I wouldn't have pursued his precious daughter."
Humphy.
Her in feigned anger. "Is this how you talk to your father? You should treat me with more respect." Evelyn was amused by his reaction. She tore a chapter out of Sheffield's playbook and took the initiative to surrender. She walked over to Carlos with a smile and wrapped her arms around his arm. "That was mean of me, Dad.
I'm sorry.
Please tell me how the bidding is going." Carlos' face softened a little, but he still feigned a hard tone. "Are you trying to appease me by acting like a spoiled child? You should stay away from Terilyn. She's teaching you some bad habits," Carlos reproached her. Evelyn loosened her grip on Carlos' arm and said in a stern voice, "Well, since you don't plan on telling me anything, I'll make some phone calls and find out myself." "Humph. Your attitude isn't helping gain any favors right now." Resigned, Evelyn went on. "Dad, you won't tell me anything about the bidding. What else do you want me to do? Why is he being so difficult?" It was obvious that her father was in a bad mood and wanted her to have a hard time. "You will give up after asking me just once? Where is your patience?" Evelyn felt helpless. "I have been trying to get it out of you since I came in, and you are calling me impatient. You're just being difficult." Carlos wasn't like this before. But ever since Sheffield's appearance, it had become harder and harder for her to talk to him. Reluctantly, Carlos told Evelyn, "The bidding was a blessing in disguise, though your computer was hacked last time. The game hasn't been released on the market yet, but it's caught some buzz. The Theo Group likes it very much. Plus, it's a big game developed by the game company under our ZL Group. It has a strong background. If people are smart, then they're definitely going to cooperate with us." "Dad's just basically saying that we won the bidding," Evelyn thought to herself. After a short pause, she offered, "How about I handle everything that has to do with the game afterwards? Matthew will take the responsibility. I don't want you to get too tired." "I'm not. Matthew should focus on school." However, Carlos didn't agree. He stood up and began, "This is going to be complicated, you know? It's a long-term cooperation between two companies. You can deal with the regular stuff. Hey, aren't you having your birthday party tomorrow? Why don't you just prepare for that?" "All right." Evelyn didn't push him. She knew her father well. If he didn't want her to take over, she would be unable to change his mind. After Carlos left, Evelyn heaved a sigh of relief. She placed an internal call. It was for Nadia. "Miss Huo." Nadia soon came over. Evelyn took the vase that held the Bulgarian roses that Sheffield had given her. The roses looked lovely as ever. In order to preserve the roses longer, she told Nadia, "Could you make them into dry flowers before sending them over to my apartment?" "Yes, Miss Huo." As Nadia took the vase, she made sure she was careful enough to not break it. She knew how important the flowers were to Evelyn. Evelyn sat back in her chair and took out her phone. She was silent for a long time. Then she sent a text message to Sheffield saying, "The man in my apartment that day was Napier Tao. I told you before that one of my best friends died young. She was his girlfriend." Evelyn decided to tell Sheffield through text, as opposed to telling him face to face, which would just embarrass her.
So,
let herself away from him. "Please leave." Napier snorted. "What? Are you angry now?" I said, "Stop pretending. Is it because I haven't showered? Is that why you refuse to sleep with me?" He took a step forward and grabbed her wrist. This mere touch already excited him. Evelyn was indeed beautiful. It was difficult to resist her. He pulled her toward him and pressed her against the couch. Evelyn tried to wrestle herself free, but to no avail. She cried out, "Tayson! MMMPH!" He covered her mouth with his hand. Napier leaned toward her to kiss her on the lips. Evelyn dodged, which excited him even more. He tried to tear her clothes but only managed to rip off one button. Unable to cry for help, Evelyn had to think of a way to get herself out of the situation. Upon seeing the mug on the table, she grabbed it and smashed it against his head. Then she did it again. "Arg! You bitch!" Crying out in pain, he finally rolled down and away from Evelyn. Evelyn hit him pretty hard that blood was gushing out of his head. As soon as Evelyn was free, she went for the trash can and tried to vomit, but nothing came out. She then ran to the door to get Tayson inside. After that, Sheffield arrived. She hadn't gone to the hospital to visit Napier since the incident. She didn't want to see him anymore. She didn't care anymore whether he died or not. Evelyn snapped out of her thoughts, depressed as she remembered the past. She scratched her long hair, annoyed and restless. Her phone buzzed at that moment. It was a message from Sheffield. "Sorry, Eve. I didn't have my phone on me. I was in the lab. Are you okay now? Forget the past. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. It doesn't matter. But promise me that you'll never see that guy alone again." She bit her lower lip and fretfully bent over the desk. Finally, she texted him back. "I want to see you, Sheffield. I'm coming." In an instant, Sheffield put away his phone, changed his clothes and walked out of the lab. Around 10 minutes later, he reached the entrance of ZL Group. One look at the heavy security and he knew that he couldn't just talk his way in. He took out his laptop and hacked into the face recognition system of the company. After successfully registering his face, he turned off the laptop, put on his sunglasses and got out of the car. As he walked to the entrance of the company, he deliberately lowered his head and pretended to play with his phone. Then, as low-key as he could, he stood in front of the face recognition scanner. "Clear." The robotic sound from the scanner confirmed. The two security guards at the door, who were staring at Sheffield for a moment, looked away. Sheffield flashed a smug smile as he smoothly walked past the security. However, the very next second the smile froze on his face. A group of people were coming in his direction and he broke out into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, "Lady Luck has obviously turned her back against me. Of all the people in the world, I had to run into the one person who hates me the most right now." Carlos was leaving the company with some men. Sheffield was quick to react and immediately headed in another direction. But it was too late. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, Carlos still recognized him. Carlos' face darkened. He walked towards the doctor in quick strides. When he heard the footsteps behind him, Sheffield quickened his pace too. The three assistants with Carlos exchanged confused looks, but followed their boss nevertheless. The footsteps behind him became clearer and clearer. Sheffield muttered, "Oh crap." He picked up his pace again. "Stop. Which department?" Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. In his apartment. "Dad." Evelyn couldn't stand it anymore and got up from her chair. Carlos raised his eyebrows and gestured for her to sit down. "I have taught you many times to be calm in any situation, no matter what happens. He's only been here for a few minutes. What's the rush?" Evelyn didn't know what to do or say. Sheffield winked at her and mouthed the words, "Don't worry." Evelyn believed that Sheffield was a brilliant man. It was just that common people wouldn't be able to decode the lock. After observing it for a while, Sheffield asked Carlos, "Mr. Huo, may I use Evelyn's laptop?" Carlos had no idea what he was planning to do. There are a lot of important documents on her laptop. No one is allowed to use it. That meant Sheffield couldn't touch it. Dad, he can use my desktop computer. Evelyn cut in. Although there were some documents on her desktop computer, they were not as important as those on her laptop. Carlos frowned at his daughter's meddling, but Sheffield dashed towards her computer and blew her a kiss. Evelyn stepped aside and reminded him in a low voice, "Don't push yourself too much. We can find another way to get you out of here." Sheffield sat down in her chair. Instead of replying to her concern, he patted her chair and said, "Your chair is really comfortable. I should get one of these for my home." Carlos sneered. "You are not rich enough to afford that chair." He wanted to seize every chance to mock Sheffield, just in case the doctor turned the tables someday in the future. Sheffield was indeed in dire need of money because of his research and development. Carlos knew this. Even though he was being laughed at, Sheffield kept his temper. "It is true that I can't afford to buy this chair now, but I'm looking forward to the day I will be rich enough to buy the manufacturer of this chair," he said calmly. "I'm looking forward to it too," Carlos snorted. Silence befell the office again. Leaning against the windowsill, Evelyn watched Sheffield as he typed something on her laptop really fast. Carlos frowned when he saw how fast Sheffield was. Could he be? 3 more minutes passed and Carlos stood up from the couch. "I don't have time to waste on you. If you can't unlock the door within the next 2 minutes, I'll open it myself. The security will escort you out of the building and our lives." "Good riddance," Carlos thought to himself. Sheffield didn't reply. His eyes were fixed on the codes that were continuously changing on the screen. Carlos became even more curious as to what he was doing, so he paced towards the desk. But before he could catch a glimpse of the screen, Sheffield pressed the enter key and said, "Done." He memorized the 6 digits and closed the pop-up window. "Mr. Huo, don't blink," he said with a naughty grin. Carlos remained expressionless and watched him walk to the password lock on the door. Sheffield mumbled as he tapped in the numbers, 5-8-9-7-3-2. Beep. The high-tech smart lock was now deactivated. All 3 people in the room had different looks on their faces. Sheffield had a devil-may-care smile. Evelyn was surprised and also excited. Carlos was on the verge of erupting as he fisted his palms. When the 2 men made eye contact, the smug look in Sheffield's eyes seemed to be saying, "Gotcha, Mr. Huo. I'm better than you thought I was, aren't I?" Evelyn trotted over to Carlos and grabbed his sleeve nervously. "Dad, you cannot go back on your words now." Carlos was already fuming with rage. And his daughter had been siding with Sheffield all this while, which made him even angrier. Rubbing his hands together, Sheffield asked in a mischievous tone, "So, Mr. Huo, may I have the honor of hanging out with your daughter today? Tomorrow is her birthday. I haven't had the time to buy." Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Carlos placed his left hand on his waist and pinched his forehead with the other. He was misled when he saw how fast the man had worked on the desktop earlier. For a moment he had mistaken Sheffield for star anise. He closed his eyes and pointed to the door. "Go. Leave now." Sheffield's grin grew wider and he called to Evelyn, "Now or never. Go get your stuff. Time to have some fun." Evelyn's lips curled into a smile. "Take it easy. He is a man of his words. Who knows? I don't trust him," Sheffield said, rolling his eyes. Evelyn sighed helplessly and went to get her things. As she walked to the door with Sheffield, she turned around and looked at the old man standing in front of the window. She said in a grateful voice, "Dad, thank you. We are leaving now." Carlos didn't respond. Sheffield imitated her and said with a smirk, "Dad, thank you. We are leaving now." Carlos turned around and looked at him coldly. "That's Mr. Huo for you." "Yes, Dad. It's a fine surname. Maybe I could take it." Fuck off. I don't need a son like you. That doesn't matter. You will have a son like me sooner or later. Before Carlos could kick him out, he grabbed Evelyn's hand and dragged her towards the office door. There were several rows of security guards outside the door. Evelyn let go of Sheffield's hand and collected herself. Returning to her usual emotionless self, she said indifferently, "Thank you for all your hard work. You may leave now." "Yes, Miss Huo." The guards left in line. With both hands in his pockets, Sheffield leaned against the door and watched as the guards scrambled away obediently. "They have a lot of respect for you. You are really cool, Miss CEO." Evelyn turned to look at him and asked in a low voice, "Are you coming or not?" If they didn't leave soon, her father might really change his mind and chase after Sheffield again. "Yes, of course. Let's go. We're gonna have so much fun, my little girl." Evelyn rolled her eyes. "I'm older than you. Doesn't matter. I'm your boyfriend." He leaned closer to her body shamelessly. They were about to reach the secretary division and Evelyn pushed him away. "Watch your manners. This is my office," she scolded. Sheffield moved away at once. "Yes, ma'am." He put on his sunglasses and pulled back the hood of his coat. Almost no one recognized him now. "Why do you want to take me shopping suddenly?" she asked, getting into his car. "Like I said earlier to your father, to buy you a lollipop," he replied with a smile as he fastened the safety belt for her. "Can you be serious for a moment?" She rolled her eyes again. "I am serious. I'm really taking you to the supermarket to buy a lollipop." He had a wronged expression on his face, like he was offended that she didn't think the lollipop was important enough. Evelyn said resignedly, "Fine. Since I am already here with you, take me wherever. It's up to you now." "For real?" "Yes." "Then let's go to your place and we accept that." "Fine, let's do it in the car." "No." "How about a hotel?" "Sheffield." She was annoyed. "Knock it off." He sighed, feeling defeated. "All right. Let's go and get you a lollipop." To her surprise, he really did take her to a supermarket. He grabbed a lollipop from the candy shelf and asked her, "Which flavor?" "Strawberry." "Coconut." "Do you like blueberry?" "What about mango?" Evelyn looked at the candy aisle and then at the two kids near her. "I don't want any of them." "No, you must get one. You'll love it, trust me. Eating candies will destroy my teeth," she argued. "One lollipop won't damage your teeth." Out laughing. He was amused by her serious tone. "She is so darn cute. This woman would be the death of me." "Rest assured, Evelyn. No matter how many desserts you eat, you won't get fat as long as you are with me." "And why is that?" "Because I know how to make you lose all those extra calories, honey. Why don't you move in with me and find out all about the exercise schedule I have planned for you?" he asked with a confident smirk on his face. Evelyn turned beetroot red. He is talking about sex again. Is that the only thing on his mind? Geez. "Sheffield," she called, staring into his eyes. "Yes." Puzzled, he looked back into her eyes, trying to figure out if she was angry. As he was about to coax her, she said, "I'm allergic to mangoes." Saying so, she looked away from him. Sheffield's smile vanished. He savored the lollipop in his mouth and confirmed that it was mango. Evelyn was allergic to cats too. Since she said that she was allergic to mangoes, he didn't doubt her words. He reached out to take the lollipop out of her mouth. "Spit it out," he said anxiously.
I'm sorry, Evelyn.
"It's my fault. I'll take you to the hospital right away." Evelyn gritted her teeth, unwilling to let him take the lollipop out. She stood there and watched him worry about her. "Evelyn, be a good girl. Spit it out." He coaxed her gently as if he were talking to a child, but she refused to open her mouth. There was a smile in Evelyn's eyes. Then she felt like crying when she saw how worried he was. "He must trust me a lot. Now I feel guilty." "Sheffield." "Yeah, honey. I have a secret to tell you." Maybe later. Now spit that out. I'll never buy a lollipop again." He pinched her cheeks with both hands, but Evelyn just wouldn't open her mouth. He couldn't force her, so he resigned himself to worrying. She was allergic after all. Would her face swell like a giant balloon? Evelyn shook off his hands and said with a smile, "The secret is, I was just kidding." "Okay, I know. Be a good girl. Spit out the candy." How can she be so stupid? She knows she's allergic to mangoes and yet she's still sucking on it. Wait a minute. She turned me down and I still shoved it in her mouth. It's all my fault, he thought. Evelyn burst into laughter. I'm not allergic to mangoes. I was just messing with you. Because you're always talking about sex. She felt a little guilty when she finished talking. Was it fair to make him worry like that? It was then that he realized that he had been tricked by Evelyn. It turned out she was not stupid at all. He was the fool all along. But anyway, he was relieved that she wasn't really allergic to mangoes. He complained helplessly, "You're a bad girl." Hearing that, Evelyn tilted her head and looked at him while biting the lollipop. "You know I learned from the best, you." After hearing what she said, he could not help bursting into laughter. When he calmed down, he took her into his arms, their bodies close to each other. Then he said, "Since you're such a bad girl, I'll have to punish you." "Oh? And how will you do that?" Evelyn wasn't afraid of him at all. A mysterious smile appeared on Sheffield's face. "You'll know in a minute." After they went to the underground parking garage, they found his car. When Evelyn was about to open the door, Sheffield stopped her. "Look, Evelyn. What's that on the back seat?" He didn't have his sports car. Today he drove the sedan. He opened the back door and wait. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Evelyn didn't expect him to say that. Her face reddened. Joshua had walked in on her in Sheffield like this twice. It was so embarrassing. It took Joshua a while to realize what was going on. "Ooh," he drawled. With a cunning smile he said, "Man, you're such a player. How about this? I need some greenbacks or I'll snap some pics and sell them to the papers." Is he threatening me? Sheffield kissed Evelyn on her lips and tossed his phone away, ignoring Joshua. Joshua sat on the other end of the line patiently. But after a long while, he didn't hear a word from Sheffield. And then he saw the car swing slightly. His face was as red as an apple. After giving a quiet cough, he immediately asked his friend to walk with him towards his own car. "They have CCTV in the parking lot. Remember to go to the monitoring room and destroy the footage," he said on the phone as he was leaving. However, no one answered him. He was so depressed he hung up the phone. Looking at his phone, Joshua cursed in his mind. Sheffield is really a piece of work. His friend looked at him curiously and asked, "Who were you talking to? Is Maestro Tang in the car? What happened?" "Don't ask. It's not your business anyway," Joshua replied indifferently. His friend had a big mouth. If Joshua told him Sheffield was getting some car sex, everyone would know by tomorrow. "Okay." The man shut up at once. Joshua didn't sound happy, and he was right, it was none of his business. He didn't want Joshua or Sheffield mad at him. Taking time to compose herself, Evelyn covered her red cheeks and sat up straight, brushing her long hair, letting it spill down her shoulders and back. Sheffield made sure the mess was cleaned up, and took the driver's seat again. Through the rearview mirror, he looked at the woman in the back seat and said happily, "Get some rest." Then, to Shining International Plaza. Evelyn rolled down the car window and gave him a stare. "You'd better think about how to deal with Joshua." Joshua walked in on them twice now when they were trying to be intimate. It was too embarrassing for her to see him again. Sheffield stepped on the gas and chuckled casually. "Don't be embarrassed. Just act like nothing happened. Joshua and I have even watched someone have sex in front of us. This is no big deal." In front of them? Evelyn snorted. You two are really something. So was it fun? Not even. She was supposed to be some big-time model. She wasn't nearly as hot as she thought she was. She was with her boyfriend and they couldn't wait. It was rude and pretty boring. So we left, he answered honestly. Men are really pigs. They go crazy at the sight of a pretty face, Evelyn thought. She sneered. I sincerely hope you're not comparing me with her. What kind of woman would do something like that in front of other people? Sheffield grinned apologetically. Of course not. You know I only have eyes for you. Tired, Evelyn leaned against the back of her seat and replied casually, I guess I shouldn't be shocked. I always knew you were a player, and this proves it. When she was with him, she had seen his phone blow up. Not a minute would go by before some girl would text him. He didn't seem interested in them, though. This guy was a fuckboy. What was more, he was so good at it. Sheffield made an exaggerated gesture, clutching his chest. You wound me. I've been a good boy. I spend most of my time on the trials for that new drug. I go to bars. Calvert didn't care at all. Then Sheffield took something from his pocket. Evelyn saw it was a scalpel. She hurried to stand in front of Calvert and said, Hey, put that away. Then she turned and warned, Mr. G, let me go. Otherwise, you'll never see me again. It wasn't that she didn't want to see Calvert get hurt. Actually, he deserved it. But she didn't want Sheffield to actually hurt him. Calvert's family was not poor, and they could make life difficult for the doctor. He might even go to jail. Nonetheless, instead of letting go of her, Calvert just pulled her closer. It's your birthday tomorrow. Rowena and I came here to pick out a gift. But what about you? You turned me down and now you're shopping with another guy. How could you do this to me, Evelyn? That morning, Calvert texted Evelyn and invited her to go shopping. But she said no. Evelyn's wrist was turning red. Thanks to Calvert's tight grip. She raised her head and looked at him coldly. Mr. G, I've told you before we have nothing to do with each other. I don't owe you anything and I have nothing to be sorry about. For the last time, let me go. The elevator came and stopped at their floor. Since no one walked in, the elevator went up, summoned to another floor. Calvert was about to say something when he felt something cold against his arm. He looked down and saw a scalpel which seemed to be ready to cut him. Sheffield warned, You have run out of time, Calvert. And since you've made your bed, you will lie in it. Tomorrow's headlines will say that the handsome Prince G slayed his own wrist and died. Rowena screamed and grabbed Sheffield's wrist immediately. Please, don't hurt my brother. Calvert, let go of her. Sheffield's eyes clouded with disgust as he stared at the hand on his wrist. Take your dirty hand off of me. Rowena blushed with embarrassment and let go of him quickly. Calvert hesitantly let go of Evelyn. He stared coldly at Sheffield as he told her, Evelyn, I'm not letting you go. You're going to be my woman eventually. Sheffield blew on the scalpel and sneered. Everyone can dream, but not all dreams come true. He put away the scalpel, held Evelyn's hand and pressed the elevator button. Don't be so cocky, Sheffield. I'll propose to her soon. Uncle Carlos has promised me her hand in marriage. Calvert would take everything he wanted at any cost. His words didn't bother Sheffield. He kissed Evelyn's long hair and mocked Calvert. Oh please, you are just a man who is in an ambiguous relationship with his sister. Aren't you ashamed to ask Evelyn to marry you? You don't deserve her. Rowena's expression changed. She explained in an urgent tone. No, my brother and I are not in that kind of a... Sheffield snorted. Bitch, stop pretending. I've seen more women than you can imagine. I saw through your act the moment I lay my eyes on you. Only an idiot like Calvert will believe you. Calvert was infuriated. He raised his fist and rushed towards Sheffield. Evelyn swiftly came around and stood in front of Sheffield. Don't you dare touch him. Clenching his fists, Calvert glared at Evelyn and scolded. Why are you protecting this murderer? Murderer. Evelyn retorted angrily. Sheffield is not a murderer. Don't you watch the news? The forensics. So that he could know her opinion. The hues were mainly white and pink, suiting a princess. It wasn't Evelyn's style at all, but as far as Carlos was concerned, she would always remain his beautiful princess. Moreover, she didn't really care about the decoration. She was just happy to be with her family. Later that evening, she phoned Sheffield. "Are you in bed?" He was elated that she had called him. "No, I'm at the hospital," he replied. "Why are you at the hospital?" Before dropping her back at the manor, he had told her that he was going back to his apartment. He explained, "The surgeon on duty had something else to handle, so I had to come in to perform the surgery in his stead." "Oh, okay. I wanted to ask you." Before she could finish, a woman's voice came from the other end of the line. "Dr. Tang, we have a new patient. Kidney failure. It doesn't look good. Dr. Zhu wants you to take a look." "Okay, I'll be right there. Evelyn, I have to go. Talk to you later." "Good night." She nodded. "Okay. Go ahead. Good night." She was disappointed as she hung up. She had wanted to ask if he was available the next evening. She couldn't ask him earlier when they had been together. "Well, I'll just have to ask him tomorrow." It was the middle of the night. As soon as Sheffield had a break from surgery, he sent a message to Evelyn. "Happy birthday, honey. I just stepped out of the OR. My birthday wish for you is to be safe and happy forever. And when you make a wish, make sure it's to marry me." Evelyn woke up at past 7 o'clock the next morning. When she saw the message, she couldn't help but giggle. He had sent it at about 2 a.m. He was up late. Probably still asleep. "I'll call later." Today, Evelyn was dressed in an outfit of light apricot. Wool wide leg pants, a wool coat with a white thin cashmere sweater underneath, and black high heels. Sheffield picked those out for her. She walked into her collection room, took out a set of diamond jewels decorated with yellow gemstones and a white handbag. The jewelry and the purse were also gifts from Sheffield. She was going to pay for them herself, but Sheffield wouldn't hear of it. He insisted on paying for them. He told her that she needed to wear this outfit on her birthday. That was how she could show him he was important to her. Evelyn felt he was like a spoiled brat. To make him happy, she found it was easier to just do as he said. Although Carlos didn't ask her to go to work today, she still had a meeting with a business partner. So essentially she was working. As soon as she emerged from the car, the flashes of cameras greeted her. This was not ZL Group, but the other company whose representative she was meeting. The paparazzi followed her to the entrance to the building. Then the reporters posted all the photos of her on the internet. The headlines read, "Evelyn Huo, the most stylish socialite princess." They weren't wrong. She looked like royalty in the pale apricot outfit and red lipstick. And she just happened to be extremely photogenic. Any one of those photos they took could have been taken at a professional photo shoot. Evelyn once again went viral on the internet. Then, some netizen did some looking and figured out the price of her outfit. The clothes were the latest offerings from an international brand and cost $360, 000, and the Sui. "Party?" she asked. "Not yet. I figured I'd call him later." No matter what the future might bring, it was her birthday. She hoped that Sheffield could come. It would make the day perfect. "Nice. Don't give up, sis. I will support you whatever you decide." The happiness in Evelyn's eyes moved Terrelyn. She decided to side with Evelyn and Sheffield. Evelyn went upstairs and looked down at the first floor. Debbie was in the living room trying to get a hold of a pastry shop. She told the bakery the desserts must be delivered to the manor on time. Then she called the florist and asked the flowers to be delivered earlier. Several servants were helping move tables and chairs. And there were also professional chefs on hand. They were starting to prepare dinner. Evelyn smiled and felt quite happy now. She went back to her bedroom and looked up the news. As expected, there were many admiring comments. And most of them sent their blessings to her and Calvert. Evelyn wondered if she and Sheffield would get the people's blessing one day. She called Sheffield, but to her surprise, his phone was powered off. She called him a dozen more times, but his phone was still off. That afternoon it was the same story. She asked Tayson to go to Sheffield's apartment to check it out. Later, Tayson told her Sheffield's apartment was empty, and the car he liked to drive wasn't in the parking lot either. What if I can't get in touch with Sheffield today? Evelyn thought to herself, flustered. He had told her he would be available for her birthday. At noon, the Huo family had a wonderful lunch with their family friends in a fancy hotel restaurant. The guests were primarily the families of Curtis, Dixon, and Damon. Carlos picked up Miranda and they arrived at the villa at 6 o'clock in the evening. Calvert came in shortly after with a bouquet of flowers cradled in the crook of his left arm, and an expensive bottle of wine in the other. However, Sheffield's phone was still switched off. About 10 minutes later, Joshua rang the doorbell carrying his gift in a simple paper bag, tied with one big red ribbon. The moment Evelyn opened the door, the first thing she asked him was, "Have you seen him?" Joshua knew who she was talking about without further elaboration needed. He shook his head and replied, "No. Can you get in touch with him?" "I can try, but if Sheffield doesn't want to be found, no one can get in touch with him." Joshua was speaking the truth. However, Evelyn's heart ached, and there was a pit in her stomach because she was so nervous. That's true. Once he disappears, even I can't get in touch with him, she thought bitterly. At 6:30, a servant came in to report, "Miss Huo, there's a lady waiting outside for you. She says she's an old friend of yours and she's here to celebrate your birthday." "A lady? My friend? Could it be?" Evelyn was taken by curiosity. "Where is she now?" she asked immediately. "At the doorway." At the doorway? Evelyn was more convinced of her assumption as she ran to the door and opened it. The person standing outside was exactly the same person Evelyn had in mind. The woman was dressed in a light green coat, a barrel hat and a white scarf. She was sitting in a wheelchair with a smile on her face. With a smile that could warm any heart, she reached out one hand to give Evelyn a neatly wrapped package and said, "Happy birthday." The familiar voice drew out Evelyn's smile as she knelt down and hugged the girl sitting in the wheelchair. "Savannah." She sighed heavily, seemingly relieved. Evelyn had missed her very much. Savannah patted Evelyn on the back as her eyes shimmered brightly against the light. "It's been a while and I must say I've missed you a lot," she said. A gust of cold wind blew over as Evelyn let go of her. She stood up, taking a deep breath, walked behind her and pushed her wheelchair forward. "Come on in."
Elle.
Ree was the reason why she didn't notice a change in the atmosphere. She looked very happy to introduce Sheffield to the others. She dragged him forward by his hand and said, "Sheffield, come here." She introduced the doctor to her family with great interest. "Mom, Carlos, this is Sheffield Tang. He's a doctor at the Y City First General Hospital. Don't let his looks fool you. He is actually very good at what he does." Following Debbie's words, Sheffield greeted them more enthusiastically. "Hello, Grandma Miranda, Uncle Carlos, Evelyn, Terilyn, and Matthew. It's nice to finally meet you all.
I'm Sheffield Tan.
Thank you all for welcoming me to Evelyn's birthday party." Most of the people sitting at the table were Evelyn's family, so Sheffield tried his best to make a good impression on them. Despite her silver hair, Miranda, who was in her 80s, decided to dress young, and she did so successfully. By some miracle, she managed to pull off looking like someone in their 50s. Miranda couldn't be happier in this moment. Her children and grandchildren were all present and in good health. Her life was a series of family dinners and vacations, something she was grateful to have. The happy life she had made her heart soft, unlike when she was young. The years had made her a more kind and loving person. She looked the young man up and down with a smile on her face, and finally nodded with satisfaction. My, you don't get to see such a handsome young man nowadays." She was completely taken by his bubbly personality. In fact, deep down, she was already entertaining the idea of welcoming him to the family. This was a phenomenon that was seldom seen in the Huo family. "Oh, thank you, Grandma Miranda. You are so sweet," Sheffield said, with a gentle and graceful nod. The energy in the room was vibrant and festive. Debbie noticed the roses in Sheffield's arms and turned to look at Terilyn, chuckling. "Sheffield, you've met Terilyn, right? Why don't you just sit next to her?" Debbie had deliberately left an empty seat next to Terilyn earlier on. Sheffield, however, without saying anything, walked past Terilyn and went over to the main attraction of the party tonight, Evelyn. When he stopped in front of Evelyn, Debbie walked up to him and reminded him in a low voice, "Hey, Terilyn is over there. This is Evelyn." Debbie's desperate attempt to fix up Sheffield with Terilyn was blatantly apparent. With a smile, Sheffield turned to Debbie and explained, "Aunt Debbie, but I came here just for Evelyn." "What?" The stunned expression on Debbie's face froze. However, the others seemed unperturbed and were all as calm as they were. Sheffield pulled Evelyn up and handed her the roses. "Evelyn, happy birthday." "Sorry, I'm late." Evelyn looked at Debbie, who was standing there in utter disbelief, and then at Carlos, who sat with a darkened face. Faced with her parents' watchful eyes, Evelyn didn't know whether to take the large bouquet of roses or not. She bit her lower lip and softly said, "Thank you." Joshua, having been Sheffield's wingman, cleared his throat and meekly said, "Evelyn, those roses are for you. Why are you just standing there?" Evelyn cast an embarrassed glance at Debbie from the corner of her eyes and reached out her hands to take the flowers from Sheffield. As soon as Evelyn put the bouquet of flowers in her arms, Debbie came back to her senses. She looked at Carlos, who was still silent, and said, "Is he the one you were talking about? The one with Evelyn in D-City? Oh my God. Am I the last person to know about this?" She wondered. Carlos remained unresponsive. With a darkened face, he switched his cold gaze from Sheffield to Evelyn. Carlos didn't deny it, and his silence had answered Debbie's question. She looked down, patting herself on the forehead, and murmured in disbelief, "Oh my God, it's Sheffield." Debbie had spent almost half a month visiting First General Ho's behind him and then sat down. Calvert was sitting in between him and Evelyn, while Savannah was to his left. He greeted the girl politely. "Hello, I'm Sheffield. Nice to meet you." Savannah's mind, however, was still mulling over the fact that this man was responsible for getting Evelyn pregnant. Shaking herself out of her thoughts, she smiled and said, "Hello." The dinner began with everyone clinking their glasses of wine. Soon after, Debbie temporarily set her thoughts aside and treated Sheffield warmly. "Hey Sheffield. This roast beef has been carved from the cow's shoulders and baked by a professional chef hired by your Uncle Carlos. Have a taste." The meat from a cow's shoulders was generally suited for barbecuing or hot pots. With her eyes, she gestured at the maid, who accordingly sliced a generous portion of black pepper beef and put it on Sheffield's plate. Sheffield was so happy he grinned like a little boy and said, "Thank you, Aunt Debbie. This looks delicious." He put a piece of beef in his mouth and nodded. "The taste of black pepper is mild. I'm guessing the cook must be an Italian, right?" "Wow. How did you guess that? That's amazing." Debbie gave him a thumbs up. It was clear that Sheffield had seen the world with his own eyes. The bountiful spread of food on the table was a mouth-watering combination of Chinese and Western cuisine. Apart from the Chinese house chef, the Western dishes were prepared by an Italian chef hired especially for tonight's celebration. Carlos scoffed at the excitement on Debbie's face. A housemaid came to the table with a plate of roasted lamb chops in her hand. He made a mockery of Debbie's tone and said, "Calvert, this is the New Zealand mutton chops. Freshly roasted. Have a taste." Everybody sat in stunned silence, baffled to see the man, who was infamous for his arrogance, act in such a childish and immature way. What Carlos said made Calvert feel less awkward. "Thank you, Uncle Carlos," he said politely. While cutting the meat with his knife, Sheffield thought to himself, "Calvert, what a coward." When a small portion of lamb chops was placed in front of Calvert, Sheffield glanced at the lamb chops and came up with a joke in his head. He leaned towards Calvert and whispered, "Did you know that roasted lamb chops help to improve bodily functions and treat IMPO? Ahem. You should certainly eat a lot of it." Sheffield's voice was so low that the people sitting on the other side of the table couldn't hear him. However, Evelyn, who was sitting next to Calvert, managed to hear what he had said, and she almost choked on her juice. "Sheffield can be so mean," she mused. The others turned to look at them. Calvert's face darkened at their look of confusion. Would it kill this guy to be a little nice to me? Although Carlos couldn't hear what they were talking about, when he noticed the dispirited look on Calvert's face, he guessed that Sheffield must have said something to him. Casting a cold glance at Sheffield, who was busy eating, Carlos asked, "What? Dr. Tang, is the food not up to your satisfaction?" Sheffield's heart skipped a beat when he heard Carlos. He grinned and said, "Of course not. How could all this delicious food not satisfy anyone? I was just feeling a little jealous of Calvert." "Jealous? What for? Are you not happy with the dish my wife asked the housemaid to bring to you?" Carlos didn't hesitate to attack Sheffield, cunningly exploiting the loophole in his words. "Of course I am. Look, I've already emptied my plate. That was delicious," Sheffield said, flaunting his plate at Carlos with a serious look. Then, in order to further support his statement, he turned to the servant near him and said, "May I have some more, please? One more serving for me, please." "Thank you." "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." Infuriated, Carlos clenched his fist. There's an old saying that I think applies to you right now." It didn't matter to Miranda whether what Sheffield had said was true or not, because she felt very comfortable talking to him. Especially when he smiled, it would warm her heart. "What saying?" "True beauty never ages. I didn't realize how true it was until I finally met you. Time can take away everything, but a beautiful temperament lasts forever and cannot be eroded with time." There was not a trace of frivolity in his tone, which made everyone believe that his praise was sincere. In the course of her lifetime, Miranda had heard many compliments from people, but hearing such sweet words come from a handsome young man like Sheffield certainly lifted her spirits. "Boy, you need to stop it with the flatteries. Grandma, don't be so modest. I wouldn't lie to you. Evelyn, please tell Grandma that you agree with me." Evelyn smiled and nodded her head. When she saw how nicely Miranda and Sheffield got along, she earnestly prayed so that someday her father and Sheffield could also get along in the same way. Miranda was so happy that she chuckled at everything he said. "Okay, that's enough for now. I was actually hoping to ask Sheffield something." Turning to face the young man, she continued, "Sheffield, I heard from Debbie that you are doing a research and development project at the moment. How is it going?" "Yes, Grandma. It's almost finished. I'm looking forward to launching it early next year." Next year was less than a month away, and Sheffield was going to get very busy very soon. "Well, good. If you need any help, just let me know. I'm on your side." Miranda liked youngsters who were hardworking and had a positive outlook. "Oh, Grandma, you are so kind. Thank you so much." Sheffield was deeply touched by her words. His own grandma had passed away so early that he had never had the pleasure of being pampered by her. While they chatted, Evelyn left to keep Savannah company. The Huo family members had a silent understanding. They didn't want to talk about anything unpleasant on Evelyn's birthday. So even after Evelyn had left, instead of asking about her pregnancy, Miranda continued to talk to Sheffield about his work and research. As the birthday party was about to end, Sheffield found Evelyn chatting with Savannah. "Evelyn," he called. She turned to him. "Yes. Miss Xiang, may I borrow Evelyn for a minute?" he asked Savannah with an apologetic smile. She nodded. "Sure." Turning to Evelyn with a smile, she said, "Go ahead. I'll go and find Grandma." "Okay. Can you show me around your room?" Sheffield asked Evelyn with a mysterious grin. "Is this what you wanted to talk about so urgently?" Evelyn sighed helplessly. "I'm just curious. I want to know more about you," he explained. Evelyn searched for Carlos and Calvert. They were chatting in the living room. "Okay," she agreed and walked to the stairs, Sheffield following her close behind. Calvert saw them from the corner of his eye and felt his heart burn. He had been with Evelyn for a long time, but he had never been to the second floor of the Huo family manor. And yet, she was taking Sheffield to her bedroom. The second floor was simple, yet luxuriously decorated. Evelyn pushed open the door to the innermost room and let Sheffield in. He walked into the big room casually and looked around curiously. Evelyn stood near the door, hesitating and wondering whether or not to close the door. Before she could decide, Sheffield stepped towards her and closed the door. And without a word, he pulled her into his arms. Evelyn doubted his intentions from the beginning, but now she knew what was on his mind, and it was clearly not. "And gee, you are still here. I thought you would have left already. Never mind. Take a good look at her closet, so that you can finally realize how out of your league she is." After seeing Evelyn's huge closet, Sheffield had decided that even if he succeeded with his research, he would continue working hard to give her an even better life than what she had now. Calvert ignored him. With no trace of embarrassment on his face, Sheffield winked at Evelyn openly. "Exactly how thick is his skin?" she wondered, rolling her eyes. When Calvert reached the door to the collection room, he glared at Sheffield. The man was blocking the door, and seemed to have no intention of giving way. "Move aside," he ordered. Sheffield propped one elbow against the wall to support his tilted head with his fist.
No.
"Everything inside this room is extremely precious. What if something goes missing after you roam around inside?" Evelyn was speechless, and Calvert was humiliated and enraged. "Who the hell does he think I am? A thief? I am the son of a diamond merchant. Why would I steal from others? This is ridiculous. Mr. Tang, haven't your parents taught you to respect others?" Sheffield arched an eyebrow. "Of course they have. They have taught me to respect decent human beings." Calvert's hands clenched into fists. He wanted to beat the hell out of the impudent man, even though he knew that he couldn't win against Sheffield. Sheffield put on a playful smile and continued to provoke Calvert. "Come on. Hit me. It's even more fun because you know you can't take me down, but I know that you want to. I can see it in your eyes. Go on. Hit me." Evelyn sighed, bringing her palm to her face and shaking her head. Calvert grunted angrily, as he raised his fist and took a swing at Sheffield. Now, had this been any other day, Sheffield would have easily dodged him with a simple sidestep, but instead, he deliberately allowed Calvert's fist to land on his face. The muffled sound of the strike drew Evelyn's attention as she raised her head abruptly. Evelyn panicked when she saw Sheffield's face jerk because of the forceful punch. She rushed to him in an instant and stood beside him. "What the hell are you doing, Calvert? What's wrong with you? And what was Sheffield doing? Isn't he supposed to be good at fighting? Why did he let Calvert punch him?" she wondered. Sheffield cast a defiant glance at the angry Calvert, temporarily revealing the cunning smirk he had hidden from Evelyn. He turned to her with a pitiful look while covering his face with his hand. "Ouch. It hurts." Sheffield was well versed in the game. He knew that women were soft-hearted creatures who couldn't refuse candy to a crying baby. Evelyn was no exception. Although sometimes she seemed to be cold on the surface, deep down she was a kind and affectionate person. Last time when Sheffield hurt Calvert, Evelyn chose to care about the one who was hurt. Evelyn's facial expression soured and she coldly said, "I think you should leave, Mr. G." Moreover, Sheffield added more fuel to the fire. "Evelyn, today is your birthday. How could he punch me in front of you? Shame on him." Evelyn blew on his wound and said, "I'll have someone bring some ice cubes here." "Evelyn, it's not as serious as you think. He's just faking it." Calvert pulled the woman aside before she could fetch the servant. "I can't believe this. My fist barely grazed his cheek, let alone hurt him." Calvert sulked. Evelyn broke free from his grip and yelled at him. "What? You come to my home and you can't even show me an ounce of respect? Once again, please leave my room, Mr. G." Her words infuriated Calvert, but since this was the Huo family's residence, he had to suppress his anger. Lowering his head in disappointment, he walked out of the closet with Evelyn. As soon as they left, the painful look on Sheffield's face. Now that all the other guests had left, Calvert had no other reason to stay back any longer. He too bid farewell to the Huos and left soon after. On his way back, Calvert leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to get some rest. Suddenly, the chauffeur stepped on the brakes, throwing Calvert forward as his forehead hit the back of the front seat. "What the heck? Keep your eyes on the road." "Excuse me, Mr. G. "I'm sorry, but there's a car blocking our path," said the chauffeur. Calvert looked at the car and saw Sheffield come out of it. As their eyes met in the darkness, Calvert suddenly had a bad feeling. "Reverse the car. Turn around and leave." The chauffeur looked in the rearview mirror and awkwardly said, "There's another car behind us." The muscles on his face twitched, but Calvert didn't say anything. Sheffield casually lit a cigarette, knocked on Calvert's window in the back seat and handed another cigarette to Joshua, who had just gotten out of the car. Calvert rolled down the window, staring at the two men smoking, and asked, "Is there something I can do for you, Mr. Fan?" Taking a drag on his cigarette, Joshua nodded at him. "Yes. I have something to discuss with you. Why don't you come out and have a talk with us?" After hesitating for a while, Calvert opened the door and got out of the car. Sheffield and Joshua exchanged an understanding look with each other as they both took off their coats and started rolling up their sleeves, without uttering a word. Calvert understood what that meant and he tried to get back in the car, but Sheffield reacted fast and shut the door in a jiffy. Sheffield nonchalantly put his coat on the roof of Calvert's car, as did Joshua. "Call for help," Calvert ordered his chauffeur. However, he knew that it was already too late. The chauffeur hurriedly took out the phone from the glove compartment and made a phone call. This time it was Sheffield who made the first move. While Calvert was still preparing himself for the fight, the doctor took the opportunity to launch a blow and knock the tall guy to the ground. Joshua was awestruck by the agility displayed by Sheffield. It had been a long time since he last saw Sheffield fight someone, but judging by his skills, it seemed as though he had improved instead of regressing over the years. Sheffield noticed his friend's petrified expression and shouted angrily, "Hey, what are you waiting for?" Then he focused his attention towards Calvert again. "How dare you punch me like that in front of Evelyn? Did you think I was going to let you get away with it after you disrespected me in front of her family? Do I look like a pushover to you?" "Oh, right." Coming back to his senses, Joshua put the cigarette in his mouth after flicking the ash away and began to beat up Calvert with Sheffield. Meanwhile, the driver in Sheffield's car, who was arranged by Carlos, quickly called his boss and said, "Hello, Mr. Huo? Mr. Tang and Mr. Fan have blocked Mr. G's car, and they are beating him up now. What should I do?" Carlos paused to think for a moment and then calmly said, "Just act like you didn't see anything. No matter what happens, don't meddle." "Why, yes, sir," the driver stuttered. He looked rather nonplussed by his boss's instructions. "That's strange. Isn't Mr. G the future son-in-law of the Huo family? Why wouldn't Mr. Huo help him?" A few minutes later, Sheffield grabbed their coats from the roof of the car and threw one to Joshua, who was gasping for air. After he put on his coat, he gestured at Joshua with his eyes and then got in their respective cars. Meanwhile, lying feebly on the ground, Calvert stared into the dark sky and clenched his fist tight before mustering the remainder of his strength to slam his knuckles to the ground. "Sheffield Tang, I swear to make you regret ever meeting me in this lifetime," he vowed, wincing in pain. After the two cars left, Calvert's chauffeur got out of the car and then tried to help the wounded man up. However, as a conceited man, Calvert didn't want others to see him in such a miserable state. He sat up from the ground on his own and yelled at the chauffeur, "Get your hands off me. I can take care of mice." Meant to make Evelyn pregnant without her consent. I don't understand why Evelyn must get engaged to Calvert in the first place. Is that really necessary? Just think of it as a test for Sheffield. Carlos couldn't walk away from this. After all, he had given his word to Calvert, and he had every intention of keeping it. What if Sheffield gives up on Evelyn? "Do you expect me to just stand by and watch Evelyn marry Calvert?" Debbie asked. Of course not. Carlos had many ways to separate them and cancel the engagement without damaging Evelyn's reputation. Debbie was rendered speechless. She didn't know how to further this discussion with Carlos. "I hope that someday you won't come to regret your decision." "I never regret anything I do." "I hope so." Sheffield had a busy schedule at the hospital the following day. On the way to the research and development base, he received a call from Savannah, Dolly's sister. In fact, when he met Savannah last night, He had guessed that she was Dolly's elder sister, even though Evelyn hadn't mentioned it to him. If it was a call from Dolly, Sheffield wouldn't have answered it, nor would he agree on an appointment. But since it was a request from Evelyn's best friend, he had to agree to a meeting for the sake of Evelyn. At the Pacific coffee shop, a man in a set of beige casual outfits sat down across Savannah and Dolly. Savannah was shocked to see the man there. It's really him. Last night at the Huo family's manor, when she heard Miranda say that Sheffield was a doctor from the First General Hospital and that he was working on a research project, Savannah began to suspect whether he was the same man that Dolly was in love with. Sheffield sat in front of Savannah and Dolly. Looking at the admiration in her sister's eyes, Savannah was sure of one thing. It certainly looked like Evelyn and Dolly loved the same guy, Sheffield. Dolly figured she'd get busted for her little lie about Sheffield being her boyfriend. But he was her ticket back to a rich life, so for her and her father's sake, she kept it up. But Sheffield wasn't having any. He didn't want to talk to her at all. And he also wanted to destroy her. So letting Savannah talk to him was Dolly's best option. She was sure if Sheffield truly liked Evelyn, he would let the Xiang family go since Savannah, Evelyn's best friend, was a member of the family. Sheffield didn't summon a waitress to get any drinks. The young doctor wanted to get straight to the point. If I were you, Savannah, I wouldn't get involved. The Xiang family is a mess. However, he was not Savannah. She was soft-hearted. True, the Xiang family was super mean to her, and Seidel wasn't a good father, but she was still too kind to blow him off. Him or the Xiang family. Before she could say anything to him, she was embarrassed by his words. Mr. Tang, Seidel is my dad. I can't just watch you do this without saying anything. Sheffield looked at her, expressionless. I get it. But there's a saying, evil actions bring revenge. Heard that before. The man in front of her was different from the one she had met at Evelyn's birthday party. Last night he was bubbly and cheerful, but the guy sitting opposite her was a stranger, cold and distant. I know my dad hurt you and you won't forgive him. That's why I brought Dolly along, so she could apologize on behalf of the family. She would do anything to make Sheffield drop the lawsuit. Sheffield curled his lips, revealing a mocking smile. Apologize? Do you think I'd actually accept their apology? Will an apology bring my mom back to life? No, it's not like that. Too little too late, my dear. Don't waste my time. His mom died. I pee with Sheffield. She drove a wedge between us. And you are still protecting her. You're such a useless, ungrateful brat. So you lost the use of your legs. Big deal. You don't help me, I'll take your eyes and hands too. Dolly said to her in a cold voice. She might not be able to stand up to Evelyn or Sheffield, but dealing with a disabled person was a piece of cake. Savannah was aware Dolly was threatening her. Her disability made her easy to bully, so Dolly took advantage of that. But she had no choice. After all, Dolly was her sister. She had to go ask Evelyn for help. Finally, she moved her lips and said, I'll do it. It took her a long time to call Evelyn. She forced a smile and asked, Hi Evelyn, you busy now? Yeah, a little. Why don't we meet around 5 o'clock? Those two hadn't been able to talk to each other in a while. Savannah had been abroad, and Evelyn was eager to get together so they could catch up. Okay then. I'll let you get back to it. See you later. Okay, bye. Sheffield had spent the whole day at the research lab. He knew Evelyn had no time to spare today, so he decided to burn the midnight oil in the lab. When he went to get a glass of water, he saw several missed calls and tons of text messages, one of which read, It's Matthew Huo. Matthew? My future brother-in-law. Without hesitation, Sheffield put his work aside and called Matthew back. As soon as the call got through, Matthew's assistant answered, Hello, Mr. Tang. I'm Mr. Matthew Huo's assistant. He is in a meeting now, but he asked me to tell you that he would like to meet you at the waterfront cafe tonight. Would that be a good time for you, Mr. Tang? Really? Sheffield glanced at his watch only to find that it was already past 9 o'clock at night. Okay. When will his meeting end? Mr. Matthew Huo has to catch the early flight tomorrow morning. This is his last meeting for the day. It has been on for about half an hour. I think it will come to an end very soon. The assistant meant to say that Sheffield should set off now and wait for Matthew at the cafe. Sheffield smiled and replied, I see. After hanging up the phone, Sheffield told his subordinates to handle the rest of the work before he changed his clothes and left for the cafe. At the waterfront cafe, a waiter came up to greet Sheffield enthusiastically. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? Sheffield thought for a second and said, Do you have a reservation here under the name of Matthew Huo? Oh yes. Are you Mr. Tang? He has a private room reserved on the second floor. Please follow me. Sheffield followed the waiter to the second floor of the coffee shop. The reserved room was decorated in a modern style with an independent restroom attached to it. Several bookshelves lined up against the walls, filled with all kinds of books. On top of a large wooden table was a self-grinding coffee maker and a wide selection of coffee beans to choose from. There was also a vintage piano just next to the table, a few leather sofas and a few potted green plants. Sheffield ordered a cup of freshly ground coffee as he took a seat. After the waiter left, he walked to the piano and opened the hinged fallboard that protected the keyboard. As his slender fingers casually struck a few keys, a beautiful tune filled the silence in the room. After falling out of interest very quickly, he slowly shut the fallboard and pulled open the curtains of the French window. The first thing that came to his sight was the building of the Theo Group. Standing in front of the French window and looking at the words Theo Group, Sheffield fell into deep thought. Although Theo Group was not as influential as the L Group, it was one of the leading enterprises in Y City. Both of them were internationally recognized companies and ranked top 100 in the world. Rumors had it that the health of Theo Group's boss was getting worse every year. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Found out that she was pregnant after she came back from D-City. Oh, so Evelyn isn't pregnant now. Still in a confused state, Sheffield fell back on his seat, struggling to make sense of the situation. Wait, Evelyn got pregnant after she came back from D-City. Coming back to his senses, he shouted, Impossible. I clearly remember using protection that night. Matthew pulled a long face. Are you trying to say that my sister got pregnant with another man's child?
No.
I didn't mean that. I know that Evelyn isn't that sort of person, but how else would she get pregnant? How did that happen? What did I do wrong to make that happen? A series of questions started popping up in his mind. Unable to come up with an answer that made sense, he fell into uncertainty. Perhaps it was because that was my first time. I may have used the condoms in the wrong way. But then he shook his head and muttered to himself. But it didn't seem like that. I couldn't have been so clueless. Although Sheffield hadn't had sex with a woman before meeting Evelyn, he knew just enough about sex as any man would. If he didn't even know how to use a condom in the correct way, he wouldn't be having sex with a woman in the first place. Sheffield's puzzled murmuring made Matthew feel impatient. So far from what I can understand, you're telling me that my sister got pregnant with someone else's baby. No. Perhaps the quality of the condoms wasn't as good. After all, they were just freebies from the guest house. It could have broken during. Sheffield remembered how badly he wanted Evelyn that night. All he could think of was being with her. Matthew's lips twitched. I'm not here to discuss about how strong you were in bed. I know. Sheffield smiled bitterly. But then, as if just waking up, he suddenly thought of something. It was another important question. With a serious expression, he sat upright and asked nervously, You said Evelyn was pregnant after getting back from her trip. So where's the kid? Matthew's voice became colder. Gone. You can't mean. In an instant, Sheffield's mind went blank. He felt a hollow in his chest where his heart used to be. The young doctor held his breath and stared at him. Now it was his turn to observe the tiniest change of expression on Matthew's face. Was he lying? He had to know. Thanks to you, yes. She almost died from the ectopic pregnancy. But you didn't know, did you? How can you claim to care about her and not know something like that? Is this how you show you love my sister? Ectopic pregnancy? Almost died. With trembling heart, Sheffield shook his head and cast a burning glance at the younger man. This isn't real, right? Your dad's just trying to trick me. He wants to make me feel bad about Evelyn, so I'll dump her. Did you think it would work? Come on, Matthew, just between you and me, he said. Furrowing his eyebrows, Matthew retorted. Do you think you're worth that much? Think, man. The Huo family wouldn't make up a story like that. It wouldn't make Evelyn look very good, would it? Sheffield felt awkward. He knew the father and son of the Huo family wouldn't do a thing like that. At least he realized it when he gave it some thought. He asked, how soon did Evelyn know about the pregnancy? Was it when she got back? Or sooner than that? If it was true, Sheffield decided to shut that line of thinking down. He felt like his heart had been pierced by a knife. How much pain did Evelyn go through because of him? About 3 months after she came home. No one knew she was pregnant, not even her. She started hemorrhaging in the meeting room, and by the time she got to your hospital, she'd already gone into shock. Matthew stressed the words your hospital, implying Sheffield could look into it himself if he didn't believe it. Wait. 3 months. Sheffield suddenly remembered that the first time he saw Evelyn after he got back from D-City was in the hospital. Evelyn was in a standard patient's gown and looked very weak back then. So maybe that's why she was there, he mused. An ectopic preg. E-hand, he had gotten used to hiding who he was. On the other hand, Evelyn never asked him about it. She just took who he was at face value, which was what he wanted. Your explanations don't mean shit to me. Just think about it. That'll be enough. Matthew began to walk to the door. Sheffield called out to stop him. Matthew, I'm not giving up on Evelyn. There's no way. Man, in another life we could have been friends. So what about it? Can we call a truce? I'll teach you to hack the security system. His last sentence successfully drew Matthew's attention. He turned around and asked, You a hacker? More or less. I know a few tricks. Even he himself wasn't sure if he was a hacker or a honker. Do you know Star Anise? Of course. What? He your idol? It seemed that Sheffield's mood had lightened up a bit. The playful smile returned to his face. My idol? He doesn't deserve my respect. Matthew snorted arrogantly. Sheffield was speechless. Indeed, like father, like son. Break into ZL Group's security system before you talk to me again, Matthew said before opening the door and left. Sheffield extended his hand and tried to call him back. He wanted to tell him that he could do that now. Could they be friends now? But the arrogant man had already left. And Sheffield was once again alone in the private room. As he stared at the cup of coffee that had gone stone cold, his smile once again disappeared. Thinking of what Matthew told him just now, he felt his heart ache so much he almost suffocated. He took out his phone and called Evelyn. Hello. Evelyn was playing on her phone, so when Sheffield called her, she picked up quickly. He could hear her soft voice clearly in the quiet room. It warmed his heart. Eve, I need to see you, Sheffield said in a hoarse voice. Now. Evelyn turned to look at Savannah, who was sitting next to her. She hadn't seen Savannah in a while and was enjoying catching up. Yeah, now. Sheffield couldn't wait another second. His heart was practically leaping from his chest. Evelyn didn't want to say goodbye to Savannah yet. Not a good time. How about tomorrow? I'm with Savannah now, she said, pouting. Hey, if you need to go, then do it. Remember, I'm back in the city for good. So we can meet up whenever you like. I'm good. Really. Just drop me off at my place and do what you gotta do, Savannah offered. Evelyn hesitated for a while and then nodded her head. Okay. I need to drive Savannah home first. Where do you want to meet? she asked. Anywhere is fine by me, Sheffield answered. It was not until then that Evelyn realized that something was wrong with him. But she couldn't just come out and ask him right now. Not with Savannah there. And because of that, Evelyn was too shy to suggest meeting him at his apartment, so she said, "All right. Call you when I'm done." Okay. After ending the call, Evelyn looked at Savannah, who was smiling. Evelyn, I'm so glad that you met your Mr. Right. She didn't know if Sheffield really loved Evelyn, but she knew her friend definitely had it bad for him. When she answered his call, she was practically glowing. Her mood lifted. She was a completely different person. Compared to her indifference in the past, she was now tender and shy. Evelyn lowered her head and said shyly, "Thank you." She herself was glad that she met a guy like Sheffield. She grabbed Savannah's hands and said, "Savannah, believe me. You'll meet the right guy someday." Savannah lowered her head and looked at her legs, shaking her head. Even my own mother hates me. No man's gonna fall in love with a cripple, she thought bitterly. When Sheffield walked out of the cafe, he spotted a group of people leaving the offices of the Theo Group. He didn't get into his car. Instead, he walked across the road to get a better look. A dozen led a gray-haired man to a car and made sure he was safely inside. The deference they showed high. As he passed through the green plants, he pounced. Sheffield didn't even have time to get back in his car. But that wasn't his intent. He grabbed the guy's arm and tried to redirect the attack. The man countered and did a spin jump that Sheffield backed up and avoided. The man landed adroitly. Sheffield figured out this guy must know martial arts. Knowing that his opponent was a skilled martial artist, he shut out all other thoughts and concentrated on dealing with the guy. Every time the man attacked, his dagger was aimed at Sheffield's heart. But Sheffield managed to dodge the dagger every time. He stayed just out of range and the man couldn't reach him. Sheffield tried to rip off the guy's mask, but he wasn't having any. Every time Sheffield tried to close, the man put his dagger in the way. He took the scalpel from his pocket and spun it in his hand. He grabbed the scalpel firmly and began to fight back with the man brandishing the dagger. Every time the man thrust the dagger forward, Sheffield would try to cut him with the scalpel. During the fight, Sheffield's phone slipped from his pocket and slid to the middle of the road. Sheffield had no time to pick up his phone, as he had to concentrate on dealing with his foe. A moment later, his phone rang. He knew it was Evelyn calling. He wanted to pick it up and answer it, but had to be quick to evade the man in black. Not only that, the enemy took advantage of this and ruthlessly thrust the sharp dagger toward Sheffield's heart. He turned to dodge, but the attacker cut his shoulder with the dagger. Suddenly, a car swooshed past in a blur, running over Sheffield's cell phone and crushing it under its wheels almost instantly. "Sorry, but the number you've dialed is currently not in service." Evelyn pulled her face away from her cell phone and stared at the screen in confusion, as it was just ringing a few seconds ago. She tried calling him again, but when she found that Sheffield's phone was switched off, a concerned frown appeared on her face. Meanwhile, Sheffield snapped at the sight of his cell phone being pulverized. Incandescent with rage, his face contorted and foam flecked his lips as he rasped at his foe. In one swift motion, he drew his scalpel and slashed the man's stomach. The man responded to the agonizing pain with an unearthly howl, accompanied by a berserk rage with which he threw himself at Sheffield. As he spun back around with a clean right-footed roundhouse kick, he disarmed Sheffield of the scalpel. Then he quickly picked up the scalpel and disappeared in the darkness. Ouch! Sheffield shook his wrist, massaging it with the other hand. It was too late to run after the man now. More importantly, as he was in a lot of pain, it would do him good to retreat and live to fight another day. Nevertheless, the man was very meticulous. He knew that he had to take the scalpel because it was stained with his blood. This reasoning implied that this wasn't the first time he had done this. Sheffield turned around to look for whatever was left of his phone, and he picked out the SIM card before going back to his car. His right wrist was still painful from the kick, and the cut in his left shoulder needed immediate medical attention. He took out the first aid kit and wrapped some gauze around the wound to stop the bleeding before he drove away without hesitation. At the suburbs, Sheffield's car stopped in front of a traditional Chinese courtyard house. He rang the doorbell and spoke into the video intercom. "Master, it's me, Sheffield. It's been a while." There was no response at first, but then suddenly, a voice came over the intercom. "Fuck off. Master, I'm hurt again." "It looks pretty bad," Sheffield said in embarrassment, rubbing his nose. "Fuck off," the man shouted again. Sheffield was speechless. His master's remedy would help him recover rapidly, and he himself was too lazy to make the ointment. Leaning his back against the gate, Sheffield feigned weakness and said, "Master. From Matthew." "Hey, where are you?" "In my apartment." "What's up? Is Sheffield with you?" he asked curtly. "Sheffield?" Evelyn continued honestly. "He said he wanted to meet me this evening, but his phone is switched off and I can't reach him." "He already knows that you had an ectopic pregnancy." After a short pause, Evelyn asked, "You told him?" "Yes. I gotta go, talk to you later. Good night." With these words, Matthew hung up the phone. Now he just wanted to know if Sheffield would go to Evelyn and apologize to her. Sheffield, on the other hand, was still stuck at Vernon's place. Soon after the ointment was applied to his shoulder, Sheffield leaned over the table and fell asleep. A night had passed. When Sheffield fluttered his eyes open, he looked at the bright sky outside and suddenly sat up straight. He looked around and indeed he was in his master's guest room. Taken by curiosity, he looked under the quilt and felt relieved to see that he still had his pants on. "Master, my dear master," Sheffield cried as he dashed out of the guest room. He cried bitterly in his mind. "I'm so screwed. Evelyn must have been waiting for me the whole night." In the yard outside, Vernon was practicing Tai Chi, and the boy next to him was airing out the Chinese herbs. When Sheffield came out, the boy greeted him. "Mr. Tang, good morning." "Good morning." Sheffield waved at the boy and then rushed to the old man in front of him. "Master, you tricked me." Needless to say, Vernon must have made him smell some kind of medicine which took away his consciousness. "Yes, I did." Vernon didn't deny it. Even though Sheffield was ticked off, he could do nothing about it. "Okay, Master, I'm taking off. I really have something urgent to deal with." "Leave? You haven't washed your face," Vernon said. Rubbing his face, Sheffield suddenly realized the old man was right. He had to go back to the bathroom to hurriedly wash his face. He didn't leave until after breakfast. He felt guilty about spending so little time with Vernon, so he promised, "I know we didn't get much time together. I'll drop by as soon as I come back from France." Vernon snorted and squinted at him. "Well, you could let me tag along." "I can't. I'm bringing my girlfriend along and three's a crowd. I can go anywhere you want after I get back." "Sounds like a plan. How about the South Pole?" Sheffield was agape. "Get real, master. You can't swim, and even if you could, it's just too cold. I worry about someone your age going there. It's not good for you. We'd freeze to death there," Sheffield thought. Vernon stared at him. "So are you going there with me or not?" Looking at the old man, Sheffield suddenly felt bad for him. "Sure, master. Whatever you want." There was a glint in Vernon's eye. "Whatever I want. What a delightful philosophy. Okay, you can go now." "Okay. Bye, master." Sheffield trotted away. Watching him leave, Vernon's boy disciple asked in confusion, "Master, do you know what he's been up to lately?" "Humph. He's always so mysterious. I'm his master, and even I don't know much about him." Sheffield had only asked him for help when he tried to overturn the verdict regarding his mother, Ingrid. He had kept other things to himself. The boy disciple nodded despite not understanding completely. But he didn't ask anything else and continued drying the medicinal herbs. By the time Sheffield arrived at Evelyn's office, she hadn't gotten there yet. He took out a pen and paper and wrote a few words for her. "Evelyn, my darling, I owe you an apology. I'll make it up to you. I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you. See you later today. Your dear Sheffield. He gave it another once-over. Happy with what he wrote, he folded it up and put it on Evelyn's desk. He looked at his watch. It was already Ovel's marriage. Looking at the cold woman, he smiled bitterly. If I could, I would have given up already. Can you stop loving Sheffield? Could she? Of course not. Look, I promised Dad I'd marry you, but I don't have time for this. I have to go. I'm not going to miss my flight because you have some weird notions of what I should or shouldn't do. Evelyn, I won't let you travel with another guy. Calvert wouldn't let her go. Evelyn was furious. I'm not helpless, you know. I could make your life problematic. She had just been too tired to deal with everything. If she wanted to, she could hurt him. Of course. I wouldn't expect any less from the daughter of Carlos Huo. You could ruin me financially, you could manhandle me. Go ahead. Do your worst. But just listen to you. What does Sheffield have that I don't? I love you more than that jerk ever will. Calvert got excited. He got closer to her and she didn't back up. Taking this as a sign, Calvert pressed her tightly against the door. Feeling his weight against her, Evelyn completely lost her patience. She took out her phone from her bag and was about to call Tayson, but Calvert took it away in a swift motion. He tilted his head slightly and moved in to kiss her. Realizing what he was going to do, Evelyn pushed him away. Caught off guard, Calvert staggered back a few steps. He looked at the angry woman in disbelief. What is it with her? What hold does he have over her? I never get a chance to make my case. Evelyn straightened her clothes and warned Calvert in a cold voice. Don't make me hate you more. Then she turned, opened the door and left the room. Evelyn walked out of the Alioth building in high heels. As soon as she hit the parking lot and was about to call Sheffield, she got a call from Nadia. Miss Hua, bad news. Mr. Zhang had a heart attack. We're waiting for an ambulance now. The launch is a mess. A heart attack? Resting her forehead in her hand, Evelyn said resignedly, get someone else. He must have alternates. We could also change the launch date. Can you handle it? I don't think that'll fly. The product designer's here, but only you and Mr. Zhang know everything about it. There are CEOs tuned in to watch this online. They saved the date for that reason. If we cancel it. After 3 seconds of silence, Evelyn said decisively, I'll be right there. To Evelyn, the launch of the new product was more important than jaunting off to France. After she ended the call, she took a look at the airline ticket again. Takeoff was in 1.5 hours. If you want to catch an international flight, you need to be there at least 2 hours early. Maybe even 3. The plane was going to take off, and she wasn't at the airport yet. All she could think about was Sheffield. She closed her eyes and leaned back in the seat of her car, pondering how to solve this problem. It would take at least 20 minutes to drive from here to the venue holding the launch event, and making sure it would all go smoothly could take hours. The event itself was supposed to last 3 hours with an open bar. If she could take 10 minutes to make sure everything was in place to her satisfaction, she could leave it in the capable hands of her assistants afterwards. If she kept it down to 10 minutes and rushed to the airport after that, she should be able to barely catch the flight before it took off. She opened her eyes and told Tayson, take me to the venue where the launch event is taking place. And step on it. Yes, Miss Hua. Tayson answered and started the car in a hurry. Tormented by those thoughts, she took out her phone and sent a message to Sheffield. Where are you? At that moment, Sheffield had arrived at the airport and was going through the security check. His phone had been put in the T. Do some last-minute business as a CEO. You could fly to Paris first and wait for her there. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence. Then Sheffield said all of a sudden, did you know Evelyn was pregnant? What? She had your kid? Where is the baby? It was an ectopic pregnancy. One of her fallopian tubes was torn open, and they took her to the hospital. Joshua didn't know much about fallopian tubes, but he knew what an ectopic pregnancy was. The baby died. Evelyn almost did. Oh. Another silence followed. Joshua lit a cigarette and leaned against the window. I'm sorry to hear that. How did you find out? And are you sure it's true? Why didn't I hear about it before? I chat with Terilyn every day. How come she never mentioned it? Matthew told me yesterday. I just want to tell you, don't use cheap condoms. They break easy and they can break a relationship too. For example, he had accidentally hurt Evelyn. Although Sheffield sounded more relaxed, Joshua could still feel his sadness. Sheffield stood at the window watching the plane taxi down the runway. The plane had taken off, and yet the person he had been waiting for still hadn't arrived. For a moment, he thought as long as Evelyn came to the airport, he would take her to Paris today even if there were only charter planes available. But transatlantic flights were pretty common. They could take another flight. An hour later, Sheffield left the boarding gate with his phone. He was still on the phone with Joshua. So what are you going to do now? Joshua asked, wondering why it was so difficult for him to figure out what Sheffield was thinking. First of all, I need to apologize to Evelyn. That was Sheffield's #1 priority right now. Joshua, however, couldn't understand why Sheffield would apologize to Evelyn. After all, she was the one who stood him up. I'm not kidding. Before you say anything to Evelyn, just hear her out first, Joshua insisted. Sheffield smiled and reassured him. Don't worry. I'm not going to argue with her. I love her too much for that. She said there was something wrong with the new product launch. I'm just driving her home right now. You must be under some sort of magic spell to love her like this, Mr. Tang, Joshua added. Maybe. But I willingly subject myself to her spell. Yeah. Now you're just showing off. Joshua wanted to lighten the atmosphere, at least to make Sheffield happier. You're right, maybe just a little. But hey, Mr. Single, it's not like you have anything better to do than to listen to me brag about my love life. Joshua feigned annoyance. Damn it. I'm single and I'm happy. Fine. Go ahead, enjoy your single life. I'm going to pick up my girl. Get out of here. Sheffield hung up the phone and pulled out the location of where the new product launch event was taking place. After securing his luggage, he drove straight to his next destination. On the way, Sheffield wondered if he would be disappointed in Evelyn, especially after what had happened today, if he had no idea of her previous pregnancy. However, there were no ifs or buts about it. Sheffield had no right to blame Evelyn for what had happened today. After all, the pregnancy had put Evelyn's life at risk. No matter what Evelyn had done, she was absolved of any kind of blame or accountability, at least in this case. At ZL Group's subsidiary, when Evelyn arrived at the venue and stood in front of everybody, all the reporters swarmed out of their seats in excited unison. At the end of the day, the person standing before them was Evelyn Huo, daughter of the CEO of ZL Group, and the most influential female executive in Y City. All of a sudden, Hyperactive came, and as such, the incident was viewed by almost everyone online. The conflict had become a hot topic for discussion online. The words ZL Group's new product launch event had sparked a sensation on the internet. The amount of searches had soon reached 5 million. The number of searches online under Evelyn Huo, the trustworthy CEO of Trend Company, soared through the roof. As graceful as a queen, Evelyn showed neither anger nor embarrassment in the difficult situation. Netizens were amazed by her composed disposition and elegance. She had become their goddess. The live broadcast was still ongoing. As a matter of fact, Nadia was the one who had arranged for the security guards to get the media journalists out of there. However, Evelyn stopped her. The viewers had only seen the beginning of the story. If they were to stop the broadcast now, it would look like their company was trying to hide something disgraceful. It would change the entire narrative of the situation. Evelyn wanted everybody to see the whole truth. And if her company was in the wrong, she would set things right and hold the person in charge responsible. 5 minutes later, Nadia hurried inside with her phone in her hand. She briefly told Evelyn about what had happened. It turned out that last year Trend Company had begun demolishing clusters of dilapidated housings in the city. When the people involved in the affair knew that it was related to the ZL Group, they began asking for exorbitant prices. The protesters were asking for $50 million as compensation for every 2-story house. When the manager of Trend Company who was in charge of the relocation project didn't compromise, they ganged up on him one day after work and beat him up. Now they had become these so-called nail households, families who didn't accept the compensation and refused to leave their home. The result was that, over time, they became more anxious and they started to cause more trouble than they did before when they saw that the other houses around them were already torn down. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Evelyn spoke on the microphone. The amount of monetary compensation for housing demolition is mainly determined by two factors. One is the assessment price of the legal house property, and the second is the compensation for house decoration according to the market price. We have hired professionals to assess the price of each house property of the West Village and calculate the compensation price for decoration. After the calculation process, we've estimated that the fair compensation for each household involved in this relocation project to be $1.2 million. However, in light of the problems, our company has agreed to increase that amount to $1.5 million. We are willing to help, but don't you think asking for $50 million is being highly unreasonable? This produced such an uproar that the reporters stared at each other in awe. 50 million? That doesn't sound right. How can they come here and make such unfair demands? Yeah, they have gone too far this time. I support ZL Group and Trend Company. The reporters' discussions made the 10-odd troublemakers blush with shame. One of them, however, wasn't convinced. We've lived in West Village for decades. What we've asked you to compensate is not the market value of our houses, but our love for our homes. 50 million is nothing to ZL Group. Why can't we ask for this amount as compensation? Right. Do you think we don't know how much you sell each of those apartments for after the reconstruction? Tens of thousands of dollars per square meter, perhaps? Don't try to hide the fact that you will make a lot of money from this. If you ask me, you guys are the ones who are greedy and heartless. Once Evelyn realized that these people were making a fuss out of nothing, she stopped feeling afraid. Who is greedy and who isn't, is a question I would like to leave for the lawyers of ZL Group. I'm sure that, drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again, but life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Withdrew her eyes from the window. She raised her hand to cover her eyes, trying not to let the tears in her eyes fall down. Sheffield. She called out to him by his name. He replied in the same playful tone as usual. I'm here, honey. You can continue with your work. Remember to come and sleep with me when you have time. However, Evelyn didn't laugh. On the contrary, she wanted to cry. She put down her hand and looked at the man in the driver's seat, who had been restraining his emotions. Stop the car, she demanded. She wanted to get out of the car and look for Sheffield. In a calm voice, Calvert replied, There are journalists tailing us. Wait a minute. So what? Stop the car. All she wanted to do was embrace Sheffield, and nothing was going to stand in her way. You want the journalist to snap a picture of you too? I hope you realize that you, ZL Group, and I will all be affected by this sort of publicity. Evelyn, please try to calm down. Even if you don't care about yourself, you should at least consider about the reputation of ZL Group. Sheffield heard what Calvert had said over the phone. Be a good girl, Evelyn. He's right. Just go on and make sure to call me later when you're free. I'll catch you later. Bye. Before Evelyn could respond, he hung up. The whole world quieted down eventually. Sheffield looked away as he sat in the driver's seat and took out a few plum candies from his pocket. He unwrapped one and put it into his mouth. I wonder how Evelyn eats this stuff? I'd better tell her to stop eating these candies, just in case her gastric mucosa starts acting up, he thought to himself. Sheffield fished out his phone and called Joshua. Dude, when do you get off work? Wait, in fact, why not just skip work today? I have a really expensive bottle of wine. Care to join me for a drink? If this were in the past, Joshua would have dismissed him and told him off in an instant. However, knowing that his friend was having a bad mood, he agreed. Okay. Where shall we meet? In my apartment. We can sleep after we're drunk and we can continue to drink after waking up. Wait. What? Do you want to drink yourself to an early grave? While speaking with Sheffield on the phone, Joshua told his colleague that he was leaving and then went to change his clothes. Of course not. The world is such a beautiful place. Why would I possibly want to die? Even if I wanted to die, I wouldn't choose to drink myself to death. I would only die from having excessive sex with Evelyn. He thought to himself. What do you want to eat? I'll bring some food to your place. Don't bother. We can just get food delivered to us. Will I be lucky enough to have dinner cooked by Chef Tang? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I only cook for my woman. Joshua cleared his throat and imitated a woman's voice. Chef Tang, I can be your woman tonight. Dude, that's not even funny. Sheffield got goosebumps from Joshua's words. Then he hung up the phone on Joshua. Pulling his face away from the phone, Joshua gasped in shock. That man doesn't have a romantic bone in his body. How did Evelyn even fall in love with him? He wondered. When Sheffield twisted the car keys into ignition, his phone rang again. He assumed it was Joshua and was about to scold him, but when he saw the caller ID, he smiled. Coincidentally, it was another friend of his. Colonel Lee, long time no see. How have you been? Cut the crap. I'm in Y City now. Gifford had just returned from his mission. His body was covered in mud with weeds sticking out of his mouth. Sitting on a rock and looking at the wasteland in front of him, he felt bored out of his mind. What a coincidence. I'm in Y City too, Sheffield said while tapping the steering wheel. Gifford rolled his eyes and said, I'm leaving tomorrow morning. That means, you and Joshua are spending the night with me. No problem. I don't even mind sleeping with you. Even after so long, you're still as shameless as ever. I swear if you were standing in front of me, I would have punched you in the face already. Sheffield giggled and said, Come on. Do it. Shut up, you moron.
Gifford hung.
Sheffield throwing Gifford's clothes into the washing machine, Joshua smiled and said, His woman is indeed beautiful. He is totally obsessed with her. It's hard to believe that. A playboy like him will never be faithful. Gifford took off his underwear without feeling shy at all. Joshua, however, rolled his eyes and looked away. Let me tell you a secret. His woman is my ex-girlfriend. Ha ha ha. Oh wow. Sounds like the three of you are caught up in a messy situation. It seems that a lot of interesting things have happened during my absence. Yes. Now go take a shower. I'll tell you everything in detail later, said Joshua. Is that woman the one whom Sheffield was so attracted to that he stayed in D-City for one more week? Yes, that's the one. As soon as he got the answer he wanted, Gifford turned around and entered the bathroom. While Gifford was in the shower, Sheffield scowled at Joshua and said, Can't you just shut up? Why would I? It feels great to share everything about you with Gifford. Sheffield threw the mop to him and said, Mop the floor. You must be joking. I don't care enough to mop the floor. Joshua snorted. He should have asked Evelyn to find a cure of his unhealthy obsession with cleanliness. You don't want to do it? Don't ask me for help if you have something wrong with your kidneys in the future, Sheffield threatened. A sly grin crept up on his face. Joshua kicked him in the leg. My kidneys are in good shape. Thank you. I'm not a playboy. Do you think that everyone is like you? Get out of my way. Whatever. My kidneys are better. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make Evelyn happy every night, Sheffield mused. Joshua agreed with Sheffield on this. After all, he had walked in on the doctor having sex with Evelyn twice, once in the nightclub and the other time in a car. I just want to ask you what other places you haven't tried with Evelyn, he said.
Ah, man.
Too many places. Sheffield turned off the vacuum cleaner and grabbed the mop. I'll try it with Evelyn in many other places. A park, a riverbank, a beach, a mountain, the company, or a tree. And I want to try it on your bed too. My bed.
Joshua lit à cigarette.
Okay, let's take a step back. First of all, you're a pervert. You need to see a shrink. However, would you be interested in a threesome? He added. Would you be interested in getting run over by my car? Sheffield cast him a cold glare. Joshua was rendered speechless. After all, it wasn't him that started this verbal battle. Half an hour later, while biting into a succulent piece of meat, Gifford looked at the man with a bottle of liquor in his arms. Turning his face, he said to Joshua in a confused tone, "He is being a little weird today, don't you think?" Joshua comfortably leaned his back on the sofa, sitting with one leg over the other, and said, "Yeah. There's a picture of his woman with another man on the internet. Everyone's been cheering them and giving them their blessings. No wonder he's acting weird today." Gifford looked puzzled. Why? Oh, because everyone thinks that the other man is her boyfriend. Sheffield is just her secret lover that nobody knows about. Gifford's eyes shot up in bewilderment. How could such a popular and experienced playboy like Sheffield be reduced to such a miserable state? That woman is not simple by any means. The fact that she could convince Sheffield to willingly be her secret lover is a testament to her unwavering deviousness. Joshua laughed. Sheffield squinted his eyes and yelled at him, "Don't speak ill of her like that. Wow. Why are you so protective of her?" Gifford pulled out a piece of roasted duck and devoured it happily. Sheffield yawned and took another sip of wine. Pensively staring at the liquid inside the bottle, he couldn't help but think of Evelyn again. "I miss you, Evelyn," he thought gloomily. Swirling the glass of red wine casually, Joshua decided to fill Gifford in on what had happened. Today, our Maestro Tang got stood up by his woman. Not only had he suffered the loss of money for the 2 first-class flight tickets, when he rushed back to look for her, he also had tea. Turned out, the woman Sheffield was in love with was Evelyn. Needless to say, he needed all his luck to be with such a gorgeous woman. "Isn't he here?" Evelyn broke the awkward silence. Yes. Evelyn, come on in." They hurried to make way for her to come in. The smell of wine was even stronger in the apartment. Several empty bottles of liquor and red wine were scattered on the floor. On the other side, Sheffield was lying on the sofa like a dead person. She frowned and asked, "How much wine have you guys had to drink?" With an embarrassed smile, Joshua quickly pointed at the man on the sofa and said, "He had drunk the most. Gifford and I just had a little bit." Gifford took a look at Joshua but didn't say anything. "I do remember seeing him down an entire bottle all by himself." Joshua ran to Sheffield and kicked his long leg. "Hey man, look who's here. Get up. Evelyn is here." All of a sudden, Sheffield grabbed hold of Joshua's hand and yanked him. Caught off guard, Joshua fell over Sheffield. But luckily, before he landed on top of the drunken man, Joshua propped himself up on his hands against the sofa. Otherwise, he might have crushed the doctor to death. Much to his surprise, Sheffield once again reached out his hands and pulled Joshua close to him, rubbing his head against his chest. "Evelyn, you're here. Give me a hug." Wrapped in Sheffield's arms, Joshua was at a loss for words. Seeing such an odd scene, Gifford, Joshua, and Evelyn all were rendered speechless. Evelyn stifled her laughter and coughed. "I'm glad to see that you are all here keeping him company. Perhaps I should leave. See you guys later." Joshua wished he could slap Sheffield hard, but he couldn't. He was held fast by the drunken doctor, who had him in a bear hug. So he called out, "Evelyn, please don't go. Gifford and I are taking off." He winked at the man near him. Gifford got his subtle hint and walked to the balcony where his clothes were drying. "Yeah, Evelyn. Glad you're here. But we are just leaving." He picked up his still wet clothes and gathered them in his arms without folding them. It took all his strength, but Joshua finally broke free of Sheffield's arms. He kicked the drunken man hard before he left. He murmured, "Next time you won't be so lucky. I'll settle accounts with you next time." He walked towards the door together with Gifford, still in pajamas. Gifford turned to Evelyn and said, "Thanks for taking care of him. Hey, if he gets in your face again, call me. I'll come right over and beat the crap out of him. And me, you can call me too." I'll help you kick his ass, Joshua added. Although he could not take Sheffield in a one-on-one bout, he could try and hurt him if the doctor were distracted by another foe. Evelyn was struck speechless. Did these two guys want to beat up Sheffield that much? Yeah, you should go, she nodded. Then the two men vacated the apartment in no time. At the gate of the community. Any idea what to do now? Asked Joshua, as he looked at a pajama-clad Gifford. He knew they were going to end up drinking, so Joshua had asked his driver to drop him off here and not wait around. I thought that would be obvious. We'll go to your place. I need to crash and your couch is comfy. You don't mind, right? Gifford had come by taxi. Joshua rolled his eyes at him. Listen to you. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were poor. You and Sheffield are loaded. I'm the guy short on pocket change. Why are we even friends? Gifford put his arm around his friend's shoulder, grinning from ear to ear, and said, I'll sleep wherever you want. I'm easy. Awesome. There's a bridge a couple blocks away. You can sleep under that. At least go there with me so I have some company. Joshua felt so cold he gathered his coat about him more tightly. You wish, he snapped. Cut the crap, dude. Just get me out of here. Gifford smiled. Grudgingly, Joshua hailed a taxi and took Gifford back home. He had to. First. But then she realized that she wasn't good at housework, so she gave up on the idea. She squatted down in front of Sheffield and gently called his name. Sheffield. In his drunken state, Sheffield could barely stay awake. But he heard Evelyn's voice. He pulled her into his arms and nuzzled her neck.
Evelyn. I'm sorry.
Evelyn choked with sobs. I'm the one who should be saying that. I came here to apologize to him. Why did he apologize to me then? She thought to herself. She pressed her cheek against his lips. It's me who's sorry. For everything. You don't have to apologize.
No.
With his eyes closed, he shook his head. Evelyn. He wanted to take her now. But there was no way he was going to do that in his state. Therefore, he let go of the woman in his arms and tried hard to sit up. The softness of the sofa fought him. Evelyn held his arm and made him lean against the couch. He was trying to clear his head, and this wasn't helping. He smelled like alcohol, but it didn't make Evelyn uncomfortable. Maybe it was because he drank some high-end luxurious wine. Evelyn. He slowly opened his eyes, but then he closed them again. If I knew she'd be here, I wouldn't have drunk so much, he thought. I'm here.
I'm sorry.
He felt bad she had to go through the ectopic pregnancy. Thinking of this, he held the woman in his arms again. He rested his chin on her head to express his guilt. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had to go through all that. You almost died. So he does know, she thought. Sheffield could smell the aroma of toast, scrambled eggs and hash browns in the morning. Still in a daze, he rubbed his eyes, yawning. He could hear someone making breakfast in the kitchen, while a cleaning lady was cleaning up the mess in the living room from last night. Good morning, sir, said the cleaning lady, as she nodded at him politely. Sheffield concealed his puzzlement as he nodded back and awkwardly retreated into the kitchen. Much to his surprise, there he was greeted by a chef, not Evelyn. He turned around and asked the cleaning lady, Who asked you to come here? A lady called in for cleaning services earlier on. I assume she is your wife? Replied the cleaning lady, uncertain as to who Evelyn was. Since he was wearing matching pajamas, the cleaning lady simply concluded that they were a cohabiting couple. My wife. The way she addressed Evelyn made his heart jump with joy. He grinned from ear to ear and said, Okay. Thank you. You are welcome, sir. The cleaning lady continued to sweep the floor. Sheffield pushed open the door to the study and saw Evelyn sitting at his desk in her pajamas. Her eyes were glued to the screen of the laptop and her phone was propped up against her face by her shoulder. I'll talk to you about this later. When she saw Sheffield come inside, she paused and continued, I'll come to the company later. We'll talk then. Putting away her phone, she stood up and pointed to the computer screen. I was just checking my emails on your computer. There were many things that she couldn't understand on his computer. Sheffield smiled affectionately and pulled her into his arms. I thought I was dreaming last night. Turns out you are really here. When she recalled how passionate he had been last night, Evelyn blushed and looked up into his eyes. Actually, I'm here to apologize. Last night, he had apologized to her first, and then she had no chance to speak. Now, Sheffield deliberately didn't give Evelyn a chance to speak, because he knew what she was going to say. He jutted his chin towards his laptop and said, Are you done? Yes, I was just going to turn it off. Allow me. Stretching out his arm to close the laptop, he walked out with her in his arms and to a critical point, so his presence at the Research and Development Center was of paramount importance. His words left Evelyn in a trance. She wondered whether it was truly because he was going to be busy with work, or he was just mad at her. After leaving his apartment, Evelyn got in her car, rolled down the window and told the man standing outside the window, Wait, there's one more thing. Evelyn opened the car door and got out. What's wrong? Well, it's something related to this young family. After much reluctance, Evelyn weighed out all the pros and cons before she spoke. She felt uncomfortable at the moment because she had never helped him in anything, and he had never asked any help from her before. How could she ask him to make a compromise on this young family matter? The moment he heard her mention this young family, the smile in his eyes disappeared. For a while, both of them stood in silence as neither of them said anything to each other. Finally, when Evelyn recalled the troubled look on Savannah's face, she said, I know I don't have the right to meddle in how you deal with this young family. I don't care about Seidel. He deserves it. I just wanted to ask if you can be a little lenient with Dolly. She was too embarrassed to continue. For my sake, can you forgive her? After all, she was just a kid back then. Fortunately, Evelyn was only pleading with him instead of other men, because she wouldn't be able to bring herself to do that. You know I'm crazy for you. Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant? Don't you trust me? Did you think I'd run away? I'm not like that. Evelyn, you must have been scared. Scared and hurting. I'm sorry that I wasn't there for you. I wish I could have taken your pain. Please forgive me. Sheffield whispered softly over her head. Evelyn couldn't hold back her tears anymore, letting them flow freely down her cheeks. How could others think Sheffield wasn't worthy of her? He was a wonderful guy, loving her with all his heart and soul. Evelyn thought she wasn't worthy of him. I know I probably seem childish sometimes, and maybe Calvert acts a lot more mature than me. And you like that. I promise I'll be mature. I won't act like a kid anymore, okay? He held her hand tightly and added affectionately, Evelyn, I'll never give up on you. You're the only one I love. Hot tears slid down her cheeks and finally on Sheffield's hands. One drop, then two and more. Sheffield sensed something was going on with her. He lifted her head and found she was crying. Her face was covered in tears, which made his heart ache. He immediately panicked and regained some sobriety. Why are you crying, Eve? What did I do? Did I say something wrong? Evelyn, don't cry. I'll shut up if you want. He lowered his head and gently kissed away the tears on her face, his lips caressing her eyelids, her cheeks, her lips. Evelyn cradled his neck and kissed him back. The apartment fell quiet. The only sound that could be heard was them breathing. A moment later, he pinned her onto the sofa, her long hair cascading down the side of the sofa. He stared at the woman with eyes red from wine. Honey, I'll never let you down. Evelyn kissed his lips. You better not, she teased playfully. The night passed with passionate hearts beating, taking comfort in each other. In the Huo family manor, Debbie looked at Carlos worry.
Ces amis morts.
Before, you were angry with him for putting Evelyn's life in danger. Matthew said Sheffield didn't even know about the pregnancy. It was just an accident. And now you're saying that he is too mysterious. I think you're just jealous of him because he's younger and hotter. That's why you don't like him. Debbie finally realized why Carlos would never give the young doctor a break. Carlos' heart sank. When he was young, he had been so handsome that Debbie had been head over heels. Why would he be jealous of a young lad? I'm just getting on in years. She isn't as attracted to me as she used to be. He unbuttoned his pajamas calmly. How about we have another kid and let our other kids take care of it? Debbie blushed. She pushed Carlos away and yelled, "Go away. You're such an old perv." Carlos took her in his arms and sat down against the headboard. "Don't worry about Sheffield. I'll figure out what he does all day. Then I'll let him be with Evelyn." Debbie wasn't in the mood to argue with him. "Whatever. I don't want Calvert as my son-in-law." "I know." When Sheffield woke up the next morning, he was alone in bed. Evelyn's scent still lingered in the air. He pushed away the thin quilt, took his pajamas from the wardrobe and opened the bedroom door. "If you don't want to let her go, it's okay." Evelyn took a deep breath. "I can understand. I was just asking." She regretted as soon as the words left her mouth. The thought of Sheffield's feelings hadn't even crossed her mind when she opened her mouth. Before she could think more about it, Sheffield sent her a carefree smile. "Now that you've mentioned, I have to agree. If I don't, I'll end up humiliating you." Evelyn's heart jumped when she heard his flat tone. She knew she had hurt him, but his tone was so emotionless that she couldn't tell what was going on in his mind. She glanced at him awkwardly. "No, it's not like that. You don't have to explain. If I don't let Dolly off the hook, wouldn't I look like a hostile person?" Sheffield paused for a while, only to give her a faint smile. After all, she was only a child back then. He despised the phrase "she was just a child" so much that he felt his vomit crawling all the way to his throat. Sheffield hated saying it. This was when Evelyn was able to sense a touch of irony in his tone, and she panicked. "Sheffield." She grabbed his big hand in a hurry. "It doesn't matter. I will support you no matter what." She paused and licked her lips in anticipation.
I'm sorry.
"I shouldn't have asked. I just feel bad for Savannah. From now on, I won't do anything to cause you more pain." His gaze lingered at the intertwined fingers for a long time, and his expressions melted. "Evelyn, you're my love. Of course I will listen to you." There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes that Evelyn didn't fail to see. She was the woman he loved the most. He hadn't doubted the feelings he held in his heart. His eyesight darted in Evelyn's face. Was he the man she loved most? After all, she had never said she loved him. Evelyn had already guessed what was going on in his heart, and a flush of guilt flashed on her pale face. She didn't know what to say. Sheffield sighed and pulled her in his embrace without letting go of their intertwined hands. "Well, I know what to do, but..." He buried his face in her shoulders. "Evelyn, I'm so disappointed in you." Still, he would not blame her. After all, she was the love of his life. It was Sheffield who fell in love with her first. The person who had fallen in love with someone first was destined to be humble. Evelyn's heart skipped a beat when she heard his words. She could still hear his warm breath against her sensitive skin that made her heart beat faster. "Sheffield." She was anxious enough to tighten her hand that interlaced with his fingers, but she didn't let go of his warm embrace. "I'm sorry. I take my words back." Sheffield smiled against her skin, and after giving her a gentle squeeze, he took a innuous work. At least he wouldn't have to eat and live in the lab anymore. He leaned on the wall only to flip through his phone when his phone buzzed. The frown was back on his forehead again. It was from the department director of the hospital. "We have got a patient with a complex condition here, and you need to come to the hospital to participate in the afternoon's consultation." Sheffield heaved a helpless sigh and went home. He took a shower and changed his clothes before hurrying to the hospital. When he opened the door to the department, everyone greeted him with a bright smile. The nurses saw him again and their eyes brightened. "Dr. Tang, you're finally here." "Long time no see, Dr. Tang." Sheffield leaned on the counter. "You really missed me." He sent a wink at them. "Didn't you?" The nurses stared at the flirtatious face for a long time. A hint of blush appeared on their cheeks. Gosh, he was so good at flirting. "Dieter." "Tang, are you going to stay in the hospital?" a nurse stuttered. By that time, most of the nurses had already recovered their functioning brain. Yes, Dr. Tang, if we don't see you, we will have no motivation to come to work. Sheffield straightened up and put his hands into the pockets of his white coat. I'm not sure yet. Dr. Tang. A younger nurse paused when her eyes shifted to the pen in his pockets. Your pen looks very precious. The corners of his lips curved up, and he fondled with the pen. Of course, this was a gift from my beloved woman. The nurses didn't seem to focus much on the tenderness that his voice held the moment they heard his words. What? Your beloved woman? They stared at the doctor in shock. So, Dr. Tang has a girlfriend? The young nurse's face turned gloomy after she heard that the man in front of her was in love with someone else. That's right. Well, I'll let you get back to what you were doing. I need to get to work myself. Without much explanation, Sheffield turned and headed for his office. He happened to meet Horace. The other doctor was on his way to see a patient. Horace whispered, Dude, there's a girl waiting for you. She said she was a friend. She's been here at least a good half hour. He pointed his finger at the office. Sheffield turned and saw a familiar figure through the window. It was her. Ignoring the curious looks from his colleagues, he walked up to the woman and said coldly, It's been a while. The woman was pretty and fashionable. Everything on her was high-end brand-name clothing. Off the rack was a foreign term to her. Beneath an ankle-length khaki coat, she wore a knee-length cream-white dress with a pair of navy blue high-heeled shoes. A black shoulder bag completed the outfit. Her light brown hair was parted in the middle. It was long, falling about her shoulders. She wore light makeup, brown eyeshadow and purple lipstick. She smiled and said nothing. Let's go. Sheffield gestured to her. He wanted to talk, but outside the office. While the other doctors were whispering to each other about them, the woman followed Sheffield outside. It was December and the temperature was scarcely above freezing. After wrapping her coat about her, she took a look at the man walking in front of her and smiled. When they came to the corridor leading to the hospital garden, she spoke first. I get it, Dr. Tang. You're busy. You don't text back or answer my calls. I came here 3 times hoping to see you.
No lack.
And today, I must have waited an hour before you finally took the time to visit. There was no blame in her tone, but a trace of helplessness. Sheffield turned back to look at her. Yeah, I've been really busy. There's something I can do for you, he replied honestly. I moved back. I found a job with a big company, working as the manager of the finance department. Jillian Chi lived here before, then lived abroad for a time. She had recently decided to come BSc. Thought of Evelyn, his eyes filled with love. Not just a girlfriend. She's my woman, my wife. You got married? She raised her voice a little. She sounded like she might go hysterical.
No.
The woman breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't married, she still had a chance to win him back. But Sheffield felt he had to elaborate. It's only a matter of time before we do tie the knot. We'll have the marriage licenses sooner or later. Jillian Chi couldn't believe her ears. Do you love her that much? Of course. After saying that, Sheffield turned and headed towards his office. A cold wind blew, stirring Jillian Chi's hair. She felt chilled all the way to her heart. In a car not far away, Calvert rolled up the window, scrolled to the photo he'd just taken on his phone, and ordered the driver, investigate that woman. Yes, Mr. G. In the photo, the woman clutched the man's sleeve, and because of the angle of the shot, she seemed to be holding his hand. The car drove away from the hospital. That evening, after getting the answer he wanted, Calvert immediately sent the photo to Evelyn. At ZL Group, Evelyn was in the meeting room, discussing business with several senior executives. Carlos was there as well. She put her phone between her and Carlos. Her phone buzzed. Evelyn unlocked it and clicked on the message. She couldn't believe her eyes. When Evelyn saw the pic Calvert sent her, she quickly turned her screen off. She didn't want Carlos to catch a glimpse of it. Too late. Carlos had seen it anyway. Evelyn was a little embarrassed about it. She shifted in her seat and went quiet. She wouldn't talk about it unless Carlos brought it up. Carlos' face darkened. No wonder we haven't seen much of Sheffield. He's two-timing my daughter. I think another lesson is in order. Just then, Evelyn's phone buzzed as another message came in. This time she was smart enough to keep her phone away from Carlos, balancing it on her leg under the table. She'd wait till she had a chance to check her messages away from prying eyes. When Carlos wasn't looking, she checked the top bar for notifications. His ex-girlfriend, the message read. She took another look at the picture. The woman held Sheffield's hand, looking up at him. It seemed that the two were talking about something. The message was from Calvert. She tried not to show any emotion as she turned the screen off again. She knew Calvert was trying to stir up shit between her and Sheffield, but that didn't make it hurt any less. Sheffield had been busy for a while now. He didn't even have time to see her, but he did have time to see his ex-girlfriend. Evelyn was in a trance as the meeting continued. She had no clue what the others were saying. Her thoughts were a million miles away. But none of this escaped Carlos. He knew his daughter better than anyone. Knew something was bugging her. He ended the meeting early, a frown on his face. When everyone left, only Carlos and Evelyn remained. "I'm surprised at you, Evelyn. Losing your cool over a random pic?" he asked. Evelyn was confused. "What does Dad mean? I'm not trying to mend anything between you and Sheffield. But has he torn down those walls already? You were always the ice princess. And now a picture gets you upset. It wasn't just here. She was distracted at work too. That angered him."
Embarrassed, Evelyn nodded. "I'm sorry, Dad."
Carlos stood up from his seat and said, "I can't tell you who to love. Think about this though, this is the guy you gave your heart to. While you were working, he was with another gal. You might want to chew on that. Do you still love him? Do you still trust him? Those are questions you need to answer for yourself." Then he left, and Evelyn was alone with her thoughts. After a long while she sneered. It was just a photo. When Sheffield was around Dolly, she was all over him, not the other way around. A photo didn't matter at all. Was it? Nies was, the hacker would be able to wrest ZL Group away from him one day. He called Dixon on internal line and instructed, "Go and check on Sheffield's R&D project. See if there's been any new funds and how much he invested." "Yes, Mr. Huo." 2 days later, Dixon told Carlos dejectedly, "Mr. Huo, I couldn't find a thing." "What do you mean?" Carlos put down his pen heavily and glared at the man. "As far as we know, Sheffield himself keeps the books, while the rest of his team are only responsible for the research and development. They don't know how much money has been spent or on what. He's hid himself too well, and the people working with him are very tight-lipped. It is almost impossible to find out anything." Carlos' face went livid. "Then just keep an eye on Sheffield and his research and development center, and where they go for materials. If we know who their suppliers are, at least that's something." He didn't believe that there was no way to find out anything about Sheffield. He had a reputation to protect. "Yes, Mr. Huo." Dixon shook his head resignedly and left the office. Actually, many people wanted to know more about Sheffield. And there were also just as many people who wanted to have a hold over him and ruin him. Sheffield also figured a high-level person had been investigating him recently, so he immediately hid the important things and burned the insignificant ones, so there wouldn't be anything for anyone to find. In the dead of night at ZL Group, Evelyn rubbed her temples and checked the time. It was already past 11 p.m. She yawned as she put the documents back in the folder and placed them on her desk. She was definitely ready for the end of the workday. All of a sudden, the door to Evelyn's office was pushed open and a familiar dandiacal man stepped in shortly after. She shut her eyes and shook her head, then squinted to get a better look. She assumed that the long hours of work was causing her to hallucinate, because she was staring at someone who had been gone for many days now. With her elbows propped on the desk and her hands rubbing her temples, she tried to relieve the fatigue. "Let me do it." The man's gentle voice rang in her ears. Evelyn could no longer tell whether this was dream or reality when she heard Sheffield's voice. He put the bag in his hand on her desk and gently pressed her temples with his index fingers. The fact that he had studied Chinese medicine before was undeniable in the way he had succeeded in calming and relaxing Evelyn's state of unease. It wasn't until much later when Evelyn finally came to her senses and realized that he wasn't just a figment of her imagination. Instead of opening her eyes, however, she leaned her head back and softly called out his name. Sheffield. All the while, Sheffield's absence had led her to believe that perhaps he did not want to see her again out of anger and resentment. "I'm here," he said. Evelyn's heart skipped a beat when she heard his voice again. Moreover, judging by the tone of his voice, Sheffield didn't seem angry at all. A few minutes later, she grabbed one of his hands and said, "I'm fine now." Sheffield embraced her from behind and kissed her softly on the head. "Did you miss me?" Evelyn feigned indifference.
No.
Needless to say, the man was unconvinced. He gently grabbed her chin to pull her face closer, and as their lips met, he pecked at her lips. A slight moan of pain escaped Evelyn's lips, her grip on his shirt tightening. She complained, "Why would you bite me? I missed the taste of your lips." He stepped out from behind her and leaned against the desk. Evelyn pursed her lips. The pain was gone. "What are you doing here?" she asked, still feigning indifference. "I'm here to see my wife." He opened the bag he had brought along with him and said, "Look what I got you here. This is a cup of fresh milk tea with black pearls from Nayuki, and MSW durian soup." Still sent him messages. If she had been the jealous type, she wouldn't have made it this far with him. Putting down the fruit fork, she stood up from his lap and started to pack her things without saying a word. With a hand around her waist and his face against her belly, he soothed her. All right. Don't be mad at me. That woman and I never officially dated. I don't think calling her my ex-girlfriend would be true. What made you think I was with her all these days? Even our friends from college couldn't bring us together. That means they tried to bring them together at some point." Evelyn looked at him coldly and said, "If you never had any interest in her, why would they do that?" "All right. To be honest, I was interested in her at the beginning. But later something happened and I was not interested in her anymore." "What happened?" she asked. He held her by the wrist and made her sit on his lap again, hoping to tell her the details slowly. Jillian was very beautiful. She was the campus belle. And Sheffield was the most handsome hunk in college. As with any typical college story, Sheffield's friends used to tease him and Jillian. Everyone in college thought that they would make a great pair. As Jillian was a good-looking girl, Sheffield didn't stop their joke at the time because he was a little interested in her. Moreover, he even tried to get close to her and often asked her out for dinner and fun. Sheffield thought she was a good girl until one night, Sheffield went to a friend's birthday party. It was late when the party let up. The guests were split by gender, 5 out of 10 more guys than gals. Jillian was Sheffield's +1. And it wasn't clear where they stood. Were they a couple? Sheffield had kissed and held her hand. But it never went any further than that. But he did want more from Jillian. He even asked her out and she turned him down. He didn't know whether she was trying to make him want her more, or she just thought he wasn't good enough for her. There was a BBW, big beautiful woman, at the party. Maybe 160 centimeters and 75 kilograms. She was there alone, and no one seemed interested in talking to her. "Hey guys. I live out in the sticks and it's kind of a drive. Would one of you handsome gents mind driving me home?" She asked the boys still at the party. Before the boys could say anything, Jillian said sarcastically to the girl, "Get a load of you. And for you it would need to be a wide load. You think anyone's going to try and assault someone who looks like you? Gimme a break. Try walking. You could stand to drop a few pounds." Some students laughed, some sympathized with the girl, and some were quite disappointed in Jillian. Sheffield was very disappointed. When he heard what Jillian said, he thought she was very ugly now. No matter what she looked like on the outside, she was a hideous monster inside. And that was all he saw when he looked at her now. He held the fat girl's shoulder and walked towards the parking lot. "Let's go. I'll give you a ride. I'm sure it's on the way." The others watched them leave, dazed by what just happened. Jillian realized what was happening after a while and called, Hey, what about me? I don't want to leave yet, and you're my ride. Then he turned his head and replied, call the cops. You're pretty hot and attract some dangerous attention. I'm sure they'll protect you and give you a lift. Jillian understood what he meant. Her face went pale. Since then, Sheffield decided to break up with Jillian. Instead, he started hanging out, immediately straightened himself up, and walked side by side with her in the corridor. Evelyn wondered what was up. Why was he behaving all of a sudden? After leaving the company, Evelyn stared at his sports car and suddenly thought of something. Who was that woman in your car the other night? Sheffield was confused. Which night? What woman? Are you sure? Since he had been with Evelyn, there had been no other woman around him. Evelyn's tone was cold. Still pretending? I'm sure it was you. It was getting late. Maybe 8 or 9. Some chick sat in the passenger seat of your sports car. After looking at his own car for a long time, he finally remembered. He pointed to his car and said, oh, that was, take a guess. He realized who she was talking about. He decided to make fun of her. However, Evelyn wasn't in the mood to play games. Not interested. With that, she walked towards her car. Tayson was waiting for her. Sheffield grabbed her hand hastily.
Evelyn, I'm sorry.
I'll tell you. He opened the door of his own car and helped her get inside. It was my mother-in-law. What? His mother-in-law? Evelyn was confused. I was going to have dinner with my mother-in-law. How could I not let her get in my car? Then he helped her fasten the seatbelt and smiled. Evelyn finally realized what he meant. You mean you were with my mom? Awesome. You've finally come to terms with the fact that you're my wife. Yeah, you're right. It was our mom, Sheffield smirked. Frustrated, Evelyn closed her eyes. Tricked me again. I have a question for you, Sheffield said. After sitting in his car, the smile on his face vanished. He swiped his phone a few times, then showed her a photo on his screen. Care to explain this? Evelyn took his phone. She saw a photo of her and Calvert. The pic was taken at an odd angle. It looked like they were kissing. Calvert was really good at starting shit. He sent pictures of him and Evelyn to Sheffield and sent the pictures of Sheffield and his ex-girlfriend to Evelyn. He wanted Evelyn for himself, and wasn't above a little trickery to get her back. He just wanted to mess up their relationship. He figured that this was the best way to do that. Evelyn deleted the picture. After handing Sheffield his phone back, she asked, who do you trust, me or him? Sheffield tucked the phone back into his pocket and started the car. I trust myself. He trusted his own judgment. The woman he loved would never cheat on him. They say seeing is believing, but he didn't believe it for a minute. Not satisfied with the answer, Evelyn asked anxiously, you don't trust me? Sensing the implication behind her question, he sighed inwardly. How could he not trust her? He winked at her and said, tell you after you kiss me. Evelyn was astonished. Can't he just drive carefully? But it was just a kiss. Without a word, Evelyn leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Sheffield wasn't completely satisfied. Just the cheek? That's not good enough. How about on the lips? Evelyn lowered her head in frustration and ordered, stop the car. Her tone was stern. Sheffield thought that Evelyn was mad at him because of his joke, so he apologized immediately.
I'm sorry.
I was just joking. No need to get all hot under the collar like that. You gonna stop the car? Or do I need to pull the e-brake? Evelyn asked. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Ned Evelyn. Carlos' face darkened. He's not a member of our family. No way. Miranda and Debbie looked at each other. Miranda shook her head disapprovingly and told Carlos. Carlos, I think Debbie's right. I feel bad for the boy. Why should he have to spend the holidays alone? After all, he's not an outsider. We can invite him to dinner. We only need to prepare one more pair of chopsticks. Carlos wanted to say something, but Debbie interrupted him. Mom has a point. It's just one more pair of chopsticks. What good is all this money, Mr. Huo, if we can't do anything good with it? Mr. Huo. Hearing the way she addressed him, Carlos knew that he had to think twice before he continued. Shaking his head, he said, That's not the point. He's not one of us. He's not a relative, not a friend of the family. I'll take him as my godson now. Debbie put down her chopsticks and acted like she was going to leave the table. Hadn't Evelyn been through enough? Her 3 ex-boyfriends had died one after the other. Finally, she had met someone she loved very much, and Carlos wouldn't let him anywhere near her. Besides, it was only dinner. Why the big deal? This is complete BS. Carlos grunted. Doesn't she have enough godsons already? Carlos' best friend's kids all called Debbie godmother happily every time they saw her. Then we'll vote for it. Debbie's sharp gaze pinned Carlos down, who couldn't even utter a word anymore. Terilyn didn't want to let go of the opportunity, and she licked her lips. Dad. When Carlos turned toward her, she lowered her head and glanced sideways. He'll spend the spring festival with us sooner or later. She paused the words she spoke in a low voice for a moment only to raise her head at Carlos with determination in her eyes. How about we ask brother-in-law to come and practice it in advance? A smile appeared on Debbie's face, and she thanked her younger daughter in her heart. What brother-in-law? The words only ignited the fire within Carlos' heart as he sent a fierce glare at Terilyn. No way. Don't call him that. Carlos knew his persistence would be futile, but he couldn't just give up that easily. The color on Debbie's face changed from pink to red in an instant. Sheffield will be her brother-in-law sooner or later. She threw another sharp glare at Carlos. There's nothing wrong for Terilyn to call him that in advance. Evelyn was silently chewing her food, acting as if she was all alone. She knew everyone in her family very well. Even if Evelyn said nothing, she knew what the outcome would be. She believed that the heated debate among her family members would soon come to an end. Debbie, Miranda, who had been sitting silently, raised her head and gazed at her daughter-in-law with a sincere smile on the face. If you make Sheffield your godson, remember to bring him to me. I want him to call me Grandma. Okay, Mom. Debbie chuckled under her breath. Both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law ganged up on Carlos. They were the 2 most powerful women in the Huo family. If they were to come to a decision together, Carlos would be like a lost puppy, not knowing what to do. The situation in front of his eyes was the same, and he couldn't find any possible comeback to refute his argument. Evelyn was right. Without even uttering a word, the discussion was settled in her favor. She saw Carlos going back to his study when she was on her way upstairs after dinner. Evelyn shrugged, thinking it might be another video conference as usual. But then she thought of something and stopped right before the door to Debbie's bedroom. She knocked twice. Debbie opened the door, and the corner of her mouth lifted.
Come in, Evelyn.
Evelyn walked into her parents' bedroom. After closing the door behind her, she gave her mother a tight hug. Mom, thank you, she whispered and placed her head on Debbie's shoulders. Debbie's heart melted when she saw her daughter's response. As a mother, she could only pat her head affectionately. Ever since Debbie found out about Evelyn and Sheffield's relationship, she wanted to do her best to bring them closer. She even had tried to find many opportunities for them in front of Carlos. You are welcome. It's not easy to meet a person you like. Of course, I will support you unconditionally. Evelyn backed off and sat on the bed, urging her mother to sit beside her. She cast a sincere gaze at Debbie after a moment of silence. Mom, I don't want to be engaged to Calvert. If Calvert weren't in the picture, a huge burden would be off of her shoulders. She could go out with Sheffield without any concern. Your dad is indeed getting old. Debbie, drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Because of the intensity of emotions. "Thank you, Auntie." Somehow he was able to squeeze out a small thanks. "You're welcome." Debbie paused for a moment before continuing as if she remembered something important. "Remember to eat regularly even if you're busy. Health is the most important thing." "Yes, I will." "Okay. Please go ahead with your work. Bye." "Bye." Sheffield stared at the phone for a long time, and a warmth embraced his heart. His mood lifted instantly after the phone call. Even the two simple dishes and one bowl of soup in front of him seemed to be delicious to him. He used his chopsticks to gulp the food one after another, savoring the taste in his tongue. In the blink of an eye, time passed and only 2 days were remaining for the arrival of the spring festival. At that time, Sheffield had already decided to sneak into Evelyn's office as usual. Evelyn was staring blankly at a piece of paper. Sheffield had written some words on it. Every curve of it looked professional and sweet at the same time. A gush of warmth flooded her heart at the thought of him. Earlier, she had first seen that piece of paper when she failed to contact Sheffield for the entire night. She had kept it in the drawer ever since as if it was her eternal treasure, occasionally staring blankly at it while working. Evelyn had a missed call from her office. She just assumed that it had been one of her assistants calling her using the phone in her office, but now she realized that it was Sheffield. The pin-drop silence in her office ended when she heard the creak of the door. She panicked, knowing exactly who entered her office at this time. By the time she raised her head, Sheffield was already inside the room. He would always show up like this out of the blue. Evelyn hastily grabbed a file and put it on the piece of paper she was looking at a while ago. In her panic, she failed to cover the whole paper, and more than half of the written words were exposed to Sheffield, which she hadn't noticed yet. The corners of his lips curved up, as he knew exactly what she was doing, but he pretended to be ignorant. He took out something from his pocket and placed it in front of her. "Do you know what it is?" Evelyn shook her head. "Kiss me, and I'll show you." Saying so, Sheffield leaned closer to her. Evelyn was used to his tricks by now. She sighed and gently pecked him on his cheek. Sheffield's eyes brightened up. He removed his hand and smiled. "Tada! I made it myself. It's kinda small though," he said, a bit embarrassed. "But I am good at embroidery, aren't I?" he gloated. Evelyn stared at the handmade pink soft satin hanky. A pair of mandarin ducks were embroidered on it, along with some emerald lotuses, and 2 small letters on the bottom right corner St. Did he? She looked up at the man in astonishment. Sheffield knew what she was thinking. He nodded with a smug smile. "Oh yeah, did it by myself. All for my beloved woman. You're moved, aren't you, Eve?" he asked, winking. Evelyn couldn't find the right words. She was indeed moved. She let her eyes settle upon his long, thin fingers. It was difficult to imagine him sitting on a couch doing embroidery. She chuckled, but her eyes turned red. This man always found a way to make her smile. While she was distracted by his loving gesture, he grabbed the note she had hidden under the document. Evelyn couldn't stop him. He began to read the note with a grin. "Evelyn, my darling, I owe you an apology." He looked at her and apologized directly in a serious tone. "Evelyn, I truly am sorry." He continued to read the note. "I will make it up to you in the future. I will spend the rest of my life making it up to you." His tone and sincere expression made Evelyn's face burn red. "Enough. Shut up." She stood from her chair and tried to take the note back from him, but Sheffield stepped back and kept a distance from her. When he saw the next sentence in the note, he sighed. But that was all in the past now. So he skipped to the end and read aloud the last words on the note. "Your dear Sheffield." Evelyn walked around the desk in her office. Later that evening, Evelyn received a message from him. "Eve, you go ahead to our meeting place first. I'll join you there. Be safe on the way. He sent her the location along with his message. The address was to a resort in the suburb. It was still snowing outside when Evelyn finished all her work. She was ready to leave earlier than usual. Before she could leave, however, Carlos walked in. Evelyn, are you going somewhere? He was holding a file in his hand. His eyes fell on Evelyn's handbag, and she seemed all set to leave the office. She answered nervously, Yeah, I need to attend to something. As the observant man he was, Carlos sensed that his daughter was pretty nervous about his sudden appearance. It's snowing. Are you going home early? He asked calmly.
No.
I have an appointment with a friend, Dad. I see, he said, nodding. Will you come back to the office later? She was meeting Sheffield at a resort. No, she answered firmly. I see. Well, come back to the manor after meeting your friend. Matthew's flight will be arriving soon. Evelyn fumbled, trying to find an excuse to stay with Sheffield. Dad, I'm not sure if I can make it to the manor. Carlos looked at her and compromised. All right. Go then. Be careful. Carlos knew his daughter well. Evelyn wouldn't be this nervous if it weren't for Sheffield. She must be on her way to meet him. Evelyn heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Dad. She thought she had fooled her father. Evelyn got in her car and told Tayson, It's getting dark. Don't drive too fast. Safety is the most important. Yes, Miss Huo. Carlos walked around Evelyn's office, sniffing the air at the same time. He had sensed a familiar smell in the air. Even though he wasn't sure yet, his mind had already guessed that it was Sheffield. He thought for a moment before using his phone to call Dixon. Send me the surveillance footage of the 32nd floor. Carlos' face turned dark when he thought of Sheffield sneaking in the office again. He wanted to see just how skilled this man had been to attempt these stunts without a single shred of worry on his face. Yes, Mr. Huo. The call ended at that. By the time Carlos got back to his office, the surveillance video had already been sent to his email. He stared at the file for a moment and played the video. Carlos waited for a few minutes, fast-forwarding the footage where the staff moved about on the floor. It was then he spotted a suspicious person. Carlos watched the man with squinted eyes and recognition filled his mind. Even though the man was wearing a cap and sunglasses, Carlos identified him. The man was none other than Sheffield. Humph! He had guessed it right. It was indeed that guy who had fooled Evelyn into going on a date when she should have stayed with her family preparing for the spring festival. Carlos cast a curious glance at the man on the screen. Just how did Sheffield manage to get inside the building? Last time, Evelyn had told him she had invited Sheffield. Carlos wouldn't believe those words of his daughter in this lifetime. He picked up his phone again to call Dixon for surveillance footage of the entrance to the building. Carlos watched 5 to 6 videos, but there was no sign of Sheffield. A few more videos later, Carlos realized that Sheffield hadn't entered through the company's main entrance. He was the #1 target of the security guards of ZL Group. The guards couldn't have let him in. All the security guards were on the alert every day, especially the security guards at the entrance of the parking lot. Even though the system could tell the plate number, the security guards still would stop each car. They would look at the driver to make sure that the person wasn't Sheffield. Half an hour later, Carlos finally found some clues. It turned out that Sheffield had entered the building in the car of one of ZL Group's clients. Carlos looked at the client carefully. If he remembered correctly, the person was a general manager of Theo Group. The security guards were not allowed to inspect the client because of his identity. That was how Sheffield slipped inside the building. The general manager of the Theo Group in Sheffield. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. She didn't receive any reply from him. Evelyn didn't mind. She put away her phone and went down the bridge. She found a cobblestone path at the end of the bridge. Both sides of it were covered with red and white camellias. The snow was heavy, and yet, it couldn't hide the sweet fragrance of the flowers. Evelyn raised her head to see a row of houses across the garden. Jolene pushed open the door to the house in the middle, and gestured Evelyn to enter. She gave Evelyn a welcome salute in the ancient style. "Miss Huo, it's cold outside. Hot tea has been prepared in the room. Please come in." Evelyn's mouth curved up to form a pleased smile. "Thank you." Just as Evelyn stepped inside the room, a rush of heat embraced her body, sending her relief from cold. It seemed that the ancient environment had a modern touch of a heating machine. As soon as she entered, Jolene closed the door, giving the entire room to Evelyn. Tayson waited outside the door for Sheffield's arrival. Evelyn turned her gaze at the bedroom, only to be more surprised at what she saw. It was quite similar to an ancient bridal chamber. The wedding words pasted on the windows and walls shined in the light of red candles. She could see a red-colored 6-piece bedding set on the king-size bed that was 2 or 3 meters wide. It was like the wedding room in a costume TV series. Evelyn sat at a round tea table in the bedroom, and her eyesight landed on a kettle. Steam floated out of it in the air. She opened it only to find freshly made tea inside. She poured herself a cup of hot tea and took out her cell phone to call Sheffield. Her lips had just touched the cup when she heard the sound of the door opening, and her heartbeat quickened. Before she could stand, a figure appeared in front of her. Evelyn raised her eyes only to be trapped by the scene in front of her. Her pupils dilated when she saw him. She continued to gape at him in both surprise and shock without blinking. Sheffield wore a red ceremonial costume. Apart from the white base clothing, the rest of it was all bright red with dark red patterns. The apparel was designed with wide shoulders and a slim-fit waist. He had a belt adorned with jade. His skin was fair as ever. Standing there, he looked like someone who had just walked out of a painting. His long black wig was held in place by a jade crown, and a few wisps of hair hung over his forehead. He held a sword, and his eyes twinkled with his signature charm. The young doctor looked absolutely enchanting. There was a sinister undertone running through this as well. When he saw Evelyn, his evil smile turned warm. He lifted up his long robe, knelt on one knee in front of her and cupped his hands. He said loudly, "My princess, I'm here to marry you." Right now, his every move made him look like a god. Her heart beat faster and faster. Evelyn covered her chest with both hands, afraid that her heart would leap out of her chest. She was too excited to utter a single word. Her reaction widened Sheffield's smile. Instead of standing, he raised the sword in his hand and unsheathed it. It was fake. There was no sword blade but a diamond ring, recessed into the hilt. He held the ring aloft with a huge grin. When she saw that, she began to sob, shedding tears of joy mingled with sadness that broke her heart. She covered her mouth to stop herself from crying. Sheffield took out the diamond ring, threw the sword hilt aside, and took her hand. Looking up at his beloved woman, he said sincerely, "Evelyn Huo, with no witness other than the heavy snow outside, will you marry me?" Tears streamed down Evelyn's cheeks. How she wished she could confidently say, "Yes, I will." But she remembered she promised her father she would get engaged to Calvert. How could she say yes to Sheffield? She finally couldn't help but slowly squat down and cry. She looked at him and apologized. "Sheffield, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't marry you." Sheffield's heart ached. When he saw the tears rolling down her face, he immediately threw the ring away, pulled her into his arms, and consoled her in a soft voice. "Evelyn, don't cry. It's okay if you say." Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Open-air hot spring pool. The hot spring pool was exclusive to the House of Sound. The side door in their room was the only access to it, so no one else would be able to disturb them. Snowflakes were still floating heavily in the darkness. The streetlights were dim, to reduce glare from the snow. Sheffield led her into the pond carefully. The pool had a dome supported by 4 thick pillars to prevent rain or snow. It was surrounded by lush trees and plants. She gingerly stepped in, testing the temperature. It was just right. She eased herself the rest of the way in, and was surprised at how good it felt. Her gaze fell on the steps beyond, on which lay plates of fruit. He embraced her, most of her body hidden in the water. They enjoyed the snowy night together, exploring every inch of their bodies. A while later they relaxed and started chatting. Suddenly he said, "Want to hear me sing a song?" "I'd love to." She hadn't heard him sing in a long time. Sheffield cleared his throat and started to sing. There is a pretty fish in an ancient fairy tale. She looks wistful and distant. People shed tears at her melancholy and beautiful songs. They say she's the curse of fishermen. Many sailors died looking for her. She has no soul. The sun is her home and the rainbow is her road. It was one of her mom's songs. Shocked, Evelyn turned to look at him when he hit the chorus. He hit every note perfectly, and added a tinge of masculinity to the song. When Sheffield finished singing, Evelyn couldn't wait to ask, "How are you able to sing that so nicely?" "Practice. I wanted to get it just right. For you." In order to make Debbie and Evelyn happy, he had spent many hours learning all of Debbie's songs by heart. "Do you know all my mom's songs?" She looked at him expectantly. Sheffield crossed his legs and played with her hand in the water. "Yeah. What do you want to hear?" "My mom sang a song for my godmother Casey. Do you know that one?" "Piece of cake." The man cleared his throat and began to sing. That winter, the snow fell relentlessly. The night was blanketed in white. You saw me crying like a baby coming back from a hike. No matter which song Evelyn requested, Sheffield was able to sing it. No wonder Debbie was so supportive of Evelyn being Sheffield's girlfriend. He cared about her. Because of his love for her, he had even learned all Debbie's songs. More than 100 altogether, spread across several albums, EPs, and promotional singles. Evelyn was impressed. "How can you remember all the lyrics?" Sheffield replied in a casual tone, "I had to memorize my grandfather's notes on traditional Chinese medicine. If I can do that, then a 3-minute song is nothing. It's also easier when you care about what you're doing." The admiration in Evelyn's heart was obvious. She realized Sheffield and Matthew had the same ability, eidetic memory. They could remember what they read like it was a photograph in their minds they could refer to. An hour later, Evelyn and Sheffield returned to their room. Sheffield ordered room service. Nothing too fancy, just light dishes. 6 different courses, 4 of them vegetables. When they were almost done with dinner, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and said to Evelyn, "It's Joshua. I have to take this." Evelyn nodded. "Hey Joshua." He stood up from his seat, took out a cigarette and wiggled it. It was his way of telling her he was going out for a smoke. Evelyn nodded again. After walking out of the room, he lit the cigarette. "Go ahead, I'm listening. How's it going? Why didn't you?" Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. "Tea like ghosts. Besides, we are not going off the property. Who would we scare?" She was relieved to hear that and followed him out. After they walked on the bridge, Sheffield covered her eyes and said in a mock-urgent voice, "Don't look." "What? Why?" "You'll find out. Just wait." Evelyn didn't protest. A few seconds later, a loud bang sounded from above. Sheffield finally moved his hands away from her eyes. Evelyn opened her eyes and saw a trail of sparks rushing into the sky ahead of her. Golden and red fireworks bloomed in the air, falling like tassels. Half the sky was lit up. At this moment her eyes, her heart and her whole world were full of beautiful fireworks. However, to Sheffield's eyes, heart and world, there was nothing but the lovely Evelyn. "Sheffield, look. Fireworks." She grabbed his hand and pointed to the sky with joy. But when she saw the affectionate look in his eyes, she suddenly realized that he had done this. She asked in surprise, "This was all you?" Well, if he didn't arrange it, how could they have seen it the moment they walked out of the room? Sheffield kissed her hand. "Like it?" Evelyn nodded and answered seriously, "Those are the most beautiful fireworks I've ever seen." She would remember this day forever. No matter what happened in the future, she would never forget the happiness that Sheffield had brought to her today. It was like a dream. "I'm glad that you like it," Sheffield whispered into her ears and circled his arms around her slim waist. He kissed the back of her ears and tightened his arms around her. Evelyn's happiness was the only thing that mattered to him the most. The fireworks brightened up the sky. They varied in their shapes and sizes. Some were like the blooming chrysanthemum, while others seemed as if they were peonies. Several eyes lit up as they gazed at the scenery without blinking. Women would raise their heads and express their admiration, pointing fingers at the fireworks. Evelyn and Sheffield stood holding hands on the bridge. Their clothes fluttered in the wind. From a distance, it seemed to be beautiful scenery in the snow. The fireworks kept blooming in the air for half an hour before they were over. Sheffield gently tugged Evelyn down the bridge by pulling their interlaced fingers. The two walked toward the courtyard. The snowfall stopped, but the ground was still covered in a white sheet. It wasn't too cold though, since they wore warm clothing. They came to an empty area when a thought flashed in her mind. She cast him a meaningful look before letting go of his hands. Evelyn squatted down and began to write his name on the snow. She admired her work, but still she felt like something was missing. Her brows furrowed for a moment before she looked at the name in the snow again. She smiled and gave a quick glance at Sheffield only to add a heart shape around the name. Sheffield, who was gazing at her with a smile on his face, took his phone out to snap a picture of the scene to forever capture her ancient beauty on his phone. Sheffield put his phone away and added Evelyn's name beside his only to admire the scene after standing up. Their names were close to each other, as were their hearts. This moment was so beautiful that Evelyn wanted to freeze it for eternity. She touched the area of her chest where her heart was overflowing with warmth. Evelyn swept an affectionate glance at him and her mouth curved up. Sheffield caressed her cheek. "Evelyn." He paused for a moment, staring at her with eyes full of longing. "Let me take you away." "To where?" She frowned and cast him a confused look. Evelyn gazed into his eyes, trying hard to see through his serious face. She wanted to know what he had been feeling, but she failed. That was when Sheffield smiled sweetly at her. "Let me get you out of here, to a place where no one knows us. I will support and protect you all your life. It will be just us and no one else to break us apart." Her heart skipped a beat. If it weren't for her crazy rational mind, she would have nodded right there. She became desperately tempted as soon as she heard his words. If they left this place and secretly eloped to another city or state, no one would know. They could start over. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. "It's 9:30 in the morning. Breakfast will soon be here. After eating, let's walk around. There is a beautiful maple forest. Imagine red maple leaves covered with white snow. How beautiful is that?" Did sound beautiful, but her eyelids felt so heavy that they dropped again. "You are lying. It's winter. Maple leaves should have all fallen. Maple trees cannot live in a cold place. It's true in other places, but here, you would still see many leaves on the branches. I don't believe you. You're lying." Evelyn didn't want to get up. She could barely keep her eyes open. Liar. Liar. Pants on fire. Sheffield's grin widened. Evelyn had to control the urge to roll her eyes at him. How childish he is. She pouted and got out of bed. Evelyn kicked him lightly. If you don't control yourself next time, I'll send you to the Black Horse Guild. She couldn't handle this man in bed. Black Horse Guild was a famous entertainment center in Y City. The men there were all super handsome. They got acquainted with rich women. She went to the bathroom to brush her teeth. Sheffield tagged along. Are you sure you're willing to do that? Yes, I am. Or I'll be tortured by you to death. She didn't hesitate to give her reply. He saw her putting toothbrush into her mouth from the mirror. If you send me there, he gave her a playful smile, I'll have to accompany all kinds of rich women every day and come back at night to sleep with you. Would you like it? She paused her movements and looked at him from the mirror. I wouldn't. There you go. Then I'll send you to a monastery to be a monk. Her voice wasn't clear because of the paste in her mouth. Sheffield chuckled at her response. Then I'll go to a monastery later. You won't be holding me anymore. It will break your heart. He put the toothbrush into his mouth and began to brush his teeth. Evelyn rolled her eyes at Sheffield, completely disregarding what he had just said. After breakfast, she was surprised to find that Sheffield had asked someone to send over 2 outfits for them. Only after they had put on their white down jackets did she realize that they were actually wearing matching outfits. They looked almost identical except for the difference in size. Evelyn looked at his white sneakers and then at her own. They were wearing matching shoes too. Sheffield tied his shoelaces and then took out a pair of pink earmuffs, a pink scarf, a pink face mask and a pair of pink gloves from a paper bag, and wrapped Evelyn from head to toe. In the end, only Evelyn's eyes remained uncovered, while Sheffield didn't even have a scarf or a hat on. She checked the bags out of curiosity and found that it was empty. There was nothing inside the bag for him. She unwrapped the scarf from around her neck and said, Here, take this. Sheffield stopped her and insisted, Please don't worry about me. I hardly wear a down jacket. This is enough for me. I'm not cold at all. In fact, with the down jacket on, he felt hot. Even without it, the cold was never a problem to him. He was used to it. However, he wanted to keep Evelyn warm. When Sheffield's firmness convinced her, Evelyn put the scarf around her neck and let him lead her out of Phoenix Resort. After walking out of the resort, they turned a corner and walked to the path on the right where they had to take a few steps up a slight slope. No wonder he had prepared a pair of sneakers for each of them. Evelyn glanced at the man to her side and asked, Have you been here before? Yes, I came here once with my friends. We camped here for a couple of days. But I discovered this spot first when I was passing by on one of my morning jogs here. Oh. After walking for about 10 minutes, Evelyn came across a large area of maple trees. There were at least over 100 of them, just as Sheffield had said. Even the cold winds of winter couldn't make the trees shed all of their leaves. Although there weren't as many leaves as there would be during late autumn, there were just enough for now. Clouds of red looked like the blushes of shy maids. A gust of wind blew. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. ECT for the Emperor. Mr. Tang, would you like to show me the courtesy? Evelyn carried such an extinguished presence that if she had worn a royal gown, she would have looked like an empress or a dignified princess from ancient times. Prostrate 3 times and kowtow 9 times? Sheffield thought about it and said, Let's say I'm a general in shining armor, who only needs to be on one knee according to the ceremony. He knelt down on his left knee, left hand on top of his leg and his right hand hanging down. Little Tang at your service, my princess. Trying not to burst into laughter, Evelyn said, You called yourself a general just a moment ago, but now you've turned into a eunuch. You're probably the first person in history to be demoted so quickly. Eventually, when Evelyn calmed down, she found herself becoming childish as she had been with Sheffield for a long time. In fact, she was even participating in role play with him. Felt a bit silly. A eunuch. The smile on his face froze. He got to his feet and walked up to her. Evelyn, look at me. I don't look like a eunuch at all. She winked at him naughtily as she walked forward and said, Really? Then why did you call yourself Little Tang? Evelyn had a good point. Indeed, he was the one who had referred to himself with that name. Okay. But please promise me that you won't tell anyone else about this. He grasped her hand, pulling her into his arms and whispered into her ear. Because I only want to be your Little Tang. Oh, I can't make any promises. It depends. Evelyn's smile was as beautiful as a blooming white orchid, instantly warming Sheffield's heart. They continued to walk deeper into the forest, and just when Evelyn thought that there was nothing more ahead, a high arched door appeared in front of them. The words Temple of Dharma were engraved on it with large letters. According to Buddhist beliefs, Sangarama Bodhisattva and Skanda Bodhisattva were regarded as the two protectors of Buddhism temples. Sangarama Bodhisattva was the right guardian and Skanda Bodhisattva was the left guardian. Evelyn glanced at Sheffield and snickered. Are you really going to become a monk? Yes, I am disillusioned with love, he said, pretending to be serious. In fact, Sheffield wasn't even aware that there was a temple so deep inside the woods. Evelyn giggled, deeply amused. You? A monk? You can't even control your lustful desires. Sheffield put his hands together and pretended to look devout. Oh, female benefactor, the truth is I had been disillusioned with love, up until the moment I met you. You are the only reason I can't insulate myself from the world of love. Amiba. Form does not differ from emptiness. Emptiness does not differ from form. Form itself is emptiness. Emptiness itself is form. Has he finally lost his mind? Evelyn wondered. Seriously? Have you been practicing in secret, so that you can speed up the process of becoming a monk? Yes, if you dump me and marry another man one day, I will become a monk. But if you come to regret marrying someone else, you can come here to find me. For you, I will be willing to return to the secular life. Evelyn couldn't take anything of what he had just said with any seriousness. She simply laughed and said, Mr. Tang, you quoted the Heart Sutra of Buddhism, but do you even understand what it means? Of course I do. Sheffield wasn't happy about being belittled. Evelyn couldn't stop laughing, but when she remembered that they were in a sacred place, she straightened her back and looked at Sheffield in a serious manner. Tell me, what do those words mean? Sheffield put his hands down and said, Listen to me carefully. Form means substance and phenomena like the things we see. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. "It's Valentine's Day every day when you are with your beloved," Debbie retorted. Carlos was fuming with anger, but he didn't dare to talk back to Debbie. "We are back." Speaking of the devil, Sheffield's voice came from the door. Carlos was rendered speechless. Son of a gun. I was hoping he'd come back much later so I could tell him off longer. Sheffield and Evelyn started their long day with a lunch at the House of Sound. They didn't return to the city center until 3 p.m., and then they went to the mall to pick out New Year's gifts for the Huo family. When they appeared in the living room of the house, Sheffield was carrying a lot of bags in his hand. He had prepared a gift for everyone in the family. However, Evelyn's hands weren't carrying any bags. Instead, her hand was holding Sheffield's arm, but as soon as they came inside the house, she let go of his hand. Debbie approached Sheffield and asked, "Why did you buy so many things?" Handing over the gift bags to the housemaid, Sheffield replied to Debbie with a smile, "Aunt Debbie, I haven't had much chance to visit you. But it's Lunar New Year's Eve today, so Evelyn and I picked out some gifts for you, as a token of my respect. Sheffield, I'm just happy that you are here with us. You didn't have to get us anything. From now on, just think of this place as your own. Debbie's words sent Sheffield into a fit of wild excitement, while Carlos snorted angrily. Okay. Thank you, Aunt Debbie. Sheffield replied instantly. In the living room, Sheffield handed a brocade box to Miranda and said, Grandma, this is a rutilated quartz bracelet consecrated by an eminent monk. Evelyn and I bought it for you in a temple. We wish you health, fortune, and happiness. The bracelet was made of red, green, and yellow rutilated quartz beads. Red ones represented happiness and longevity, while green and yellow ones represented fortune. Rutilated quartz was regarded as the symbol of happiness, fortune, and longevity. Miranda's eyes widened and she broke into a smile so cheerful that it lit up her entire face. The excitement in her eyes was palpable as she put the bracelet on her wrist and reveled in its extravagance. It's beautiful. Thank you, Sheffield. I'm glad you like it, Grandma. It isn't expensive, but it's the token of my respect for you. At this age, Miranda had seen all kinds of things. It was the thought that went behind the gift that was more important than the gift itself. I really like it, she said. Then, grabbing another gift bag, Sheffield took out an even bigger square brocade box. He handed it to Carlos and respectfully said, Uncle Carlos, this Betrayal ashtray is for you. Happy New Year. May you be prosperous and healthy forever. Although Carlos had long reduced his smoking habits, he would still indulge in a cigarette or two on some occasions. As such, an ashtray was a thoughtful gift for him. Humph. Carlos looked away, crossing his arms over his chest and continued, You think you can fool me with a cheap ashtray? Sheffield knew it wouldn't be easy to deal with Carlos. With a mysterious smile, he opened the brocade box and produced a special-shaped Betrayal ashtray, dark purple in color with a tinge of blue. Instantly, the ashtray caught Carlos' attention. After he had been staring at the ashtray for a long time, he raised an eyebrow at the young man, who was even calmer than him, and said, Are you telling me that this ashtray is made out of azure mud? It was said that amongst all the different types of arenaceous mud, azure mud was the most sought after. It was considered to be one of the most expensive and rarest materials in the whole world. Glancing shortly at the ashtray in the box, Sheffield nodded. Yes. Azure mud was produced in the middle stage of the Qing dynasty. No one has seen it since then. Do you take me for a fool? Carlos couldn't take his eyes off the ashtray while he spoke. Sheffield's lips broke into a smirk and he said, Uncle Carlos, how can you be so sure? Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again, but life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. LD stood up as well. Evelyn wanted to grab Sheffield's hand, but she didn't have the courage to do it in front of Carlos. She grabbed Sheffield's sleeve instead and whispered, Where are you going? Hearing her worried voice, Matthew turned around and asked, Evelyn, are you afraid that I will eat him up? His voice had a rare playful tone. Feeling embarrassed, Evelyn blushed and rolled her eyes at him. With a smile on his face, Sheffield patted on the back of her hand to comfort her. You stay here and keep Grandma company. I'll be back soon. Evelyn nodded, reluctantly letting go of his sleeve. Soon the two men, one dressed in black and the other in white, went upstairs. Matthew stopped in front of the study and said, Inside. Knowing what he had meant, Sheffield opened the door and stepped into the study first. After leaving him in the study, Matthew went back to his room to fetch his laptop. The study was full of trophies and awards for achievements in business, philanthropy, and education. Therefore, Sheffield assumed that this was Carlos' study. There must have been at least 100 awards in that room. As an entrepreneur, the man was indeed outstanding. When Matthew came into the room, He noticed Sheffield pensively staring at the family portrait on the wall. Unlike the one at Evelyn's apartment, there were two elderly members in this photo. Matthew was a taciturn man, and thus Sheffield didn't ask him who they were. However, since they looked much older, Sheffield assumed that one of them might have been Evelyn's great-grandmother. Noticing the old man standing next to Miranda, he assumed that he was Evelyn's grandfather. Evelyn was a teenager in the photo, and Matthew was short. He was not even 10 years old. Matthew turned on his laptop and raised his head, casting Sheffield an indifferent glance. "You seem to be very interested in my family, don't you?" "Of course I do." Sheffield walked to the desk and gazed at Matthew without blinking. "After all, we will be family in the future." Matthew's face turned dark after he heard those words, and he snorted. "Don't you think too highly of yourself? Don't forget that my sister will be engaged to Calvert after the new year." He didn't know where Sheffield's confidence came from. Sheffield didn't seem to get angry at his words. So what? Even if she marries him, it won't be her will. She won't be happy with this marriage. They will divorce each other sooner or later. She will divorce him and then come back to me. Evelyn is always mine. Even though the thought about Evelyn marrying someone else was hurtful to him, at least he would be able to get her back in the end. In Sheffield's eyes, no matter how many times Evelyn got engaged or got married to others, as long as he wasn't the one she would be with, it wouldn't last long. Matthew cast a disdainful glance at the man. "Are you so sure that my sister loves you?" "Of course." Sheffield sat at the desk. "We are truly in love with each other. By the way, if you have time, please give your father some pillow talk, will you? Calvert is really a bad guy. He is not good enough for your sister. Even if your father doesn't like me, he should find a good man for Eve." "Pillow talk? Does he think I'm a woman?" A flush of anger flashed on Matthew's face at the thought. With a grim face, he pushed the laptop towards Sheffield. "It's the defense system of ZL Group. If you can crack it today, you can still celebrate the new year with my family next year. If you fail..." He didn't finish the sentence because he knew Sheffield was smart enough to understand. How could Sheffield not fulfill Matthew's expectations? He was well aware of the latter's feelings, but he had to hide his identity as star anise. He feigned fear and sat back, pointing at the laptop screen. "It's the defense system of ZL Group. Everyone knows that it was designed by Star Anise. Do you think I'm his match?" Matthew had an indifferent expression when he gazed at Sheffield. "You know about Star Anise?" "Of course I do." Sheffield purposefully made his voice sound like he was excited to talk about Star Anise. After all, he is a celebrity in the world of hackers and hunkers. Sheffield turned his head to Matthew's laptop and started working. His arm. He sighed, but he did not move his arm. "Actually, I'm also a neat freak like you, so you can rest assured that I'm clean. If you don't believe me, you can ask Eve or smell me. By the way, I had sprayed Eve's perfume over me today. I also have men's perfume. But you know, your sister and I didn't go home last night, so I didn't bring it with me." Sheffield and Evelyn bought 2 bottles of perfume for couples. When she was using her perfume in the car earlier today, he approached her and kissed her on the cheek. That was how her perfume was sprayed on his body. His indifference made Matthew's face completely darken.
Sheffield tang.
Sheffield's amusement reached the 7th cloud at Matthew's reaction. "Are you angry?" He slowly withdrew his arm from his shoulder. All right. I'll get the dust off you." He patted Matthew's shoulder and brushed off the imaginary dust. Matthew was so pissed off that he really wanted to throw one punch after another at Sheffield. No one had been able to stand so close to him, what to speak of putting a hand on his shoulder. Even his 2 best friends wouldn't dare to do this to him. Sheffield was the only one who had done this. When they went downstairs, Matthew was still in a bad mood. To the onlookers, it looked like he had just eaten something bitter that made his face red in anger. But when they turned toward Sheffield, they were surprised to find him chuckling. If both men weren't straight, the onlookers would have guessed that Sheffield took advantage of Matthew. Carlos wasn't any different. He looked at the twisted expression on Matthew's face. What's wrong with you? He didn't take advantage of you, did he? The ladies around them burst out laughing. Matthew was bewildered by Carlos' question, his face even darker. Sheffield, however, was frightened. He didn't think Carlos was joking. To prevent any further misunderstandings, he stopped smiling and said seriously, "No, Uncle Carlos. You misunderstood us. I'm not gay. Now Matthew is a good-looking guy, but I prefer girls like the lovely Evelyn." Carlos cast a scornful glance at his son and commented, "At least you have good taste. Evelyn is much more skilled, much better looking than Matthew." Matthew was used to being compared unfavorably to his siblings. He snapped, "Yeah. She's better than me, and I'm better than you." Carlos' eyebrows furrowed. "Ask Sheffield. He'll tell you who is more handsome, you or me. How do I choose? Whoever I don't pick will be mad at me." Sheffield swallowed his saliva nervously. That wasn't an easy question to answer. "At least I'm not a big baby like you." For the past couple years, Matthew saw that his dad was becoming more and more childlike. He lost his temper easily, throwing a tantrum when he didn't get his way. He often did things that were completely out of character for him. Sheffield preferred to keep his mouth shut. It was a terrible battle, this conflict between father and son. And he preferred not to get hit by a stray metaphorical bullet. Matthew continued, "You're always pretending you're better than me. But if you're so good, why didn't you know that the company's security system has been hacked?" "What?" Carlos was taken aback. "Who did it? Was it you?"
No.
"That guy." Matthew pointed to Sheffield, who was peeling nuts for Evelyn. "Is he Star Anise?" Before Carlos could say the name, Matthew interrupted him. "Star Anise?"
No.
"He's the hacker's disciple 11. Carlos looked at Sheffield with suspicion. The smiling doctor played dumb. "No, I didn't break into it at all. I just found some loopholes that my master taught me. Don't worry, your security is still airtight." Evelyn overheard their conversation. She asked timidly, "Are you really Star Anise's disciple?" Instead of admitting it or denying it, he just told her, "Some other time. But not now. If he got a chance, he would. And fly back to America. He already had a tight schedule. Remember, we're going to visit Uncle Wesley on the 3rd day of the spring festival. The elders too, because it's the right thing to do." Since Wesley and his family lived in a country, the two families didn't have many chances to meet, except special days like the spring festival. Makes sense. It had become a habit for those two families. Either the Huo family would fly out to visit, or the Li family would come to Y City on the 3rd day of the spring festival. Matthew also knew that they had to visit Carlos' old friends during the spring festival, so he'd already factored this into his plans. Miranda and Debbie were chatting in the living room. With a broad smile, Miranda said, "Have you noticed the look in Sheffield's eyes? He hardly took his eyes off Evelyn. I think he really likes the girl." "Of course I noticed it." Evelyn was the same way. Although she didn't speak much, she's almost a different person around him. Evelyn was no longer a cold and distant CEO when Sheffield was near. She looked more feminine and less sure of herself, like a wife being well protected by her husband. Yes, Debbie was sure Evelyn looked like a spoiled wife in front of Sheffield. Then what is Carlos doing? He knows Evelyn and Sheffield like each other. Why is he still forcing her to get engaged to Calvert? Miranda had never taken an interest in family affairs before. Carlos handled everything. But when they were talking about the marriage of her eldest granddaughter, Miranda wanted to know everything. Debbie told Miranda all that she knew. Carlos was angry with Sheffield because he got her pregnant. "I got it. I was pissed too. My daughter is one of the elite, but he almost killed her. How could I not be angry? And if it weren't for Matthew bringing it up with Sheffield, we would have never known Sheffield was clueless about the whole thing. Evelyn never said a word to him about it. There we were, hating a man for something he hadn't known he'd done. The reason why Carlos agreed to let Evelyn marry Calvert was the media. They'd been linked thanks to the paparazzi. It was really Sheffield in those pics, but Calvert agreed to pretend to be the man in the pictures, As long as Evelyn could marry him, that was okay by Carlos. He hated Sheffield anyway. Carlos was always a man of his word. You're kidding. Miranda interjected.
No lie.
He made a promise to Calvert, just so he could be rid of Sheffield. He figured once Sheffield knew she was engaged, he'd back off. Carlos didn't like Sheffield at all to begin with. However, after getting to know him, he changed his opinion of him. Actually, Carlos had enough status and power to make all this go away. But it would reflect badly on the family if Carlos went back on his word, because they were public figures. So were the J. Plus, when Sheffield's patient died, Evelyn had asked Carlos for help and promised him that she'd get engaged to Calvert. Even now, Evelyn still believed that the reason Sheffield was able to turn the tables so quickly was that Carlos had his back. What she didn't know was that before Carlos could do anything, Sheffield had already gotten himself out of hot water. Father and daughter always kept their promises. So Evelyn had to get engaged to Calvert, and there wasn't anything she could do about it. Miranda thought for a while and replied firmly, Carlos won't let this happen. He wouldn't let this injustice stand. He just needed time to figure out a way out of this. Miranda hoped that Sheffield wouldn't give up Evelyn and could wait for her. And Debbie knew that Calvert was an outstanding guy. But he couldn't hold a candle to Sheffield. When he was the one that told her. Among the 3 kids of the Huo family, Matthew worried the elders the least. They wondered what kind of girl Matthew would marry. Well, that's for the best. Carlos believed Terelin's relationship would be less troublesome than Evelyn's. The kids didn't know the 3 elders were talking about them. Terelin was upstairs, blissfully ignorant of what was going on a floor below her. She sent a message to Joshua. What's your New Year wish? Joshua replied very quickly. I want a girlfriend. That's all. That's all. Terelin giggled. That's an easy one. But I think Mr. Fan has to have a girl in mind to make that wish come true. I don't believe it. Maybe I do. What kind of girl do you like? Joshua stood in front of the window of a hotel. Behind him, his friends were eating and drinking at a table. He replied, someone full of life, bright, happy, someone who has a warm heart. And then he added a few words silently in his heart. Someone like you. What about looks? Or is that important? I know a lot of girls that would love a boyfriend. Would you like me to introduce you? Well, young and hot, of course. That goes without saying. But I prefer girls with dimples. Dimples. Terelin couldn't help but touch her face. Then she put down her phone and ran to the dresser. She smirked to herself in the mirror, and 2 shallow dimples appeared on her face. Well, that's one down, she thought to herself. Terelin touched one of her cheeks. She swept her eyes at the phone. Her heart thudded against her chest when she was typing a reply to Joshua. Then I'll keep this in mind. Terelin had to wait 10 minutes for the notification. When a message popped up, her eyes lit up seeing Joshua had sent her a voice message. Terelin, do you have time now? I just finished dinner with my friends and saw someone setting off fireworks. It's very lively here. Would you like to join us? Fireworks. She repeated the word in her heart. They could only be set off in a designated area in recent years, so Terelin rarely saw fireworks. When Joshua suggested enjoying them together, her heart was moved. But I don't know if my father will agree to let me out. In an instant, another voice message appeared. Ask your mom for this. Her eyes lit up and she laughed at herself. Why didn't she think of that? Her mother would agree. She jumped out of bed in a hurry, and she was nearly at the door when a thought flashed in her mind, making her frown. How should she go there? She didn't have her driving license with her. With a gloomy face, Terelin sat back on her bed and started typing. Well, forget it. I left my driving license at college. Don't worry about that. Since I didn't drink, I can pick you up. Wait for me at the gate of your manor. A voice message came that raised her hopes again, and a wide grin spread across her face. Her eyes were brightened again. Great! Terelin stood up and sat before her dressing table, carefully observing her face. She took out her cosmetics and put on light makeup. With her flexible fingers, she used a thin layer of an orange lip gloss. She walked over to the closet and picked a brand new pink overcoat. Her eyes swept on a white scarf and wrapped it around her neck after a moment of hesitation. Terilyn hung a small purse around her shoulders and hurried downstairs with her mobile phone in hand. At first, she thought she could easily deal with it, but when her eyes slipped on the elders sitting in the living room, her movements slowed. No matter what, she didn't want Carlos to notice her. She lowered her head and headed toward the door. But how could Carlos not notice the small movements of his daughter? He narrowed his eyes at the girl dressed in a new coat and frowned. "Where do you think you are going? It's already late." Terilyn pressed her lips in a thin line. Now she was done, and her father wouldn't give her a chance. She cast a glance full of expectations toward Miranda and Debbie. "Grandma, Mom, my friend invited me." Du. Yen's hand. She smiled at Evelyn and turned toward Sheffield. "Are you here to watch a movie?" A momentary glance of Jillian was swept at Evelyn. "Sheffield, who is this?" Sheffield tightened his grip on Evelyn's hand and pulled her into his arms. "This is my wife, Mrs. Tang." He turned to look at Evelyn and his eyes softened. "Honey, this is my old classmate, Jillian Chi." Evelyn had a strong aura around her that made her look unapproachable and dignified. Her light tan overcoat and a pair of black high boots made her look even more elegant. She nodded with a smile on her face. "Nice to meet you, Miss Chi." Jillian narrowed her eyes at Evelyn. As a person who was always pursuing brand products, Jillian could tell at a glance that the price of Evelyn's outfit was enough for her to buy several sets of her own. She wondered if Sheffield had bought these clothes for Evelyn. Her gaze was fixed on Evelyn. The longer Jillian noticed how beautiful Evelyn looked with her figure and skin tone, the more Jillian became jealous. She had a habit of looking down upon people. Jillian would think everyone in front of her was inferior to her. In that case, few people had the capability to make her jealous to this extent. Initially, she was confident that she could beat Sheffield's girlfriend before meeting Evelyn face to face. But now, the situation was worse than what she had imagined. For the first time in a longer while, Jillian felt inferior. "Nice to meet you too." Jillian forced a smile and turned toward Sheffield. "Why don't you tell us your girlfriend's name? Maybe we can be friends since we live in the same city." Sheffield smiled as well. "No problem. Let me start over. This is my wife, Evelyn Tang."
Evelyn Tang.
Evelyn turned to look at Sheffield, who was still smiling. Jillian nodded her head and said, "Oh, you two have the same surname. What a coincidence."
No Sheffield explained.
Her original surname is not Tang. She uses mine. So she is Evelyn Tang now. Jillian realized what was going on. She had never known that Sheffield could be this sweet and so romantic. She mumbled with a stiff smile. "But you're not married yet, right? Why is she already using your surname? Does it matter? We will get married sooner or later, and she will eventually be taking my surname." Sheffield kissed the dumbfounded Evelyn in front of the other two women. She said that name in her head again and again. Evelyn Tang, she didn't hate it at all. Jillian managed to calm down and changed the subject. "Have you finished watching the movie?" "Not yet. We have another half an hour left," Sheffield replied. "Ours doesn't start for an hour. There is a nice coffee house downstairs. Would you like to join us?" Jillian invited them, hoping to know more about the woman in Sheffield's arm. He didn't think Evelyn would want to hang with Jillian, so he refused right away. "Thank you, but we have other plans. We were just heading downstairs to get her some skincare products." "Yeah? I know a lot about beauty products. Miss Tang, what kind of product are you looking for?" Jillian pretended to be interested. Evelyn flashed a smile. Sheffield's ex-girlfriend sounded way too enthusiastic. However, she still answered politely, "I need some facial cream." Among her skincare products, Evelyn always ran out of facial cream the most quickly. She didn't like to keep a spare bottle, and the one she was using was about to run out. Since they had time and there was a mall downstairs, she had earlier decided to buy a new bottle. "Just so you know, your skin looks good, but women should start fighting against wrinkles at our age. I recommend the G brand's anti-wrinkle cream or the ZR Caviar." Jillian said, purposefully mentioning the extremely expensive brands, which few women could afford. Evelyn declined courteously. Thank you, but I don't use those. Jillian smirked and sighed. She figured that those must be too expensive for E.S. nothing compared to the likes of Evelyn Huo. Their standards and quality of living were very different. It was only natural that they didn't have much in common. Evelyn calmed down a little. If that's the kind of girls you hung out with back in college, I seriously doubt your judgment. Sheffield led her out of the elevator with a laugh. But I didn't date her for long and then I met you. Don't you think my taste has improved tremendously? His flattery successfully dissipated her anger. Yes, it has, she replied with a smirk. They went to the store and bought her a facial cream and an eye cream. Sheffield paid the bill. Evelyn had refused at first since the bill was over 200 grand, and he needed all his money for the research. But Sheffield had insisted. He held the bag of skincare products in one hand and held her hand with the other as they walked back to the cinema. As soon as they left the counter, Jillian went into the shop. Looking at the products around her, she asked casually, "Which one of these did that couple buy?" "Oh, the lady bought the facial cream and eye cream from the Legend series. The facial cream contains ingredients such as ginseng, pylos antler, snow lotus, China cordyceps, and so on. It is the best seller and also the most expensive one in our store. Would you like to try it too?" The saleswoman noticed that the new customer was wearing designer clothes as well. So, she warmly took out the sample product to recommend it to her. Jillian pointed her fingers at the skincare products and raised her head to gaze at the saleswoman. "How much is one set?" "Oh, this series has liquid essence, facial cream, eye cream and facial mask. The general price is $880,000. If you buy it today, we can also give you a $10,000 worth certificate of Shining International Plaza with no strings." $880,000? Jillian's eyes widened at that. Her heart trembled after hearing the price. The most expensive set of skincare products she had ever used was only about $200,000, but this set was worth more than $800,000. Was it gold? Jillian closed her eyes and Evelyn's face popped up in her mind. Her fair skin was probably the result of this particular product. She eyed the material for a long time and hardened her heart. She must get this one if she wanted to walk in front of Evelyn with confidence. "Pack one for me." "Okay, ma'am. Please give me an address." The saleswoman took out her pen and notepad. "Our staff will deliver it to your home tomorrow." At first, Jillian intended to leave her home address, but an idea flashed through her mind. If she happened to get the costly skincare products in front of her colleagues, they would be jealous of her for sure. Her eyes brightened at the thought. Jillian Chi, the manager of the finance department of ZL Group. How could she not brag about such an expensive set of skincare products? She took a picture and shared it on WeChat Moments. ZL Group was well known in Y City, and its office building had become a landmark for everyone. The saleswoman glanced at Jillian with sparkling eyes. "Wow, so you're a manager of ZL Group. But you look so young. You're awesome." Jillian flipped her long hair near her ear and smiled in feigned modesty.
I'm flattered.
"I'm ready to pay." "Okay. Please wait for a moment, Miss Chi." After paying the bill and leaving the address, Jillian went back to the cinema alone. She looked at her watch. Sheffield and Evelyn must be inside the cinema already. That was when her eyes swept on her friend, who had been waiting for her. She walked over and began telling her friend how expensive those beauty products were. Sheffield had originally wanted to take Evelyn to the theater, but eventually failed. Just when the ticket taker was about to take their tickets, he got a phone call from the hospital. "Dr. Tang, we've got a new patient, male 45 years. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend. A mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. They wouldn't be able to excrete extra water. It would cause swelling and might lead to heart failure. Apart from the pain, the patients had to have CRT at the nearest hospital every 2 days. In the end, they wouldn't be able to take part in any activities that would take more than a day. It was so sad. Sheffield took Evelyn to his office after reaching the hospital and changed his clothes. It was New Year's Eve, but when they arrived at the inpatient department, Sheffield found that the hospital was full. Hospital beds had been arranged in the corridor too. The patients were watching the Spring Festival Gala on TV. A few patients were lying on the bed alone, without anyone to accompany them. Evelyn glanced around and found an empty bench. She turned toward Sheffield. "I'll wait for you here." Sheffield looked at the bench behind Evelyn and nodded. "Okay." Evelyn was about to sit on the bench in the corridor when another doctor called Sheffield. "Dr. Tang, good. You're here. The family of the patient is right at the door. Please come and have a look." Sheffield had just taken a few steps when a sharp female voice echoed in the corridor. "You are Dr. Tang? What the hell is wrong with your hospital? You doctors told us hypertension is deadly and prescribed medicine and infusion. Do you think we are made of money? You blood-sucking assholes." Evelyn frowned at the voice and her face turned gloomy. Sheffield explained to the woman patiently, "Your husband's high blood pressure has surpassed 190, which means he is at risk. If he doesn't get the treatment, the consequences will be exactly as Dr. Wong said." The woman widened her eyes in shock and asked in disbelief, "Where did they find you? Little young for a doctor, aren't you? I think you're pulling my leg." While checking the patient's medical records, Sheffield took out his ID badge from his pocket and showed it to her, holding it at eye level so she could see it. If he weren't a doctor, why would he give a damn about her business? There it was, as plain as day. Dr. Sheffield Tang, nephrologist, Y City First General Hospital. From his title, many people would know that Sheffield was the top kidney transplant surgeon. But today he was facing an ignorant woman. "So you're a doctor. They made a big deal about you and made me wait for you to get here. I thought you were the president of the hospital. I want to see the director of your department. Find me someone who can tell me what's going on." At this moment, a woman's voice came from the hall. "So you know he's a doctor, right?" Everyone turned to look. A lovely, elegant lady walked into the room. When the woman haranguing Sheffield heard Evelyn's voice, her face stiffened. She opened her mouth but didn't say a word. The others wondered if she was biting her tongue. Evelyn walked towards the woman and stared into her eyes. "Doctors save people's lives. I think people should have more respect for doctors, don't you? They're much better than the idle, lazy people who live off their parents. If you were dying and wanted to live, you would rely on the doctor's medical skills to save your life." The woman knew what she meant more than anyone else. She knew Evelyn was referring to her son, but she had been put in her place and remained silent. The doctors and nurses all looked at Evelyn with admiration. Sheffield felt warmth spreading in his chest. For the first time, he knew the feeling of someone he loved having his back. He chuckled and said to Evelyn in a low voice, "Honey, it's okay. She's just upset." This woman was hardly the worst person he had to deal with. Evelyn cast a reproachful glance at him. How can he be such a pushover? Sheffield wanted to mollify her. But he had more important things to do now, so he had to give up. They'll need both dialysis and hemofiltration. Put the patient on oxygen and get the continuous venovenous hemodiafiltration machine ready. I'm going to check O. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Therapy were several times higher than for bog-standard dialysis. The cost for dialysis was several $100s each time, but it might cost several grand or even tens of thousands for CRRT. Sheffield glanced at Novayu, who was obviously embarrassed. The patient is in a bad way. CRRT is highly advisable. We'll try it for 24 hours and see how it goes. If he gets better after that, he can be moved for ordinary dialysis. And if he doesn't get better after 24 hours? Nova, you asked. As near as I can tell, he needs 2 days of CRRT at most. After that, he can go downstairs and resume ordinary dialysis. We might be able to get him back home fairly quick if everything goes well. It's costly but effective. Your husband's condition is pretty serious now and ordinary dialysis might not help. But it's your choice. I think ordinary dialysis is best. CRRT is too expensive. The older woman had asked about the CRRT price tag. They charged by the hour. Evander Zhao needed to be on it at least 24 hours. She just didn't want to spend that kind of money on her husband. What was more, she believed that the doctors were exaggerating, that they were making up diseases to con her into spending more money. Sheffield threw up his hands. Then fine. Put the patient on dialysis. Ready him to be moved, please. Just as Sheffield was about to arrange everything, Evelyn came over and said to him, "Wait a minute." The ward went quiet. The doctors and nurses who had recognized Evelyn looked at each other in shock, wondering why she was in the hospital. Evander was thrilled to see Evelyn. He wanted to say something but he couldn't. He tried to express his feelings with his hands, waving them around, and forming them into letters. Evelyn could see the joy in his face. Evelyn stood at the end of the bed, smiling at Evander, and then she turned to Sheffield. "Get him on CRRT. You and I both know he needs it. And put him on the waiting list for a new kidney. When he gets better, he can change to ordinary dialysis." "You're right," Sheffield replied after a pause. He turned and asked a nurse to get a room ready for CRRT. Nova was so anxious that she grabbed the nurse by the arm. She yelled, "Oh no. We don't want CRRT. It's too expensive. We don't have the money for that." "Don't listen to her." Evelyn cast a sidelong glance at her and told Tayson, "Go to the registrar and tell them to put it all on my tab." Hearing this, Nova shut up. She knew Evelyn was rich. Feeling embarrassed, she walked back into the room and remained silent. "Yes, Miss Huo." Tayson left to do as he was told. Sheffield led the doctors and nurses out of the ward. Before he left, he told Evelyn quietly, "I'll be in my office. I need to finish up some paperwork and write a prescription." Evelyn nodded. Now there were only 3 people left in the ward, and the place was much quieter. Evelyn walked up to Evander and looked at the middle-aged man. The excessive water accumulation swelled his limbs and caused other problems. "Uncle Evander, why didn't you tell your family you were sick?" she sighed, feeling sorry for the man. Evander shook his head with a smile. Evelyn didn't know what he wanted to say. He made unintelligible sounds, occasionally grabbing Evelyn's hand and gesturing. After a long while, he finally realized that he couldn't speak. So he took out his phone and typed on it. "Don't spend any more money on me, kiddo. I'm really sick. I'm used to it." Evelyn shook her head. "Listen to the doctors, Uncle Evander. Take care of yourself and you should live past 80. Evander typed again. "Why aren't you home celebrating the new year?" "My friend is a doctor. I came here with him." And come to. Ziev thought the readers were idiots. However, on hearing what she said, Sheffield replied in a more serious tone. "It's true. I heard about it. It happened to one of the pregnant women in our hospital. She was a star. She was the talk of the hospital for a while. Although he was not an obstetrician, he had contact with gynecologists and obstetricians occasionally, so from time to time he heard the strangest things." Evelyn was at a loss for words. "Okay,
I'm ignorant."
so the writer was accurate after all.
No.
I wouldn't have believed it either if I hadn't come across it before. Then Sheffield started the engine, and they left the hospital together. Yes, it's super rare. Now about Evander. Who is he? He used to work for my family. Evelyn began to tell him about Evander. He used to clean the Huo family manor. He was a pitiful man. Since he was a child, he had been mute and was somewhat silly. Normally, the Huos would never hire someone like him. But he gained Carlos' gratitude. One day when Terralyn was in primary school, she snuck out of her school to buy snacks during recess. When she crossed the street, she encountered a kidnapper hired by a rival company. They wanted to get back at Carlos and were going to hurt her. At that time, Evander was working as a street sweeper. Seeing the man take out a dagger intending to stab Terralyn, he raised the broom and hit the kidnapper's wrist hard. Pain shot through the kidnapper's body, and he let out a loud shrill. His grip against the dagger loosened, and it fell on the ground. A sudden jerk made its way to Terralyn's spine, and she made a sharp turn. That was when she realized that someone had been following her. When she saw the dagger on the ground, her body trembled like a dried leaf. The snack she was holding fell on the ground. How could the kidnapper let her go so easily? His vicious glare cast on Evander. He picked up the dagger and was ready to stab Terralyn again. Evander shouted unintelligibly, trying to attract the attention of others, but there were not many people on the street, and the few around didn't dare to interfere. He had to pick up the broom and swung it at the kidnapper's head again. Terralyn took a few steps back when the broom flashed like a shadow, and it hit the kidnapper's head. Blood spurted out from his head. She took the chance to run and pulled out her phone to call her bodyguard. Fortunately, she was near her school. It wouldn't take long before the bodyguard arrived. The kidnapper pressed his free hand against his small wound in the head and glared fiercely at Evander. If it weren't for that man, the kidnapper could have approached that girl without hindrance. The flame of anger rose in his heart at the thought, and he rushed at Evander with his knife. The latter stared at the knife with horrified eyes and dodged the attack. When he had been busy in shrinking back, the kidnapper swung his hand another time that Evander couldn't dodge. A small cut opened in his arm and blood flooded out. Terralyn hung up the phone and turned back only to be shocked by the scene. The kidnapper was attacking Evander. She rushed back and picked up the broom, swinging it at the man. The kidnapper tightened his grip against the knife and rushed at Terralyn, ignoring the injured Evander. Before the kidnapper could attack Terralyn, the bodyguard rushed over and subdued the gangster, taking him to the police station. Out of gratitude, Carlos hired Evander as a cleaner in the manor. Even though the manor was a little far from Evander's home, he was ready to travel, unwilling to live in the quarters of the Huo family's servants. Carlos was generous enough to arrange a driver to pick him up every day. His salary used to be only $2 or $3 grand a month, but Carlos paid him 3 times as much. Later, the Huo family learned that Evander was very poor and ALD. He would try to get along well with him for Evelyn's sake. As long as Sheffield didn't do anything to hurt Evelyn, Matthew would just leave him alone. When he walked out of the manor, Sheffield was leaning against the car and smoking. He opened the door of the passenger seat for Matthew with the cigarette dangling at the corner of his mouth. "Come here, Matthew. Sit in the passenger seat as your sister does." Matthew took a glance at him and got in. Sheffield put out the cigarette and was about to get in the car when he looked up and happened to find a familiar woman on the balcony. The corners of his lips quirked up at that. He raised his hand to wave at her, and also blew her a kiss. In the dark, Evelyn could only vaguely see him raising his hand, but she failed to see the kiss. Sheffield smiled at her and ignited the car. On the way, Matthew asked while playing with his phone, "Did you change the bed in your guest room?" "Of course. And I bought you a costly one since you're Evelyn's brother. Remember to pay me back." Sheffield was a neat freak himself. He knew exactly what Matthew would be worried about if he was to spend the night in his apartment. So that evening, after he took Evelyn out of the Huo family manor, he had told someone to change the bed in his guest room. "Taking money for just a bed? You don't sound sincere enough to let me stay at your place." Matthew's voice was indifferent and cold. To make himself look even more aloof, he stuck his head on his phone while speaking. "If you were not my buddy, I wouldn't even let you enter my apartment." "Don't flatter yourself," Matthew taunted. Sheffield snickered. Understandably, Matthew still didn't think of him as a friend, but he wasn't about to give up. He said, "You and I will be buddies sooner or later, just as your sister will become my wife sooner than you think." Matthew ignored him this time. A few moments later, Sheffield added with a grin. Since you're in my car now, be prepared to be killed. It was fortunate that Evelyn wasn't with them. With his fingers still busy on his phone screen, Matthew snapped. Why do you get yourself into so much trouble? Sheffield sighed. It was not like he was inviting trouble either. Are your bodyguards around?
No.
Don't you know Kung Fu? What Matthew meant was, since you're here, why do I need a bodyguard? Sheffield didn't know if he was moved or amused by Matthew's level of trust in him. He said, there are 4 cars following us. Assuming that there are 5 people in a car, we have 20 people on our tail right now. How about we each handle 10? Sound fair? This is not my business. You can take them all out yourself. Matthew refused in a cold tone. Sheffield sighed. Why the hell are these people after you anyway? Instead of being out in the street trying to kill people, they should be at their own homes, celebrating the spring festival. Such a waste of holidays being out here trying to kill the likes of you. Ouch, Sheffield scoffed. At the same time, the cars behind them picked up speed. He warned Matthew, sit tight. He stepped on the gas and the car sped ahead like an arrow leaving the string. Sheffield soon ditched the other cars. As he was about to enter the T-junction, a car rushed towards them from the right side. Sheffield immediately stepped on the brake to slow down. He thought that the car would go straight past them, but he was wrong. Their cars were about to collide into each other. But the other car had no intention of slowing down. By now, Sheffield figured that this car had something to do with the people who were following him. He couldn't make a sudden turn at this point. There were chances that the car might turn over. But if he didn't do something, they would crash into the other car. A collision at year 2. If they continued to smash it, his car would be totally ruined. Just as Sheffield sighed thinking about the repair costs, the men rushed towards him, brandishing their weapons. Sheffield grabbed the man in the front by his wrist and pulled him in. At the same time, he kicked the other man who was charging at him. While the first man was still confused as to what was going on, Sheffield pressed his lit cigarette on the back of his hand mercilessly. Arg! The man screamed. The cry sounded like that of a pig being slaughtered. Sheffield scratched his ears. Shut the hell up. What kind of fucking sound is that? The fight had officially begun. Sheffield Tang versus 20 goons. Luckily, the men were pretty weak. He could easily deal with several of them at the same time. He seized his chance and jumped onto the hood of his car. He sat there lazily, took out his scalpel and pointed it at the group. You know, I'm a doctor, a surgeon, and a good one at that. I'll fucking stab you all 32 times one by one. And mind you, I can make it all look like minor injuries. Some of the men were intimidated and moved a step backward. Did you hear the news about the person who was stabbed 32 times? The court judged that they were only minor injuries. The man who did that was my apprentice. He smirked at the shocked men. Are you sure you want to continue this fight? I'll be more than happy to show you how my apprentice did it. Many people in Y City had heard about the stabbing Sheffield was talking about. But his apprentice did it? Bullshit. Sheffield was a busy guy. He had no time to recruit an apprentice, let alone train one. But the goons didn't know that. It didn't take longer than a heartbeat for the goons to lose their bravado and run off in fear. A hint of mockery flashed in Sheffield's eyes. Idiots. Run home to mama. He had believed the thugs were professional assassins. But they were just hired muscle. Suddenly, they could see flashing lights approaching, along with the whine of a police siren. Some of the mooks who didn't run were spooked by the sudden appearance of police cars. Sheffield jumped from the hood of his car and chased the thugs down. As one of them was getting into his car, Sheffield grabbed the guy by his clothes and forced him prone. The young doctor had just caught the leader. Everyone saw the altercation, including the other goons. However, the police cars were closing in on them. They had no time to help their leader, so they got in their cars and sped off. 5 police cars showed up at the scene. 4 of them kept driving, chasing after the gangsters. One of them pulled alongside Sheffield's car. 3 police officers got out to start questioning witnesses and suspects. The man in the mask lay in the dirt. He couldn't get up and run away, so he lay there frustrated, groaning in pain. A policeman came over and asked, "Sir, we're from the Ministry of Public Security. Did you call the police?" Sheffield was stunned. He looked at Matthew, who was in the car, and wondered if it was him. Sheffield nodded. "Yes, I did. These men attacked us, but some of them got away. But I did manage to nab the leader. He's all yours." 2 policemen handcuffed the man on the ground to take him back to the police station for interrogation. After making his statement to the police, Sheffield got back into his car. Back leaning against the seat, Matthew was still focused on his phone. "You're a pain in the ass, you know that?" Sheffield said to him sourly. Matthew had heard what the thugs had been shouting outside the car, and he also knew that they were after him. Instead of standing up to them, he let Sheffield face the group of hoods alone. So out of guilt, he said. Even so, she still thought it was too much. She wondered if she'd have any money left over after paying her husband's medical bills. Then how long will he live? Knowing what was on her mind, Sheffield replied coldly, "I'm just a doctor. I don't have control over that. I could ask the king of hell." "No, I've a better idea. Go there yourself." Nova was so embarrassed her face was flushed and pale. The doctor sitting beside Sheffield couldn't help but snicker. As soon as Nova left, Sheffield asked the doctor next to him, "Did she take care of her husband last night?" Pursing his lips, the doctor said, "No, she left when she saw we were there. We told her the medical staff was only responsible for the dialysis machine. Patient care was up to the family. But she didn't listen to us and wasn't back till this morning. Tell the nurses to take good care of this patient," he said with a frown. "Okay. You know this guy, Dr. Tang?" "Yeah, he's a friend. Anything concerning Evelyn was his business." "Okay." On January 5th, according to the lunar calendar, Langston and Ally took their kids to the Huo family manor to celebrate the new year. This would be an ideal time to nail down the date for the engagement ceremony. With a smile, Ally asked, "So, Evelyn, what do you think of having an engagement party on the 20th? In fact, she really didn't want Calvert to marry this woman. After all, her previous boyfriends were dead. But both Langston and Calvert were for the marriage. As a stepmother, she was helpless." Evelyn replied flatly, "Any date is okay by me." Things were a little awkward. It was a pretty straightforward question. Calvert decided to make sure all this went smoothly. "The 20th then. I'll reserve the venue for the engagement party. Don't worry about a thing, Evelyn. Uncle Carlos, Aunt Debbie. Anything you want to see at the party? Maybe a memorial to a loved one? A family crest, perhaps?" "No, I'll leave it to you." Carlos was unreadable. The whole time the 2 families were discussing the engagement, he acted as amiable as a gentleman. He gave no advice and made no requests. Debbie looked at Evelyn and curled her lips. "Evelyn is not ostentatious at all. Maybe just invite a few close friends. We can wait and hold a major ceremony for the wedding." "There won't be a wedding, not if I have anything to say about it," Debbie murmured to herself. Calvert replied obediently, "Okay. I know what Evelyn likes, so I'll make sure that she enjoys it. It's her night after all." Rowena remained silent as a deer. She gritted her teeth and looked at Evelyn, who had been staring at her phone the whole time. She thought it was so unfair to Calvert. They were discussing their engagement, but Evelyn acted like she didn't care at all. How could she disrespect the G family like that? Later on that evening, the G family left the Huos. As soon as they got into the car, Ally began to complain to Langston. "I don't understand what Calvert sees in her. Look at the way she acts. She looks down her nose at us. She doesn't respect her elders. She made it look like we were desperate to get married. She's rich and hot. So what? She messes around with a gigolo and leaves a trail of dead boyfriends in her wake. It's an honor for Calvert to marry her, to think highly of her. She doesn't deserve him at all. She really pisses me off." She heard from Rowena that Evelyn had been dating a doctor. Calvert sat there behind the wheel, concentrating on the road. He didn't say a word. Langston was a henpecked husband. Despite his wife's constant nagging, he just said, "We should look at the big picture. The Huos are a big deal. Tons of influence in Mon. Ing. He had prepared food and drinks. He even went to the market early that morning and bought some food to cook. Hi, Master. I'm here to wish you a happy new year. Have you prepared the red packets? Sheffield shouted before he even entered the living room. Vernon wanted to give him a kick, but since Evelyn was present, he gave up on that thought. He watched the young couple walk into the living room hand in hand. Sheffield didn't let go of Evelyn's hand until they were standing in front of Vernon. He bowed his head, cupped his hands and said with deep respect, "Happy New Year, Master." Evelyn hadn't expected him to greet his master this way. She should greet the old man too, but now she didn't know what to do at all. Ignoring Sheffield, Vernon turned to look at Evelyn and said with a broad smile, "And you must be Evelyn." Evelyn nodded and said politely, "Yes, Mr. Yuan.
I'm Evelyn Huo.
Happy New Year. I wish you health and a long life." She pulled Sheffield to her and reminded him to give the gifts to Vernon. She was graceful without trying. Vernon liked her. He waved his hand and said, "You don't have to call me Mr. Yuan. If you like, you can call me Grandpa. I'd like to have a granddaughter like you." "Okay, Grandpa." "Hi, Master. Evelyn bought these for you. I wanted to buy them for you, but she paid the bill herself. I got pretty bent about it," Sheffield said as he gave the gifts to the old man. In addition to the supplements, there were also several valuable gifts. Vernon sucked his pipe and narrowed his eyes at Sheffield. "Save it. You've never cared about me." He squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Sheffield purposefully ignored Vernon's words and opened one of the boxes, in which there was another pipe. "In order to buy a good pipe for you, Evelyn and I went to many shopping malls. This pipe is handmade of Fatinia wood in Denmark. Do you like it?" The pipe was in the shape of a trunk. With one look, one could easily tell that the beautiful engraving was carved by a professional artist. Vernon took the pipe, observed it closely, and nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you, Evelyn. You're more filial than Sheffield." Sheffield pretended to be unhappy after hearing that, and he wore a gloomy expression on his face. "Master, I'm also filial to you. That day you asked me to stay here for one night. I did. I even missed my date with Evelyn to accompany you." It wasn't like Sheffield was jealous of Evelyn. In his heart, he was thrilled when he heard Vernon praise her. Evelyn cast a confused gaze at him, wondering which date he was referring to. Her fingers subconsciously traced the edges of her chin. Was it the time when she was with Savannah and his phone was off? Realization dawned on her, and she raised her surprised glance at him. "So he was here that day. Go away. Don't say you know me." Vernon's face was twisted into disgust. Evelyn was amused by the two's bickering. Sheffield opened another bag and said, "Master, please take a look at this." There were several boxes in the bag. "Latakia tobacco?" Vernon's eyes lit up when he saw the two words carved on the surface. Sheffield chuckled at that. "You're such an old smoker. You recognized it at a single glance." He pushed the shopping bag towards his master. Latakia tobacco was very expensive Eastern tobacco from Syria. It was black and one of the very few kinds even the stems and leaf veins of which were useful. A small amount of the tobacco in the formula was enough to produce a thick fragrance. Latakia tobacco was so rare that Vernon rather smoked Virginia tobacco. The sight of the brand new tobacco made Vernon's heart want to burst out of his chest. He even ignored Sheffield's joke and nodded insistently. "Thank you, Evelyn. You're so thoughtful." "It's all Sheffield." Evelyn sent Vernon a polite smile and looked at Sheffield. "He told me about your hobbies. We picked the gifts together. If it weren't for Sheffield, I'll wait to tell her." "Okay." Evelyn sat straight and gazed at Vernon with interest. After Sheffield got the notes of traditional Chinese medicine from his grandfather, he hid in a remote forest and studied them for days and nights, memorizing all the content. When he was back home, he burned the notes in front of his father. His father was so angry that he disowned him instantly. Evelyn was stunned and confused. Sheffield severed his relationship with his father? He had told her that his parents passed away. Evelyn thought for a moment. Oh, maybe his father disowned him before he died. Yes. Do you know how many people were willing to pay a high price to get that book? Someone once paid 200 million. But Sheffield got angry at that person and asked him to go away. If Vernon were in Sheffield's shoes, he would have kicked that person out of his house too. The fruit of Mooney's painstaking work could only be inherited. It was not for sale. Although Sheffield's father was not happy about this matter, Vernon had always been blissful about what Sheffield did. It proved that Sheffield was a kind and righteous kid and did not value money over people. Speaking of Sheffield's past, Vernon had a lot to talk about. Sheffield had listened for so long he even began dozing off. Vernon was about to continue when he happened to gaze at half-awake and half-asleep Sheffield and decided to make some food for them. Sheffield, show Evelyn around. I'm going to prepare lunch for you. Got it. Cross-legged, Sheffield rested his head against his hand and watched Vernon leave the room. Evelyn was amused by Sheffield's childhood stories. You were a naughty boy back then. Sheffield sat straight and took Evelyn's hand, sending her a playful smile. Don't listen to the old man. I've always been a good boy. He just enjoys bad-mouthing me. Yeah, right? Evelyn rolled her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest. Silly boy, do you still eat herbs? No. He was not as stupid now. Can you show me around the yard? The place was full of the fragrance of herbs. Evelyn couldn't wait to see more of it. No problem. Sheffield smiled and kissed her on her cheeks, grabbing her hand to walk out of the living room. Herbs were spread across Vernon's yard. The boy apprentice was drying them. When he saw Evelyn and Sheffield coming over, he greeted them warmly. Sheffield softly nodded at the boy and turned to Evelyn. Honey, this is Wolf. The boy frowned and cast a protesting glance at him. It's Wolfberry, Sheffield corrected himself. Wolfberry. Evelyn quietly pulled Sheffield's sleeve and stared at him. Stop making fun of him. It's rude. Before Sheffield could say anything, the boy apprentice hastily waved his hand. It's fine. Sheffield is a senior to me. It's okay for him to say whatever he wants. Evelyn was rendered speechless. This boy is so obedient. Sheffield had a smile on his face but didn't say anything else. He showed Evelyn around the yard and explained to her the Chinese medicine she was curious about. When Wolfberry walked into the backyard garden, Sheffield began telling her about the boy. Wolfberry is an orphan. My master brought him back from the door of the orphanage when he was 11. He's 19 now. My master was willing to pay for his education, but he didn't want to go to school. He wasn't even willing to work anywhere outside the yard. Instead, he stayed here with my master every day to guard it, especially with master going out every now and then. Wolfberry is gentle and kind. If you ever treat him nicely, he would be deeply touched. And he has a good temper as well. I often gave him gifts before, so he sees me as his own brother. But he doesn't talk much. He is a thinker. Why do you call him Wolfberry? She suspected that Sheffield had given the boy that name as a joke. He has a name, but he likes eating Chinese wolfberries a lot. I call him Wolfberry every time I see him eating them. Vernon used to call. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. To calm herself down. On the 20th, I'm getting engaged to Calvert. No one could imagine how difficult it was for her to finish that sentence. Unexpectedly, Sheffield just nodded and said, Okay. Evelyn was so shocked that she couldn't find words to speak. Doesn't he care? Sheffield calculated the time in his mind and told her, Good news will be released about my research that day. Evelyn, wait for my good news. He would have the money to buy her everything she liked. She didn't know what to say. Well, my good girl, go to the office. Take care of yourself. As usual, he gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead. Sheffield's eyes followed her as she disappeared inside the building, and his smile disappeared. Evelyn, why don't you give me some hope? Why don't you ask me to wait for you? You know I will, no matter how long it will take. He talked to Joshua on the phone before heading over to his apartment. When he arrived home, he saw Joshua playing with his phone on the couch. The voice of the door disturbed Joshua. He looked up for a bit and busied himself on his phone again. You missed me. Sheffield couldn't bother to reply at this moment. Evelyn is getting engaged. Joshua stopped playing and his face was filled with shock. What did you say? Sheffield smiled bitterly. Isn't this something expected? Why are you so surprised? Joshua thought about it. Since the day I had a blind date with Evelyn, Sheffield might have mentally prepared himself for her to be engaged to another man. What's your plan? Joshua propped up his chin with his hand. Sheffield opened a bottle of red wine and poured it into a glass. Plan? I've finished the research and development. You know what I'm talking about already, don't you? Joshua narrowed his eyes at Sheffield. It's about you and Evelyn. Are you just going to watch her get engaged? What else can I do? The doctor didn't bother looking at him and drank a mouthful of wine. Even though he had a smile on his face, his heart felt like someone had been torturing it without any way out. He clearly knew how to mask emotions well. Hey, are you crazy? Joshua's face showed a hint of disbelief. Did you confine yourself in the lab for so long that your brain turned into a dull matter? You've chased after Evelyn fiercely, and now she's getting engaged. How could you just sit back and watch her getting engaged? Joshua could understand how his father felt when the old man wasn't satisfied with him. Sheffield waved his hand and sipped in the wine again. I won't just sit back and watch her getting engaged. He paused for a moment, and the corners of his lips curved up. Don't worry, I will go and bless them. He walked over and sat down opposite Joshua. Joshua stared at Sheffield for a long time. The boiling anger finally surged up in Joshua's throat after he was done with giving a speechless expression and glared fiercely at Sheffield. Do you really think you are Evelyn's toy boy? You don't care at all. Sheffield was silently gazing at the wine for a moment before lifting his lips to form a nonchalant smile. It doesn't matter. I'll be glad to be her toy boy. Joshua's face was red with anger. You really want to piss me off. He acted exactly the same as his father did when the old man was angry with him. Fine, I'll take the chance. Sheffield raised his eyebrows to gaze at a red-faced Joshua. With that, he stood up and went to the study. His actions were as if he had deliberately chosen this moment to throw tons of water over Joshua's boiling anger. What are you going to do? Bringing my laptop to send an email to Evelyn's dad. What email? Joshua cast his confused eyes at Sheffield. I'm going to beg him to stop Evelyn's marriage with another man. Sheffield's voice disappeared into the study. Joshua was not in the mood to play games anymore. He pressed his lips in a thin line and sent a message to Terrelyn. Is Evelyn really going to get engaged to Calvert? Terrelyn's reply came in an instant. How do you know? Seemed to be a fact. He was speechless for a moment after confirming the engagement. Just as Joshua was about to send another message, Sheffield walked out of the study with his laptop. He opened a folder and added an attachment to the email. Joshua frowned and marched toward Sheffield to see what he was doing. He fixed his eyes at the screen for a moment only to be covered W. As the city excitedly talked about Sheffield Tang, the doctor of the nephrology department of Y City First General Hospital, and spread his glories. He became the talk of the country in a matter of a few hours. When Sheffield finally left the venue of the launch event, it was getting dark outside. He glanced at his watch. There was still an hour before her engagement ceremony. He had time to take a shower and change clothes before attending the ceremony. Sheffield sat back in his car and glanced at the pink invitation card on the passenger seat. He took hold of that small card and went through it again. Dear Mr. Tang, Mr. Calvert G and Miss Evelyn Huo will hold their engagement ceremony at 7 p.m. on lunar January 20th, on the second floor of East City Hotel. Your presence is cordially requested. When Sheffield left home that morning, Calvert had sent him the invitation card in person. His face darkened after he read the contents, and he threw the invitation card back to the passenger seat. Calvert had put his own name ahead of Evelyn's on the invitation card. If it was Sheffield in his place, he would have put Evelyn's name in front of his. Was Calvert thinking of himself as a more important person than Evelyn? Prince G? Humph! You're just garbage in my eyes. He cursed the man in his heart. At around 7 o'clock in the East City Hotel, people had already gathered. Evelyn sat in the lounge staring blankly at her phone. She didn't invite Sheffield to the engagement party because she thought there was no need. Evelyn wasn't happy at all. Why would she invite him to witness the moment that would make him even more depressed? It would be like a slap in his face. She couldn't bear to see his expressions. "Oh, I'm sorry, Sheffield." Evelyn's lower lip quivered when she tried to control her tears. She wanted to talk to him, but she seemed to have no idea what to do except saying sorry to Sheffield. Debbie pushed the door open. She gently reminded her daughter of what was to come. "It's time to go, Evelyn." Evelyn nodded, acknowledging Debbie. "Yes." She stood up and walked out of the lounge, holding Debbie's arm firmly. Debbie looked at her daughter, sighing inwardly. She was beautiful and radiant in her dress, but Debbie could tell from her stone face that she was sad. Miranda and Matthew didn't come to the engagement ceremony today, so only Debbie, Carlos and Terilyn were there. The MC's happy and eager voice was soon heard all around. "Ladies and gentlemen, now let's welcome our bride-to-be, Miss Evelyn Huo." The happiness in the MC's voice sounded ironic to her. A wave of applause broke out among the guests. Evelyn loosened her arm from Debbie and stepped onto the stage in her white high heels. She was wearing a white off-the-shoulder evening dress. Her permed long hair fell on the shoulders. She wore makeup that made her features appear delicate. Her lipstick was a wonderful contrast to this with its red hues. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that Evelyn was the shining star of the night. The MC was standing in the middle of the stage, and on the other side was Calvert in a black suit. Evelyn didn't turn to look at the guests. She didn't even care how many people there were under the stage and who they were. She just wanted the engagement ceremony to be over as soon as possible, so that she could leave this place. She tried her best not to show it, but it was all starting to suffocate her. When Calvert placed a diamond ring on her finger, she tried to force a thin smile. The crowd would not stop clapping. Their applause almost seemed deafening now. A man leaned against a wall, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, and his eyes never averted from the woman on the stage. "Kiss her! Kiss her!" someone in the crowd exclaimed. With a smile, Calvert looked around the hall and noticed the man in a gray suit leaning against the wall. "He is here." The smile on his face grew bigger. Finally, he had won over Sheffield this time. He lowered his head and drew closer to Evelyn. Just as he was about to kiss her on the lips, she turned her head all of a sudden. The kiss fell on her hair. The lights on the stage were dimmed, and this gave the illusion that the couple had already kissed. The guests had no idea that the kiss fell a little flat. Only the MC beside them saw this scene clearly. He suppressed his own embarrassment for them and pretended not to see anything. When Joshua found Sheffield, the man had to make of Sheffield's answer. He decided to be direct and blunt now. "Whatever. Evelyn's mine now, and there's nothing you can do to bring her back." "Really?" After a casual glance at him, Sheffield said, "You said you took Evelyn's first kiss." "I said I took Evelyn's virginity. Let's wait and see who will be together with her for the rest of her life, the man who took her first kiss or the man who took her virginity." Evelyn didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his words. Sheffield was clearly acting irrationally. He was starting to embarrass all of them in front of so many people. "Sheffield, stop it." "No, I can't stop loving you." Sheffield looked directly at Evelyn, winking at her. He ignored Calvert now, and focused all his attention on her. Calvert could see the affectionate look in both their eyes. This infuriated him, and he took Evelyn into his arms saying, "No matter what will happen in the future, now she's mine. Aren't you aware of that?" Evelyn noticed Calvert's hand on her shoulder, and she ordered in a low voice, "Let go of me." "Let you go? Evelyn, today is our engagement ceremony. I'm your future husband. Why should I let go of you?" Calvert meant every word. There was no way he was giving Evelyn up, and especially not to Sheffield. Evelyn was reduced to silence. As if unaware of their argument, Sheffield put the empty glass aside after he drank the last drop of the red wine, and nodded thoughtfully. "Okay. I'd like to take this opportunity to say a few words to you." "What?" "I know I meant nothing to Evelyn. I was just a plaything in bed for her, a casual lover perhaps. However, I need to say something. It's for her own good," Sheffield said calmly. "I was just a plaything in bed for her, a casual lover perhaps." Evelyn's heart twisted in pain at what Sheffield said. Even though they had been together for such a long time, they'd never really established their relationship. She wasn't even his girlfriend. At that moment she was heartbroken. Sheffield looked at Calvert and said, "From now on you need to take good care of her. She is very choosy about what she eats. She likes dried plums, mangoes, truffles, and milk. She only drinks the milk manufactured by ZL Group. She likes seafood such as fish and crabs. But she doesn't like shellfish, cheese, egg yolk." Evelyn's heart ached as she listened to his words. Her eyes were blurred by tears. "She's a clean freak just like me. But you can't let her do the housework, neither cleaning nor doing the laundry. After all, you need to take care of her and not the other way around. She doesn't like talking. She's a bit aloof but only on the surface. On the inside she's kind and gentle. You just need to get her to trust you. She's absolutely adorable. And it doesn't take much to get her to laugh." "Oh, stop it, Sheffield." Evelyn covered her mouth, trying her best not to cry out loud. With a doting smile, Sheffield reached out and wiped her tears gently. "Why are you crying? Today's a good day. You're overthinking this." Then he turned to Calvert again. "She likes her freedom. You should take time out of your busy schedule to go shopping with her every now and then. She doesn't like trying on clothes in clothing stores, so you should buy them all and let her try them on at home. She works late most of the time. Whenever that happens, she can get really hungry, so you should drop by her office with food. Don't ask your assistant to do that for you. You need to do it yourself to show your sincerity." Her bodyguard, Tayson, used to have feelings for her. Luckily, he has gone back to his hometown to get married. Although she has a new bodyguard, I don't know much about him yet, so you have to protect her too. After all, with her status, it's not hard to believe that some people would want to hurt her. Ignoring Evelyn's sobbing, Sheffield turned serious as he added, "You have to keep Ed to be with another man," he finished in his mind. Evelyn stood there in a daze, listening to him pour out his feelings. Sheffield didn't really want to let this all out, but if he didn't, she would go on with her life without facing her true feelings. "Did you ever think what it was like for me? When I saw you in the hospital, you have no idea what I felt then. You should have told me the truth, but you didn't. You even stayed away from me. Evelyn, you're so unfair to me." Sheffield had asked himself these questions so many times. If Evelyn hadn't suffered from the ectopic pregnancy, would Carlos have treated him differently? Would he have accepted him? Would they have lived happily ever after? Would they have gotten married? Would they have had a marriage that was blessed with support and love from their families? However, the bitter truth was that Carlos had never approved of Evelyn and Sheffield's relationship. It was as if Carlos had turned hating Sheffield into his hobby. Even though he knew that what happened with Evelyn was an accident, he still chose to blame it on Sheffield. Still, he blamed neither Carlos nor Evelyn. He figured maybe he just wasn't good enough and Evelyn just didn't love him enough. Just this once, be brave and fight for what you want. Evelyn, did you ever fight for our love? Even just once. Did I fight for our love? I don't know. Maybe not. Because if I did, then why am I second-guessing myself? She thought bitterly. Sheffield couldn't bear to see Evelyn's sorrowful face, so he ended the topic. Evelyn, for someone who is so strong and independent in many aspects, in the face of love, you are too weak. She'd never said the words "I love you" to him. Sheffield didn't know whether she was too shy to say it, or she didn't love him as much as he thought she did. At this moment, Evelyn couldn't find any fault with his words. Indeed, she was weak in matters of love. Sheffield dotingly brushed his fingers through her long hair and smiled. Anyway, you should go back. Calvert's waiting for you. He may not be a good guy, but I have to admit that he does love you. Go. As soon as the last word left his lips, Sheffield turned around and strode away, blocking Evelyn's voice out of his head as she called out his name. Goodbye, Evelyn. It was an honor to have been a tiny part in your life's journey. Sheffield, Evelyn cried out, as she held up the hemline of her dress when she heard the sound of engines revving, and ran after him in front of everybody. Unfortunately, she only managed to catch a blurred streak of brake lights as the car sped out and disappeared into the distance. As she stood there motionlessly staring out, Calvert walked to her and held her in his arms. His instincts were telling him that Sheffield was finally leaving Evelyn. When Carlos and Debbie rushed out of the hotel, they saw Evelyn running after the yellow car in tears. Guilt built up in Carlos' heart as he clenched his fists. Carlos rushed over to Evelyn and held her in his arms, his heart breaking with every tear that left her sad eyes.
I'm sorry, honey.
Carlos was genuinely remorseful. Meanwhile, a piece of news began to spread on the internet. Mysterious man showed up unannounced at Evelyn Huo and Calvert G's engagement ceremony. Is something fishy going on behind Calvert's back? Below the words were 9 photos to support the scandalous narrative. Some were taken when the 3 of them were chatting face-to-face inside the hotel. The others were taken outside the hotel where Evelyn was seen running after Sheffield to stop him from leaving. As the photos were taken in secret, it was hard to make out Sheffield's identity due to the unclear nature of the shots. Fortunately, as soon as the staff of ZL Group saw the news, the personnel of the PR department immediately blocked the news and contacted Carlos' assistant. When Carlos looked into it and found out that the person who had taken the pictures was an employee of the hotel, he personally asked the hotel manager to handle the situation in bewilderment, and she yelled at him, "Have someone pull out the news and take down the photos. What will it cost? Only money, right? Pull out the news? Ha! The ZL Group is one of the developers of the Weibo app. Calvert isn't even a pop star from the entertainment circles, and yet he's attracted so much attention. Don't you find that a bit strange?" Langston was almost certain that Carlos Huo was the architect of this catastrophe. What does Carlos Huo want? He was the one who wanted Calvert to replace Evelyn's boy toy and become her boyfriend. Why made him turn against Calvert? Ally raised her voice in fury. Carlos was responsible for making her daughter suffer from cyberbullying and physical abuse from Langston. She couldn't figure out what that cold CEO wanted to achieve from their downfall. Hatred flashed through Langston's eyes as soon as he realized what Carlos' plan was. He must have resorted to such a despicable plan because he couldn't call off the engagement directly, even though he didn't want her daughter to marry Calvert. This scandalous incident put the G Group on the side of the defaulter, while the ZL Group was the victim. As soon as the plan had succeeded, Carlos no longer had any use for Calvert. "Mom, Uncle Langston." "I'm sorry," Rowena interjected weakly when the study was quiet. Ally blew at her daughter's swollen face and affectionately said, "I'll ask someone to bring you some ice cubes." "No thanks." Rowena shook her head and continued staring at Langston. "Uncle, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please punish me." However, Langston had no time for such small matters. If he had allowed for things to go on like this, soon enough he wouldn't have a company worth fighting for. Langston called his assistant and ordered, "Have someone tail Evelyn, and find out whom she is spending time with, and cancel all my meetings for this afternoon. I'm going to ZL Group." Rowena blurted out hastily, "The man's name is Sheffield Tang, the doctor who has recently risen to fame in the medical circle." Langston recognized the name. After all, Dr. Tang had become pretty well known in Y City recently. "So, it's him," he mused. After a short pause he said, "He's not in Y City at the moment." Sheffield had handed over all his work to his subordinates and had gone to the countryside to offer some much-needed medical support. But nobody knew where exactly he had gone. Langston figured that since Evelyn had kept him as her boy toy, It was highly likely that she would find someone else in Sheffield's absence. So it was imperative that he keep an eye on her. After making his decision, he turned to Rowena and snorted when he saw the hopeful expression on her face. He said sharply, "Even if Calvert doesn't end up with Evelyn Huo, I will make sure he finds another capable woman. You can never have him." Ignoring her pale face, he said to Ally, "When this matter is settled, you'd better introduce some men to her. Marry her off as soon as possible." Ally was so angry that she screamed, "Langston!" Regardless of her angry shrill, he left the study to rush to the company. Ally's heart rose and fell in fury. Everything was ruined. She had had her own selfish motives from the beginning. Ally had always hoped that her daughter would marry Calvert. After all, they were not related by blood. If her plans had fallen into place, the G family's fortune would have belonged to her daughter, and in turn her. But she hadn't expected in her worst nightmare that the affair between Rowena and Calvert would be exposed so openly to the world at such a horrible time. The scandal had ruined all her plans in an instant. Calvert was on a business trip abroad when the scandal had been exposed. As soon as he touched down in Y City, he went straight to Evelyn. She was in her office. "Matter what you do, I'll break off the engagement. Give up, Calvert." With his full strength, he pulled her closer to him. His eyes turned dark. "Evelyn, you cannot be with him. You're mine. So you give up on that idea." He let go of her and left the office without turning back. As soon as he walked out of ZL Group, he was surrounded by reporters who had been waiting to interview Evelyn. They bombarded him with questions. "Mr. G, did you come to see Miss Huo? Mr. G, the rumor on the internet about your affair, is it true? Did Evelyn Huo do something wrong to you? Why did you do this to her? Why were you so ungrateful? It hasn't been long since you got engaged to Miss Huo, and the rumors claim that the other woman is your stepsister. How do you feel right now? Are you feeling guilty? Ashamed?" Calvert did appear to be guilty as he was swarmed by the cameras. "I do feel sorry and I owe Evelyn an apology, but the affair happened before we were engaged. I didn't cheat on her and I promise I'll treat her well in the future." His confession took the media by surprise. The news about the confession of his affair became the trending topic on Weibo and went completely viral. Sympathies flooded for Evelyn, the victim of the affair. Since she didn't have any private Weibo account, the netizens left comments on ZL Group's official account to comfort the poor woman.